Divine Spirit is essential for
that's stupid. I would not support that. I'd be completely
you'll vote for Donald Trump every
Spirit Airlines is not in
every
any way
election.
involved in
Tomorrow you vote for Donald Trump. Let me
so
finish
I
my
would
point.
not support.
It's just odd. You vote for Donald Trump every election. It doesn't matter what he does.
I'll never vote for Donald Trump again.
What'd you say?
I'll never vote for Donald Trump again.
Obviously.
Exactly.
What kind of stupid shit was that?
Yeah, so he's missing the point. But
I'm just trying to
you really got
these
me.
tangents like you got.
Oh, you really got me. This is not a tangent. Oh, you really got me. I'll never vote for Donald Trump again. See, that joke was really hitting.
It hit hard.
Oh, it was crazy. I was here in the Bible Belt and I threw 2 Corinthians out. See, I'm going to do Galatians, but it didn't work. Maybe Ephesians. Anyway, do you know what the book of... You voted for Donald Trump and you know about the book of Thessalonians?
Oh, yeah.
What's the book of Thessalonians about?
It's the good one.
What's it about?
I'm just kidding. I did earmark a quote from that.
I know. What's the book about?
Thessalonians.
I know you don't know about Thessalonians.
You have no idea.
No, I don't. I did notice a quote from there, a verse that I did earmark. Let's see. Let me pull out my personally inscribed Bible that I have off my.
Brian is one of these people. So Brian is what's called is in the like free market libertarian to conservative Republican born again Christian pipeline. In about 6 years, Brian will be a deacon in some Pentecostal church where a bunch of white people are playing with snakes and the women have to have long skirts down to their ankles. There's an actual pipeline of these kind of people as they get older. And that's why, I don't know if you guys have noticed, Brian was a rabid atheist when he came onto the app. Every year, closer, closer, closer. He'll be born again soon. That's why he's got that Bible. Brian said there was no world in which Brian, 3 years ago, would be working for his local Republican Party. He said he was inspired by Charlie Kirk's assassination. Imagine being a 60-year-old man inspired by Charlie Kirk in any way.
Inspired to do what?
He joined the local Republican Party. He now canvasses for his local Republican Party because of Charlie Kirk. That's how we got in the conversation. Because I asked him who was more socialist, Biden or Trump. And he tried to say Biden, and his evidence was Biden hired tax agents at the IRS to audit people.
Oh, yeah, because taxes are definitely something that are enshrined in the Constitution. Okay, yeah, got it. The founders had no conception of taxes at all. You're right. Yeah, that was...
Why is the general welfare of the founders national security but not food and health care? And what's odd about it is a lot of people that say that also say we were founded on Judeo-Christian principles, but a Judeo-Christian principle would be to clothe the naked, feed the poor, and take care of the homeless. So why do the Judeo-Christian principles only apply when you want to tell people you're founded on Judeo-Christian principles, but you don't do any of the Judeo-Christian principles? I just think that's very bizarre. I've asked many times, and then it's like, well, it's not the government's job. Well, then I guess we weren't founded on Judeo-Christian principles.
Yeah, how many feasts and celebrations do you have, Brian? Do you participate in?
Feasts.
Well, I'm going to sell one of my daughters to slavery because I owe American Express a lot of money. That's a Judeo-Christian principle. She gone.
Isn't Thessalonians where...
Oh my God! Just look it up. Just look it up, please.
Yeah.
Don't think aloud. Don't think aloud. Just, you know what? Read it. That would be great. Why would you? You don't even have to ask. Just read it. Read the Bible that you say you want the nation to be based on. It's amazing. People don't do that. Why would you ask somebody else when you could freely read it? You have a Bible in your house? No?
Yeah, look at it now.
Okay, great. Read it on mute.
Brian, last question just for me. So just so I can understand, you basically said, like with going back to the grocery store claim, that you rather support the local bodega owners and keep their stores open as opposed to opening up the public market to supply the people with food. Like that's the hill you want to die on, just because the bodegas support free market.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
He doesn't understand how New York works because he lives in a real world and we don't.
Right, because
He wouldn't know what a chopped cheese is if you asked him, straight up, like, what's a chopped cheese, son?
I know there's a guy with like in the middle of the Bible Belt, but he lives in the real world and can tell people about how money works and not the people in New York. That's a man. Why do you real world? Why is the real world so poor?
Oh, that's
Why
a
can't
great
we ever
question.
talk about red states? Let's
That's
talk
a
about
great
red states. Why are
Yeah.
red states so poor?
Yeah, in fact, let me change my PTR. I've been waiting for this topic to come up. Let me change my PTR. I want to talk about.
Oh, great.
Oh God.
Should we change at the top?
Yeah. Why is there poverty? How about that?
No.
No.
Why are red states so poor? Once you get into the Bible, you'll know what Jesus said about the question you just.
Okay. Yeah, that's close enough.
So, Brian, why are red states so poor?
I think a number of reasons. I think a lot of it has to do with geography, as far as their industries that they are able to, that they started to create and grow and use as the means of providing a way of life. So a lot of it was agriculture. So, if you look back to the beginning of, let's say, the 1800s, 1900s even, if you look at the number of people in the country in 1800 who were farmers, it's like, I don't know, 80 or 90%, something like that. And then you go to 1900 and it was, I don't know, around half that, I don't know exactly. It was much, much less. And then nowadays, it's around 2%. So 2% of Americans today, approximately 2 to 3%, are farmers. And so if you look at the growth of the North versus the South, and to some degree the West, the North used a lot more of a diverse economic, industries. So like manufacturing, technology, banking, things like that, which were a lot more scalable. But when you look at the growth of the agricultural industry, it's really been shrinking. So a lot of people who built their infrastructure, their livelihood, their careers around farming and agriculture, a lot of that industry as a whole has decreased exponentially. So that limits the amount of money that can be made in an entire region. So if you look at, like, say, the Southeast, a lot of those states were revolving around, say, tobacco, corn, etc. And of course, there were other places that grew crops, but the South didn't have the manufacturing that they had in the North. Now, I think geographically it was easier for them to just plant crops.
What does that mean?
So geographically, things grow a little easier in seasons.
That doesn't mean they had to concentrate fully. I'm going to
They
come.
have to. So they were.
I know, that's what I'm asking. So why'd they do that?
Because they were somewhat limited by geography as to what they could do.
What geography limits you from building a factory?
Well, I'm just saying there were.
No. You said they were limited by geography. So why didn't they build a factory? So, for example, cotton. Why did they have to send all that north? Why couldn't they put in the south? Not produce. Do the textiles in the south.
Well, I mean, growing peaches, growing oranges, growing things in the south is easier than growing them up north. So
I understand that. Well, it depends on the crop. You're kind of all over. I'm just asking.
That's true.
I'm just asking, why is it that they didn't build those other downstream, if that's the right term, parts of production? Why they have to send it to the north? This is the 19th century. We haven't even got to the Dust Bowl yet. Your whole thing on farms is so ridiculous and silly. I'm not going to go into all that.
Okay,
but
where am I
just
going
explain
wrong?
why. Explain why they couldn't build farms in the south.
Well, let's just
I'm not
stop
farmers.
there.
Why they couldn't build factories in the South?
Well, let's just stop there. Where am I going wrong?
About farms?
About the claims I've made. Where am I going wrong?
Oh, farming had been wiped out. Are you familiar with the Dust Bowl?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
You've heard. Wait a minute. You have an argument about the American economy, and your response to the Dust Bowl is that
I'm
you've
not
heard
talking
of
about
it?
specific events. We're talking about over time since the creation of the country.
What do you think wiped out the farms, especially in the prairie lands?
Hang on, why certain industries were more likely to thrive and prosper up north versus what was more likely to thrive and prosper in the south. So generally speaking, farming and agriculture was more prevalent and available and accessible in the south.
It wasn't in 1800. You literally just said that 90% of America, which include, by the way, do you know the nickname of New Jersey?
The Garden State.
Cool. What do you do with gardens? Is that a form of farming? Interesting. You literally said in 1800, 90% of the country was into farming. I'll take you at your word for it. I think it's very high. I know it's overaged. It's very high. I agree. Or if not farming, agriculture. It could have been, post pig bread, all types of stuff. Yeah, but I agree with you. Of course, that was the main economy. Why didn't the South, to this day, why does the South not invest in advanced technology and education? That's the question. It is not because of farming now that Oklahoma is the way that it is, especially after the Dust Bowl. So let me give you an example. What are the major science centers in the South? I'll give you the ones in North Carolina. What are the major science centers? Centers of scientific innovation, scientific breakthrough, scientific study, investment. What southern legislatures invest in science? That's a question. I don't know.
Well, probably the Research Triangle in North Carolina would be.
I gave you that one. I literally said, and of course, that's mostly run by like leftist, communists, hippy dippy Northerners. There's a town there called Cary, which stands for Concentrated Area of Relocated Yankees. There are no North Carolinians that live in that area anymore. It's totally taken over by homos from the north and Indians from India and the Chinese. But keep going. Somebody gave you one. Huntsville. There's one. Small. There's one. Someone gave another one. There's CDC in Atlanta. That's federal. I don't think CDC counts as a federal entity. But okay. Any others? And Huntsville, as they said, is very, very left-wing. It's full of blacks, whacks, and communists who like the back. Anything else? UT Austin, super blue. Come on, Brian, where are the major? Oh, in your state of Tennessee. The communists over at Vanderbilt. Where are the conservatives of the South who are trying to put the South into an advanced 21st century economy? Or they're all farming. Or they're all waiting for rich people from Seattle, New York to bring their wealth down so they can have jobs.
That wasn't my point.
What about Little Rock, or outside of it, Arkansas, the Waltons? What is the South doing now that we've been post-agriculture for a long time? Where are the major Southern investments in the kinds of industry and technological hubs that will make them not so poor? Better way to put it, why is the South so anti-education?
I think there are a lot of attempts in the South to increase manufacturing, and Charlotte, for example, is trying.
Manufacturing?
Manufacturing.
In Charlotte?
Charlotte doesn't have manufacturing.
That's not
You
what
mean
I'm saying.
banking? Finance?
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
So what I'm saying, across the South, there are efforts to increase our rate or amount of manufacturing. If you look at another example would be Charlotte trying to get into the banking finance industry.
Well, they've been in it.
There's a Yeah, trying to expand. I'll say that.
Oh,
There are efforts to increase aerospace and engineering efforts across the South in various cities. So, they're trying to catch up. I think as we get farther away, from a need to have such a high percentage of Americans in the farming industry, I think you saw Live Aid or Farm Aid with Mellencamp, like 30 years ago, right? There was a big push to try to help the farmers that were being pushed out because we basically had too many farms. And so a lot of them were not able to move or stay at competitive prices. So they went out of business kind of suddenly. So as we transition away from, this large percentage of people in the, American states transitioning away from farming, you see cities in the South trying to catch up from a manufacturing and technology, banking, different industries to help diversify, to help, grow their economies. That's my point.
okay. So the Democrats who moved to are trying to pull the Republicans and conservative anti-education people in the South into the 20th century. So you named Charlotte and the Triangle. That's Mecklenburg County, the former, correct? So that's. You have anything else? What's going on in South Carolina, Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi? We got Huntsville, Louisiana. These are major. What are the major research centers? Conservatives always, you guys had a lot to say about the 1619 Project not being taught in colleges. What are your major research centers? DeSantis did the whole thing with that school in Florida. He put a lot of investment, aerospace engineering, biology, anything.
Well, I don't know that he divided it like you're doing across partisan lines. I think, you have
He did.
institutions.
Kick people
shut
off
down
of the
breaking
board.
news.
He quite literally did. Oh, breaking news. Hold on, what is it?
They ended the Congress has voted to end a record government shutdown.
Oh, the DHS has done. All right, cool. Nice. Now I feel less safe. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I'm not dividing it upon partisan lines. I think there are people who can live in it. I think the vast majority of people, not vast majority, there's a substantial, perhaps majority of people who don't, get involved with partisan politics. Yeah, I would say
What does that
vast
mean?
majority. They don't look at it like you do. You're looking at it like, what did DeSantis do to bring in, engineering or research or technology into his
Yeah, the
state?
people that run the South.
I think a lot of people who get into office, they look at it like, how can I provide more opportunity, more free market options for people to do what they want to do, whether it's in technology or whatever they have
How do you
access.
create opportunities for trying to build a technological hub?
You can appeal to businesses, and you can say, hey, move to our state. We have, a number of workers who are ready to
They're not
be employed
educated.
in this area. Well,
So they're not
that's a pretty
educated.
broad-
They
that's a
don't
pretty
have the
broad
skills,
statement.
the education in those areas, Brian.
well, maybe
Because your
in
party
certain-
cuts
in certain
education.
places.
Because you want to raise them in Christian schools.
I know you want to make this about left versus right politics.
It quite literally is.
Well, I'm not saying.
Read the title,
my
Brian.
Point is.
Brian,
I
read the
don't-
title of the room for us.
Gotcha. My point is, I don't think people.
You said you wanted to have the conversation on red states. You had a special PTR. You're going to show your Johnson.
that
Put your
wasn't
Johnson
my,
on the table, Brian.
That wasn't my claim. My claim is why is there poverty? You wanted to make it political about red states.
Because what's the name of the house, Brian? It's a politics room, brother.
Okay, well that's
If
fine.
you want to have a general discussion about poverty, I'm sure Pietor and Rohan are somewhere in the hall. They're great accents, and you can do that with those brothers. And by Rohan, I mean Rohan and Royfield, calling in from D.C. This is Royfield. Peter, are you there? Well, let's see what's going on in Ukraine. Why is there such poverty in Eastern Europe? What I think is happening is that you can go and find them, and then they in Black Muse, and he could read something online, and he acts like it was in his brain, but we can hear him typing in between bites and chews and swallows. Again, if your free market solutions that are so great, why places where the free market's thriving not propel the American technological dominance? None of this stuff this stuff is powered by government investment. Why are people in the areas that you think, the Bible Belt, why don't they have the skills to do the things necessary that people in San Francisco and Baltimore and New York City and Chicago and Durham and Memphis and all the blue cities can do? How come we don't have great engineers coming out of Missouri, outside of St. Louis?
I think generally speaking, if you look at what I was trying to describe earlier, given that the South based their economy on agriculture, which they that's not the right word, which they used slave labor, I think it depressed and, we'll just say, not retarded, it slowed the growth. So when you operate in an agrarian economy with slave labor, you don't have the diversity of technological opportunities. So it made the South invest less. It didn't make them, but it resulted in them investing less in education, because why do you need, PhDs to work on a farm? You only need backs. You only need people.
I got you.
Physical labor. So
I got you.
The people in the North were more reliant and more encouraging of manufacturing and technology and banking and these other industries that are more intellectual. So they invested more in. Okay, well that's my point. So the South used agriculture and slavery that tremendously slowed down their rate of investment. Yeah,
it's wrong.
Okay.
What you're saying is wrong.
How so?
Because in the antebellum era, several scientific hubs were in the South. In fact, developments in medicine, engineering. I'll give you a good example. What's it called? The germ theory. All the developments around there, mosquitoes and shit, came out of Alabama. You're 100% wrong. The South was not far behind.
You're cherry picking.
I'm almost done.
You're cherry picking.
I'm just telling you. I'm about to give you the cities. See, you're not interested. Charleston, major cities. Mobile, major city. New Orleans, major city. I go on and on. But I wanted to ask you a question, because you keep making this claim about what state produces
well, that's
the most.
false. I mean, the rebuttal you gave is not correct.
It's not. I actually studied this. This is not false at all. Southern cities were major, and cities and northern cities that had slavery too, and also places in the north had slavery too. Whoops, what did I say? Let me continue. So, Brian, I have another question. One, I don't know if you hear yourself, but in Massachusetts, Lowell, when those women were making stuff in factories, those weren't intellectual pursuits. But let me continue. Brian, are you there? Do you know which state produces the most crop and livestock in America? Do you know?
Crop and livestock together? Or individually. So which crop?
Total crops and livestock.
Total. So all crops together and all livestock together.
Basically the biggest
either
farm
one
in the
or
state.
both.
Either one.
No, not off the top of my head.
Take a guess.
Well, I mean, you're saying all of it together. So the state that has the most crops I'm trying to think about it.
The biggest producers of crops and livestock come from where? Even when you control for space, geographic region.
I would think probably somewhere in the Midwest.
Nope.
Maybe. No. Okay. What?
Take another guess.
Are you? So you're saying total, not per capita. You're saying.
In every way. Geographic, well, you wouldn't do per capita.
Well, I mean, we have to get specific because you're randomly
I'm
mixing
saying
and matching
total or
different
geographic
variables,
area.
and you're shitting the argument.
I'm not. Listen.
You're saying because first you said crops and cattle.
The answer's the same for any of it, is what I'm saying. It's the same state.
Okay, I'm saying I don't know off the top of my head. I'm trying to think
I know,
through all
but
the
based off your
variables
argument, it would be in the
throwing
South,
into
right?
it. So you're asking me like 5 different questions.
But the answer's the same for each one.
Okay, but I'm trying to clarify what criteria are you using because you keep
Which
shifting
state?
the argument.
Which state, based off of geographic area, or how about which state
I don't
has the most, as a
Not
percentage of, has the most crops?
I still don't know.
Okay, cool. Based off your argument, it should be in the South, right?
No.
Why not?
Well, because other states in the country have probably evolved to learn the lessons from the models of farming, crop rotation, what sells.
And so why were they
based on,
but also do the technological advance?
because they probably have a combination of
The South do a combination.
because they probably have a combination of all the factors we're describing. In the
So why
South,
didn't they do the combination in the South?
the same reason I just said twice.
Oh, I didn't hear you because it didn't make sense. Say it again.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
I'll explain. Third time.
Okay. Third time's
So
a
they
charm.
probably third time's a charm. Let's go for it. So they probably have a combination of all the amenable factors to combine those two different industries.
What is the amenable factor for the technological side? I just want to know what that one was again.
Well, okay. So you're asking me about the specific.
I just want to know what a factor is,
benefits.
so I know what you mean.
Well, maybe geography, weather, the nature of the soil, the number of
No, I said
mountains.
on the technological side, not on the agricultural side.
Okay, so technological side, it would probably be maybe there's access to
Gotcha.
certain
Let me tell you the answer.
resources
California.
in that area.
So California is able to do, I'm almost done. So California is able to do all the farm stuff that it does and have Silicon Valley. Why couldn't, and by the way, relative to the South, California is a new state. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah,
You know when California became a state?
1850 or 49.
Look at you. Now see, you just redeemed yourself. It became a state as part of what law? Do you know what we call the law? No, it's part of the Compromise of 1850. It becomes a free state. Look at you.
I was close.
How come couldn't do that? What do beaches have to do with technological hubs? Okay, Louisiana. Why couldn't Louisiana do it? So why didn't they make them?
Why didn't they make those? What do you mean? Why didn't they make those factors?
Yeah, the
like
ones
geography,
that are quote
climate,
amenable to technology. What about South Carolina? Lovely beaches.
Some of it was outside of their control.
You think Silicon Valley exists because of the beaches? Have you been to Half Moon Bay? Actually, let me ask you a question. That's not where technological. Oh, so they need to produce wine. So that's the claim? Yeah. What about South Carolina?
Yeah, I've been there.
Do they have beaches?
Yeah, nice beaches.
Okay. So why is it a shithole?
I think they have deliberately kept their economies
Why?
and cities rural with some intentionality.
They prefer being poor?
Prefer that style of life. They prefer,
Charleston? Are you familiar with Charleston?
In a simple, small community.
Charleston's a
Even
major
though
city.
there
What
might
do
be
you
some
mean?
technological.
What do you mean? So they prefer being poor,
What I'm saying is,
not having good health care? I'm confused.
What I'm saying is, if you talk to people in South Carolina,
That doesn't mean they have to be
probably
poor.
prefer living in a rural environment. They're happy to just, to support the status quo.
Oh, okay. So that's your point. So the reason is people want to be poor and broke and ignorant and suffering. Okay, so that actually is a good answer. Brian finally answered the question. Red states are so poor because they want to suffer.
Yeah, but they probably look at the trade-offs. So they don't want large cities because they look
I
at
didn't
it
say
like
anything about a large city.
Well, if you look at South Carolina, I think what's their largest town. But I mean, if you look at this, they don't have very large metropolitan areas like Atlanta or Charlotte or whatever
Yes, they
other
do.
places in the South. Not
No,
to the same
but I
degree.
mean, the triangle is
So
not a
they
triangle
don't-
in South Carolina. The triangle is not a ton of people.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is they choose not to do those things for whatever reasons.
Well, we know the reasons. Because they're anti-education and they want to be poor.
No,
Do you think the people of South Carolina
I
are
would say
rigorous, advanced education?
I wouldn't say that if you ask them what their reasons are for wanting to live there, it would be because we deliberately
clearly
choose to be ignorant and poor. No. You're saying if you ask South Carolinians why they live there, they would say we deliberately
No, I
want to be
didn't
ignorant
say
and poor.
that's what I'm saying.
You're saying they're
No,
choosing.
I didn't
that,
say
that
if you ask them that. I said they clearly do, based off of them continuing to support people and keep them that poor and suffering. Have you been to South Carolina? I didn't say it was. I'm not talking about whether it's their right or not. That's moving the goalposts. What's going on? I know it's their choice. I'm not asking if it's their choice. I'm trying to understand it. Right, they want to be poor and ignorant and dumb. They're not middle class. Yes, they'd rather be ignorant and suffering. That's what I just said. In fact, percentage of South Carolinians on Medicaid. What would you say the percentage of South Carolinians on Medicaid is, Brian? Very good guess. It's about 20. It's about anywhere between 20 to 25%. So I have to pay for people who choose to be poor for no reason, except they want to live off my tax. So they want to.
So we should.
Have you looked at your check, the amount of payroll taxes you pay?
So we should get rid of. So should we get rid of the welfare, or should we?
No, this is a Judeo-Christian
force
country.
them
We should
to
follow
live
Jesus'
in
teachings.
ways. So then the alternative is to. What's the other
I
side?
think people like you who are educated, instead of placating them so you can keep the trans out of sports, you should inspire.
Yeah, exactly my goal. I'd love to do that.
And yet you're voting for the guys that are cutting money to do that very thing. So where's the money going to come from for a state like South Carolina?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Wealth creation. Wealth
Creation of what? How do you create it with no wealth? How do you create wealth out of nothing?
Well, there isn't nothing. They have resources.
What
Every
resources
state has
do they have in
some.
South Carolina? Slavery ended in 1860.
Every state.
Hmm?
Every state has natural resources.
That doesn't mean that you create wealth.
Sure, that's how you create wealth.
Oh, so what's South Carolinians' natural resource? Let's see. South Carolina natural resources. This is Brian's secret to wealth. They have island, kaolin clay, pine timber, and fisheries. They're gonna be rich real soon. You conservatives, someone serious. People eat fish. Oh, so you're saying that the fisheries in South Carolina can empower them to becoming a wealthy state? That's what you believe? Fish. You're right. You're exactly right. In an age in which Apple exists and other trillion-dollar companies, the South Carolina is going to get carp and smallmouth bass, and then use some wood chips to become a rich state. I'm done for the day. Y'all got it. Fish.
Bam. More.
How is South Carolina going to carp in Illinois and the Great Lakes?
Make our cop breathe again. Lower overhead volume.
It's basic economics, the mama.
Yeah, it's basic economics. Come on now.
When you have the monopoly, so you're gonna challenge the monopolists? They literally have government regulation, like defending, and not only government regulation, they have industries that advocate for Asian carp to remain right where they are.
My other question is, how would they be able to sustainably harvest the fisheries without overdoing it in effort to have this wealth creation that he is speaking of?
You use sustainable practices.
ESG is dead, so I don't like. If this is a southern state, ESG is dead. I don't really care to hear about sustainability. How are they going to and maintain wealth creation? Are there fishery capacity to compete with the Chinese fisheries as it relates to carp?
You mean specifically? You're asking specifically about carp?
Well, what you want to talk about, Brian? Red snapper?
Crabs.
Oyster?
Shrimp. You know, the low country shrimp is amazing. You know, part of the problem, Brian, people like you don't believe in climate change. This is the great irony. Climate change has actually made it worse for places like South Carolina. You should go talk. Do you ever talk to fishers, Brian? Professional fishers?
I used to when I lived in Florida, not recently.
No. Those people believe in climate change. It's been a mess. This has been a really bad shrimp season in low country. But y'all don't believe in climate change. In fact, you have a energy secretary that you support who wants to bring back coal.
I thought when Brian was talking about the natural resources, he was going to talk about. But he said that.
Well, he said fish and
No. You identified fish.
no, he said fish and timber.
Every state uses what they can, right?
Brian, it's not 1872. Why are you?
Oh, it is.
It's not. That's what we all use what we have.
No, Now, then what was interesting,
So I guess Virginia's gonna start making apple cider again. Since we're using more.
Oh God. It's really bad, yo. Brian, it's really bad, brother. It's really bad. Know how dug in you are ideologically that you think that fish and wood chips is what's going to power South Carolina.
I didn't make that claim.
Rich state.
I've never made that claim. In fact, I made the opposite claim. I said they're going to use what resources they have access to continue the way of life that they prefer.
I literally asked you, what could they do? I said, if they got rid of government investment, what would they use? Maybe you forgot, to be fair to you. What would they use? You said they're natural resources. I named some natural resources. You said, there you go. They got fish and wood.
Yeah, but I never made the claim that they were attempting to try to.
I didn't say that you said they were attempting.
With California.
I didn't say you said that.
You made
I
that
said,
claim.
again, no, I didn't. I said something different. I didn't say they were doing it.
That claim.
You said they could do it.
You just made the claim that
I didn't say that.
Become a rich state, and I said the opposite. They don't. I would say they are more protective of their way of life, and if that means that they never become a rich state, if that means that they have to use their natural resources to continue their lower middle class way of life, and they prefer that, then and if their own left leaning industrialists to, let's say, revolutionize their economy, and they continually vote against that, then that tells you that they're not interested.
This is really tough. I said we had moved on from that, sir.
Well, then why are you putting words in my mouth
explicitly?
that
I didn't. Stop. You got to get yours out. Let me speak. I said, if they don't have government investment, how will they? Not what they're doing. I didn't accuse you of saying what they were doing. And you said they would use their natural resources. And then I Googled South Carolina natural resources and read some stuff. So it'd be fish and wood chips. I guess you can use wood for paper and other stuff too. We're not bickering. It's over. I'm not trying to own you. I don't believe in slavery. You believe in slavery. Oh, no, you don't believe in slavery. That's true. That's fair. What's going on?
And the research triangle, if those states want to change the culture or direction of their state's prosperity at a statewide level, then they do that. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I fully support that. If they want to invite some of these, industries or intellectuals or industrialists, whatever, good on them. Go for it.
Cool. I don't either. That's a completely different thing than what we were arguing. So you did the thing where you found a way to cakewalk your way out of what we were talking about. But I understand. I understand.
Yeah, you're actually too kind.
I know he disrespects me so much. I don't know what it is. There's something about, I don't know. It's not, the way he does that is so nasty. He does it on purpose.
Yeah, no,
Oh, not Rousseau. He hates Rousseau. Brian, what do you think about Rousseau?
I don't hate him. I disagree with his worldview and what he proposes.
What's his worldview? What does he propose? What was Rousseau's worldview?
I think that Rousseau looks at the world as if in order to maintain, or what would you say? In order to maintain or further the greater good, that individual citizens should be willing to give up certain liberties.
Where does he say that?
Freedoms. So like,
His book. Which one? The discourse? The second discourse? Oh, the social contract. Oh, okay. Yeah. So which liberties does Rousseau say that individuals should give up for the greater
social
good?
contract. Yeah.
What I said? Which liberties?
Safety and security, Trade Act, right? So I
which liberties? I didn't say
I think it's
which ends. No. Which liberties should they give up? Those are
safety and
liberties.
security.
Those would be ends. That would be something you would give up. You would give something up to get safety and security.
I
Like
just
privacy or.
So what I'm saying is, if you let me finish, what I'm saying is something
No. Let's
like
stay on
Patriot
Rousseau
Act,
before you get to an example.
you have.
No. I want to go to.
Well,
I
I'm giving
pulled
an example.
up the social
specific
contract.
example
Hold on. I
of
pulled
what
up
he would
bro. I
endorse
love
and
the
what
social contract.
his
Hold on, bro.
philosophy.
I love this. It's a great text. Very important text. So, which part of the social contract do you go to?
I'm just talking about in general.
Where he says we should give up liberties.
I could pull to it. Yeah.
We know specifics.
I could pull a specific quote, I guess.
We're doing specifics. So just tell us in the social contract where he says they should give up. Because I don't know how prescriptive or normative the social contract is. But go ahead,
Yeah.
Brian, tell me where he said they should give up.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know how.
You agree?
Well, I agree that I don't know how prescriptive social contracts are.
No. His theory.
I think
So.
that has to-
Oh God.
Oh my God. All right, Brian. Let other people talk. We've been talking for a while, bro. Let me rest. Well, let's 86 ourselves.
Brother, this is why
I'm
said
86.
yesterday
Brian's
they need to-
86. Y'all.
They need to read in units. This is what I was talking about.
Yeah, no, they. You know, I'll just say this: if you are going to read by yourself, like this may be a good opportunity to use AI and ask them for like reading questions or guided, outlines to help facilitate your reading. That's another part of the Bible, and all that getting understanding. That's understanding. God bless. Give up liberties, but have a directive officer. Got it.
Give up liberty, return to nature.
Yeah, everybody wants to return to nature. People got the softest hands in the world talking about return to nature. Never formed a callus in their life, but return to nature. It's amazing how that works. People are worried about sunburns, but then we're SPF 500, but talk about return to nature. It's just absolutely amazing.
See, brother, the problem is that you're not living in the real world, and it's just basic economics. You just obviously don't understand because you don't look.
Except for when Trump does it.
Listen, you believe is evil. I don't know if that's consistent. Well, you said it's evil, so you tell us.
What do you mean by
My argument was, I don't think you know what it is. So, no. You have demonstrated that you don't know what it is. You've talked to Ben
That one.
for hours.
I can answer that one pretty easily.
Hold on. I don't have to say anything.
Okay.
You have made the argument.
Yeah, I made it about a month ago, but I can repeat it again for you. I don't think you were here when I made it.
Today.
Yeah, I'm happy.
I heard you today.
I'm happy to remake the argument if you'd like.
So it's either evil, but you're saying it's evil.
This is why it's
doesn't
evil.
really mean anything. Sir, you talked enough. I don't need to hear anything from you.
But then why did you ask me? Why did you ask me to define why I consider socialism evil? And now that I'm ready to give you an answer, a definition, and a justification, you're running away. Come on, don't run away.
I'm running away.
You're saying you don't want to hear my answer after you ask me a question.
I don't mean it's rhetorical. Have you heard of that?
Then why did you ask me the question?
It's rhetorical. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, why did you make the claim that I don't understand socialism, and then you challenge my knowledge and understanding of socialism, and then I'm giving you an answer, and now you're running away.
Right.
I mean, if you don't want to know the true answer, then fine, just say you're scared.
Brian, the reason why you're saying you don't like socialism is because it failed?
No, it's more philosophical than that.
Okay, that's right. You know what? I'm scared. You're absolutely right. I'm afraid of your answer. Yes,
that was
absolutely right. I'm afraid.
Now we're all happy.
So now, please, just as long as you shut up, I will be as fearful as you can imagine. Absolutely. I'll take the L.
Good job, bro. Good job, bro.
Brother Messi, don't let that Karen walk you
Let me tell you
down.
something. I will allow.
Oh, he's walked down already. It's too late.
Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. I walked down. Yes. You're absolutely right. But you still have to talk. That's amazing. So have we won the war in Iran?
This.
All right. How you doing, brother? How you doing? Happy Thursday. How Peter get up there?
Well, he's been up here.
Oh, he just been quiet. That's good.
Look at him. He feels so good. He's playing with safety. Hard hat even on. He's there.
Child. He at work today? Is that what it is, Peter? He at work? Oh, nothing. Never mind. I'm sorry about it. I'm sorry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Well, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Brian. Contact and appreciate you. I didn't wake him up. I did not wake him up. Okay. All right. So I just said, I'm just thanking the people, Peter. Is that okay with you? Can I just say thank you? What's going on? What's this one topic, Iran?
It's too.
University is university.
I once had a professor tell me in a quant class, constrain yourself to the data. Peter, I'm going to mullahs, okay? Just stay with mullahs.
Oh, I'm good answer. Can I leave you?
No, we want you.
Okay, what's yours on?
Yes, I'm here, Uncle. How you doing?
Not Lisa.
I think he took a break.
And I'd like you to brief us to see if I'm right, wrong, or indifferent. About a few weeks ago, said something.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you all right. He said something that rubbed me the wrong way. It was said in the spirit of arrogance, and he called somebody dumb or something on that. You know how he does when he gets on this, when he's on a roll and nobody's asking his questions.
That's right, Ambassador.
I asked a couple of questions. So he and I've been having a little quiet feud, a little something. So he's been ditching my mic lately, and I think
Shout out.
I was waiting for it.
stop fucking with my mic, please.
I was waiting for the moment.
Thank you for fucking. You don't have no reason to fuck with my mic.
What are you doing?
It's small. It's a strong intellectual. I'm a strong intellectual, but I'm saying that you're not earning the luxury to play with people's mics nor to call them dumb in public. So you can hear teaching black people, and that's why we have a little quiet few. But it's all right. I want to bring it.
So you being disrespected like that is not okay. I don't want you to. It's not okay.
You so much for saying this, sir.
God bless America.
God bless you and your family and network. So, I mean, Brad is a great guy, but sometimes he needs a slight correction. He just needs to point this out. Back in the day, we had a board of education. I'd have to cut the board, go to the wood shop, cut the board, and they almost put it on my backside one day. But then when they get out of hand, the coach would make me go back and drill holes in the board so to suck the meat back. So you can really know. So he might be when they suck the meat back down. And he getting out. But Barry's a great guy. I love him. But I just don't feel you have, none of us. I know I haven't earned that luxury. No matter how much political information any of us get, we should still be sharing with our brothers and sisters there. And we're all equal when it comes. We're equal when it comes to that. We should never behave arrogantly because if you're talking about God, I know God will share His blessings on you when you behave arrogantly and have that spirit of I'm smart and you're dumb is not good for this network. In my opinion, I feel that the First Lady shares that sentiment with me. That's why I came to the First Lady. Because my niece is the best on Clubhouse, and don't none of y'all dare forget it. If I said it with arrogance, I was trying to be humble. So that's the best.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
See, the Board of Education, I know bad know what I'm talking about. You cut the board out in the wood shop. When the child was misbehaved, they go to the assistant principal and the coach had the assignment of piling your backside.
It's not.
Over to the Board of Education. And then when you got online the second time, when you drill the holes in there,
He's not.
and stop cutting up. When you get down with that,
Oh, I definitely.
you be straight. So pass the message on the band for me. I don't mean it no disrespect, no dishonor, but please stop saying that people are dumb on here. And don't behave arrogantly because you know something they don't know, because we prove many times we know things that you don't know. When you paddle the holes, you drill the holes in the paddle, right? The Board of Education. Well, it's just a paddle.
You know about the
And you drill holes in it.
Yes. Okay, got you.
The paddle suck the meat back. Brad ain't gonna suck the meat back. He getting his meat sucked back through the
he's
paddle.
getting hit by the paddle. Okay.
Well, by the paddle now, not by the individual.
Okay, by the paddle. I just, if we can
You're
confirm
funny.
I just want to make sure that we confirm that Ambassador believes that Van knows about the whole sucking his meat back. And I just want to make sure that we confirm that. God bless.
But you make sure you got the full picture now, brother, right? You ain't gonna mess that up.
Definitely got the full picture. I didn't want it, but I got it.
I bet your brother gonna make it messy for you now. We'll take it. Just serve some hors d'oeuvres.
Serve them hors d'oeuvres with it.
Let me tell you framework. But God bless you, Ambassador. I appreciate
Thank you. I appreciate the honesty. I always listen to you, and you got a great way of putting the political views that we can receive. I thank you. Thank you. Bless you.
Oh, God bless you. God bless you. Thank you. Hello, Dan. Are you there? Have you come back?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, brother. Just wanted to ask you. Do you know about? I can't.
I'm sorry, I'm just a little busy here.
Okay, sorry. Let me. This is really important. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Are the holes stuck in your meat bag? Do you know about that process? About something that we can confirm you know about? Okay. God bless you. All right. My time here is done. God bless. There. There was a great question. Just to follow up. Does the hole include teeth or no teeth? God bless.
I think it's a toothless. Is
Oh, okay. Okay.
be real smooth. Real smooth.
What? Real smooth? Yeah, I think I've heard Dan talk about the toothless holes that suck meat. Yeah, okay. Excuse me, the suck meat back. I think he had a late night room on that recently here in PC. Was that was the first word? Peter, please. Peter, please. Peter, please. Please. God bless. Peter, would you like to talk about Peter, I asked you. Peter, God bless you. Okay. Okay. Question I'll ask again. Would you like to contribute to the conversation we are currently having about toothless holes sucking meat back? Yes or no?
This is an unpolitical discussion. I think that you are wrong about the topic to consider and
Folk running around in blue states, and that's it. And if y'all deviate from those two topics on this stage, he will reorient you back to political discussion.
continued based on the wrong assumptions. So your first assumptions need to be corrected. The other results was wrong. You don't know me. I promise you. Peter thinks you don't know me.
Rod of enchantment. What
Oh my God. Oh, that was a.
No, I'm asking you what you think. You said Peter has lots of thoughts. So what do you think of? I mean, but this is a very political issue that we're discussing currently. You don't understand the politics of the sucking of the meat? I mean, I'm having a very politically correct discussion. I just don't think.
I disagree. I politely disagree.
I mean, your polite disagreement has been noted, but we were talking about a particular thing, and you're interrupting and telling us that we shouldn't be talking about what we're talking about. It's okay for So all right. One mic, one mic, one mic, one mic, one mic, one mic, one mic. We're at the top of the hour. Thank you. It's three. No, brother. Okay, Peter.
So no one said.
Adoshi, stop. All right. Sheesh. All right. So it's 3 p.m. You all have had some wonderful entertainment.
You know, the Austrians. I've been reading about the history of Austria the last several weeks. And what a fascinating country in many ways. Pause. Now you're back to sucking meat again. And Austria in the early 30s, before the Nazis annexed them in 1938, the fascists literally took over the government. They had what they call a May Constitution. I read it. Fascinating. Did you have a question? This is World War II history series. You have to keep up, brother. The precursor to World War II. Did you have a question? Did you have the quote, Brian? Did you want to do the quote?
Yeah. So I'm looking at page, in my
Just give me the chapter.
copy, it's page 78. It's,
One second. Pull mine up, brother. One second. I have
yeah,
a PDF up
chapter
here.
5
I can
of
pull it
book
right
2.
up. Or not a PDF. What do you call it? E-reader. Chapter 5. All right. Will you be reading the original French, or will you be reading it in translation? So this is back to the first convention.
Oh, no, I'm not reading the French. My
Yeah, that's a
copy
good
is
enough
from
copy.
Penguin
One second.
Classics.
So you're saying, it was book 2?
Book 2, chapter 5 on my, yeah, page 7.
Book 1. One second. Book 2, chapter 5. Go ahead.
Okay. So should I repeat my premise or claim, or
Just read the quote.
Read the quote. Okay. So it's the second paragraph under the chapter 5, the right of life and death. All right, second paragraph. The purpose of the social treaty is the preservation of the contracting parties. Whoever wills the end wills also the means, and certain risks, even certain casualties, are inseparable from these means. Whoever wishes to preserve his own life at the expense of others must give his own life for them when it is necessary. Now, as citizen, no man is judge any longer of the danger to which the law requires him to expose himself. And here's the payoff. And when the prince says to him, quote, "It is expedient for the state that you should die," then he should die, because it is only on such terms that he has lived in security. There's that word. It is only on such terms that he has lived in security as long as he has, and also because his life is no longer the bounty of nature, but a gift he has received conditionally from the state.
So this is the right of life and death.
Yeah, that chapter 5.
Okay. The question has been raised: given that individuals have no right to dispose of their own lives, how can they give that right to the sovereign, transferring something that they don't possess? This looks very hard to answer. All right, so you read the second paragraph. I'm going to read it again. Because I was looking with the social treaty aims for the preservation of the contracting parties. He who wills the end also wills the means, and the means must involve some risks and even some losses. Someone who is willing to save his life at others' expense should also be ready to give it up for their sake when there is a need for this. Now, the citizen is no longer the judge of the risk that the law wants him to run. And when the prince says to him, quote, expedient for the state that you should die, he ought to die. Why? Because his life is no longer merely a natural good, but is a gift from the state. It is conditional on his ways, on his always meeting the state's demands, and it is only on that condition that he has been living in security to the present. Okay, Brian, were you in the military? Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, Brian, were you in the military? Okay. Did the president, who was the commander in chief, tell you to do things?
Well, not personally, but generally, yeah.
Okay. And does the president tell people to go, say, to Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, Belarus, etc., and they may die, give up their lives for, quote, watch this, watch this, excuse me, for the sake of, give up the life at others' expense, give it up for the sake of others, namely the polity upon which he signed the social contract? Cool. So basically what Rousseau has outlined is the thing that you signed on to. I don't know if Rousseau was, I have to go back. I don't know if he's agreeing with this, but he's giving a social contract theory. This is what people agree to. So we live in a particular society, you and I, in which we have a military. A military, shout out to DMV, military. The military says you need to go to Iran and die. And you have to die because your life is worth giving up for the Iranians to not get a nuclear bomb, because them getting a nuclear bomb poses an existential threat to Israel, to America.
This is not the only reason.
And so that is exactly the social contract we have. This is exactly what he's diagnosed. You've given up your right to life. Let me give you another example. You conservatives look. Oh, you want to dispute that? Oh, okay. Hey. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. You're misreading it. That's wrong. You're misreading it. The whole book is on a social contract. So the idea is, as an individual, if you are party to this social contract, you have, by your own volition, agreed to it. We're trying to understand, I don't know if you've read this book, but he's trying to get people to understand the rise of a political entity, a political body. And he says political bodies, modern political bodies in particular, well, remember he gets with the family, then he gets to the community tribes that are in ancient society, but in modern societies, it is volitional. It's called citizenship. And so in this social contract, the one that we have, the prince here is simply a stand-in for the state, our democratic Republican one. Rousseau does not believe, and he never makes the claim, that a random citizen should just die because the sovereign says. Why? Because the sovereign would be abrogating or violating his role in the contract, you see. See, the contract is multi-directional. It's not unidirectional. Again, I don't even know if this is prescriptive in this part, because he's answering objections. If you look at the beginning of it, he says someone asked a question. And so what he's really getting at is, how can I give something if I've already given it up? So he's giving a philosophical account for how one can do that based off already giving up what he said he couldn't give up because he had given it up in the first place. So actually what you're saying is wrong, because the sovereign also has to uphold his end of the bargain. And his end of the bargain is the protection and preservation of individual life. You should read the whole book. You shouldn't do a Google search. I'm not, sir. It's not only applicable to keep reading. I didn't say it was only, so now you're being disingenuous. I didn't say it was only applicable to the military. No, keep reading. What's the next paragraph about? I didn't say that life was conditional only to the state. What I said is when the sovereign, in this case the state, and the individual enter into a contract, or in here a social, are meant to uphold. I'm not saying life comes from it, but if you're in a community, if you're in a family, you are in it. Well, he uses family. I don't like the family bit. That's how I started the book, but it's fine. But because he's trying to teach people that's what the first social contract is. I don't want to go through that. But he's saying that in this instance, this is what people do. That's why if you keep reading, so the last sentence is only on that condition that he has been living in security up to, it is expedient for the state that you should die. He ought to die. Why? Because his life is no longer merely a natural good, but is a gift made conditionally by the state. Because he's in that contract, it is conditional on his always meeting the state's demands, and it is only on that condition that he has been living in security up to that present. So, if you live in a state, remember the social contract or political entity emerges as a response to the state of nature. So you and I are in the state of nature. We don't have security. We don't have safety. We have our natural instinct, which Locke and others have pointed out, of course, would be self-preservation, right? We decide to go into society. Society provides police, firefighters, and a whole other set of public goods that maybe you or others don't like, but people, whoever doesn't like, that's fine. Cool, got you. But when you enter that, you also enter into a set of rules that the sovereign, the state, in our case, the collective, have agreed to in exchange for those things. If you keep reading, Brian, the death penalty for criminals can be seen in much the same light. It is in order to save ourselves from assassins that we consent to die if we become assassins. In our society, I think it's barbaric. I think it's disgusting. However, I've decided as part of the social contract, we have a thing called the death penalty. If you violate the social contract, you get the death penalty in certain states. You don't get the death penalty if the sovereign would be wrong to kill you if you didn't violate the social contract. So this is not saying that the sovereign, which is the state, which in our instance would be the people, because we have we live in under the rule of law, democratic law, statutes, common law, etc. This is not saying that the state can just kill people and then your life comes from the state. Rather, it's saying your life as such, as a condition of being in the state, can be taken away. Military, police, operations. This thing right here is why the cops who killed Breonna Taylor aren't in prison. If you surround yourself with criminals and you get caught up, you never know what could happen. That's exactly what your side says. Death penalty, etc. That's the social contract. I don't know if Rousseau is saying he agrees with that, but he's just giving you what the social contract is. You gotta keep reading. Okay.
Determines that your life is forfeit because it benefits the greater good, then so be it. I disagree with that fundamental aspect of what he proposes in the book.
Okay. So let me respond to that. That's not what he's proposing. Again, this is not a prescriptive text. It's descriptive, this part. He's not proposing anything. He's saying that's what happens when you enter into a social contract.
That's your interpretation.
Honestly, it's not, because he's answering
It could be very prescriptive. That could be a principle.
He's answering a question.
Look, the example I was using was the Patriot Act. That's a perfect example of this.
This is about taking life
in application.
Let's stay on Rousseau before we go to the Patriot Act. Let's stay on Rousseau before we come on. Let's stay on topic. Yeah, I know it's easy to move. Let's go a little deeper, although you're running out of PP. So, this part right here goes completely to what I've said. The death penalty, military. There are certain people in a society whose lives are expendable, and in fact have been expended for the greater good. Whether you like it or I like it, that's just how social contracts work. That's just simply how social contracts work. It's really, really the case. What's odd is, if you continue to read, he critiques governments that actually do use death too hastily and without thought. We may add that frequent punishments are always assigned, frequent punishments of death are always assigned, this is for a few paragraphs later, that the government is weak or lazy. Every wrongdoer could be turned to some good. There's no right to put to death, even for the sake of making an example, anyone who could be safely left alive. So he is not arguing, in fact, that the state can willy-nilly put people, should kill. In fact, he says that we should have less killing. The right of pardoning a guilty, that's on pardons. I apologize, I'm doing this. You just pull up. So when he says here, again, the man asks, the question has been raised, given that individuals have no right to dispose of their own lives, how they give the right to the sovereign transfer something they don't possess. That's what he's answering. Now the citizens are no longer the judge of the risk that the law wants them to run, and when the prince says to him, it's expedient for the state that you should die, he ought to die. Why? Because his life is not merely a natural good, but is a gift made conditionally by the state. You have, when you enter into society, you have to also remember the context he was writing in the middle, late 18th century. He was suggesting when we enter into a society, and we want things from that society, these societies send people to death. This is the age of colonization. It's the age of enslavement. It's the age of wars. The French and the British are constantly at war. You want to be French, you might have to die. But go ahead, give me your Patriot Act example. Yeah.
Not bank account. I'm not doing anything illegal, but somebody's going to violate, other people's, privacy, bank account, social media, whatever, for political reasons, and that's exactly what happened. So I'm not willing to sacrifice, even though there are bad guys, let's say criminals, terrorists, whatever, who have been caught using the Patriot Act, and in some ways it has been, useful. So I don't think it's a black and white argument. I'm just saying it's aligned with this notion that Rousseau puts forth, that people in a society can and should be expected to give up some of their rights in exchange for security, safety, and the greater good. That's my argument. And it's debatable. You know, like I said, some people think the more terrorists we catch, the more, bombers, whatever you want to call it, that are stopped by the Patriot Act, that offsets the number of people who have been, let's say, unjustly investigated or prosecuted using that, set of laws or practice. So it's debatable. I'm not saying it's 100% right or wrong. I'm just saying it's one of the aspects of the.
Okay. I mean, I just think, it's all due respect. I don't think you know much about 18th century political philosophy. I think you're ascribing prescriptive aims when they're normative or descriptive. Actually, just descriptive. I don't think they're deontological at all. But that's fine. I'm not going to go back and forth with if you believe that Rousseau is justifying that, you just don't understand Rousseau, which is fine. It's hard to read this. Okay, it's fine. I don't know how one view on Rousseau, and you don't know about the discourses. It's just hard to, because I read this. It says, because his life is no longer merely a natural good or uses of nature, but is the gift made conditionally by the state. And the point is, when you enter a social contract, you're exiting the state of nature. If you don't know how the state of nature functions heuristically in 18th century political philosophy, what it means to leave that, I can't have the conversation. Now, 3 or 4 years ago on the app, I would have spent 5 hours having the conversation. Now, I'm going to go look at some porn on Twitter.
Oh my God. Yeah, I told you he knows about the paddles with the toothless holes and stuff back then. I mean, their conversation was very informative. Ben, are you there?
Yeah, I'm trading a pot of coffee. How you doing?
Okay. He doesn't know what that means.
Yeah, it's not meant to be answered. It's asking yourself out loud.
Oh, okay, you just don't have to do this.
I just didn't answer you.
Making your arguments, like, do you actually consider changing your perspective on anything, or making any shifts, or is it just shifts of the way you put forth?
No, that's a great question. I appreciate it. I have changed my opinion on substantial issues since I've been on the app. I usually, like I said, I've been in Mensa for many years, and I would go to the chapter meetings, and I'd get into some debates with people, and they were useful from time to time, but in my experience, the large majority of people in Mensa are left-leaning, and so that was fun to some degree, but I come on here because I want to learn. It's the easiest way to learn from people like Ben and other people. So I come on here to learn and strengthen my arguments. If my argument fails, then yeah, I shift like with the gerrymandering, right? I had some false understandings of how the process worked and the nature of the process and stuff like that. So yeah, I've kind of shifted my understanding. The biggest thing I've shifted is probably away from the overall libertarian perspective. And Marshall, honestly, was very instrumental in that. So Marshall takes this, he's a Republican, but in many ways he has this, streak. I don't know that he would profess that or admit to that or agree with that, but I see him in these hallways or rooms talking about Republicans shouldn't, fight back. Kind of a Karl Rove mentality, like when Bush was getting savaged in the media over, various reasons, many of them legitimate. Karl Rove and George Bush would be like, I'm not going to fight back. That demeans the office of the president, and, I'm just not going to get in the mud, with the swine and all that stuff. And so for years, the right, by Bush, the younger, was just savaged and I think Marshall is very similar in that way. He doesn't like to, he thinks that if we just leave people on the left or we just leave people alone who disagree with us, they can be persuaded. They, realize on their own their ways. And so I've come to understand the fecklessness of that, and I think that to the point that I hold libertarian views, like liberty and just fundamental libertarian principles, they're good philosophically and they're good. There also comes a time when you get poked and prodded and pushed that you need to fight back. Like game theory. One of the big takeaways from game theory is don't be a pushover. So, I've learned that I'm willing to take a lot of abuse and slanders and, insults, and that's fine. I don't really care about that. But, at some point, if there's a point being made, then, sometimes it's worth defending. Like the stupid government takeover of, grocery stores, like that's worth arguing about and defending.
How is opening a grocery store a government takeover of grocery stores? I'm gonna tell you why. Because one second, Brian. Because after he finished speaking, you said something. Doing it to torture you. After he starts speaking, I'm going to turn the phone down and stop listening. Oh, okay, that's what we make it.
No, I
Thank you, Brian.
I think government is my yes.
He may brother. Brian, please make it clearer.
Yeah, fair enough.
Why do people call fascists? Why do people conflate fascists and socialists? But Brian, first people fascists killed when we had actual fascists. Do you know?
The first people they killed. You mean
like the group? Socialists. Are you familiar with the Austrian Civil War?
No.
There was a civil war in Austria. I thought I was reading a bunch about Austria. And the Catholic conservatives, right-wingers, fascists rise to power in the early 30s. They basically take over in 33 to get a one-party state. And then have a civil war. Do you know who's on the other side of the civil war? The socialists. What about the Spanish Civil War? Are you familiar with the Spanish Civil War? Like, do you know who Franco was fighting?
No.
Oh my God. Brian, are you serious? You don't know about major war events in the 20s? What's going on? You know Hitler killed the socialists, right? And the left-wingers.
Yeah, I think they looked at
you
who
taught
was
at the war college. You know about European civil wars?
war counts.
Okay.
And I didn't teach military. I taught.
First Lady. So Neo, you should come up and speak. You're not who I thought you were. Neo is a guy anybody can look on his profile like I do because he has replays. You can go hear him speak in his other rooms. I thought Neo was somebody else. That's not who I thought he was. Wow. Anyway. Yeah, what's up? I have not.
Interviews with anecdotes and
Who was it?
Shielders.
Oh.
He decided to talk about scientific research and the scientific method, and then talked about tenure, the tenure process.
How would he know about it?
Well, apparently he has it. He went through a rigorous process where the state of California forced forcing him to include ethnic studies authors, or or to expand his syllabi,
What is that?
including
Non-black,
sort of
non-white.
ethnic authors, so to speak. And he said that it's non-white.
But he has non-white people in his syllabi.
Non-white people in his syllabi. Well, I'm just telling you what he said. He said that that the state of California was forcing him to include by threat of not receiving tenure, and he said, that's they're forcing him to do it. Guess what he didn't do? He didn't include at the time. He didn't include, according to. And guess what he was using to justify his argument? He was using an anecdote.
I blame Sadada. I blame Sadada. They put a battery in that man's back.
Oh, he was. I don't know. At some point, I don't know if. I haven't talked to him enough, but that was just why it was really interesting to hear him.
Oh yeah, he said they made him put black feminist writers in this.
Bullshit.
He said that was the same. That process of suggesting to include authors was the same as Trump withholding money to the state of California because they have they have ethnic authors in their curriculum. He said those two things were the exact same. Anyway, it was interesting.
This app is so dumb.
It is.
Look at Eduardo. Eduardo, so since I mentioned Spain, you're like, oh, I know this was my thing. I said that Franco killed socialists and other left wingers, right? He said the concept of socialists and Republicans in Spain has nothing to do with concepts in the U.S. Who mentioned Republicans?
Oh my God.
I was talking about civil wars in Europe that preceded and led to World War II as a way of showing Brian when his side calls left-wingers fascists and socialists and conflates them, it doesn't make any sense. No one mentioned Republicans. Obviously, the Republicans, because it'd be a small R in Spain, as part of a popular front against Franco, would be on the left. What in the world? This app is full of do people just hear things? Oh, this is my thing, I gotta get in. I know that the Republican Party is just the name of a party. I say, yeah, people just insult. And it's always people who don't participate. They're literally looking for me in particular, and some of you and other too, to say one thing that they think is wrong or that you said was wrong so they can point it out and win for the day. It's really bizarre. It's weird stuff. So this is fascism and socialism are both forms of collectivism. Well, I guess fascism could be a form of a kind of cultural collectivism. But yeah, I mean, they are in some ways opposed to liberal democracy. In some ways, Brian, maybe. But I don't know. Socialism has different branches, and a lot of times you can be in socialism and still prioritize individual rights.
Well, I mean, I think
yeah, but I don't know if I would call that collectivism. When I think of collectivism as a ideology that privileges, or at least an ethos that privileges the group over the individual. I don't know if the totalitarians privilege anything except their own rule. So I don't know if there's actually a kind of what I would call like a animating or overriding group interest within the polity. A lot of totalitarian states, when you go back and look at it, is people just consolidating power for themselves. So that is to say, it feels very oligarchic or plutocratic.
yeah,
Not
so
necessarily
they're
collectivist.
they're hierarchical, right? So they're looking at the oligarchs.
No, not hierarchical. No,
Not at all hierarchical.
I'm not talking about hierarchies. You can have hierarchies in liberal democracies, and you're conservative. Conservative thought is based off hierarchy, not hierarchy. I'm talking about a complete extraction of a small group of people whose interests are not for the collective. I thought that was just clear. I'm not talking about hierarchy. Whatever.
I just see socialism aims for like egalitarianism, right? Like one class of equal class.
No, nothing.
Socialism, Marxism, society.
Oh, Marx is communism, socialism, classical.
Social. I thought we resolved this a couple months ago. Marx used the term social.
I know, but we're talking about it.
Marx used the term socialism and
Kind of.
communism interchangeably.
But in our conversation,
Now,
and it's
later,
and the concept have developed since then.
people
They
separate
do
the
mean different things. So I know that Marx is y'all's daddy, but some of us are a little bit more granular, or not granular, more nuanced. That's probably
a classless egalitarian society.
Huh? No, I don't think socialists do necessarily. I don't think they necessarily do. Some people are socialists as a
Really?
sort of a transitional state,
What do you mean?
which you see in Marxist philosophy towards communism. But some people might see socialism in and of itself, and that would not involve the eradication education.
Yeah. Okay, well, I guess we have different definitions. I thought socialists wanted to eliminate, classes.
That's kind of, communism, you understand this. Right. What's the point?
My point is they're
What's the point?
both
Was it happy fascism?
looking to rule. They're both looking for state control. Socialists look for state-owned means of production. Fascists look for totalitarian control over society. So in that way, they're collectivistic. They're not honoring or respecting individual rights. So they're not individualistic by nature. By
Socialistic. Well,
right?
what individual
So that's what they
right
share
are
in
you
common.
talking about that socialists don't
What part is wrong?
adhere to?
Well, the
Which
whole
one?
notion of individual
Free
liberty.
movement? You think socialists are
Well,
against free? Well, actually, let me come in a different way. Would you call Denmark a socialist country?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, what would you call it?
I think it's a market-based economy with a heavy social safety net. Not heavy, but
So
extended.
democratic socialists then. That's what they call it.
Well, I thought it was more. I mean, when I think socialism, I think government-owned means of production. I thought they were So I think what they do is they have market-based economy, but then what they do is they tax the shit out of those earners, and
There's
then
a
they
thing called
turn
market
around.
socialism. Have you heard
And
of
then
that?
and then they turn around and they provide, social safety net, services to the citizenry. That's different than the state-owned means of production.
Are you familiar with?
Is that accurate?
Well, no. I mean, they do own some
It's
means
not
of
accurate?
productions. No, I just said no. And I'm
So then
explaining
you're
it to
saying
you.
so then you're saying that Denmark owns the means of production.
I'm saying that certain countries like Denmark can own parts of means of production. So what I'm saying is there's a thing called market socialism. Are you familiar with that?
I've heard of it. Is it similar to democratic socialism?
No.
Okay.
Democratic socialism is what you described. That's the so-called Nordic model. But what I'm saying is it's not simply you're either socialist or you're simply like there's a thing called market socialism. You can have markets and socialism. Go hand in hand. You ever heard of market socialism?
I've heard of it. I'm not fluent.
Okay. But anyway, what individual rights did you said that? What other individual rights do socialists not adhere to?
I'm just saying in general, I think when you look at collectivist economic or philosophical approaches, washes out the duality, the individual pursuits of prosperity and
Okay. Good.
yeah, individual pursuit.
Capitalism seems to be doing that too for a lot of people who don't have the capital to pursue. I don't know. All these systems have flaws, and a lot of individuals seem to get caught in the crosshairs. And just because the one you want theoretically gives us a bill of goods doesn't mean we're living those bill of goods. But that's fine.
Well, just based on the fundamental premises of the ideology, the theory. Communist, I'm basing this on the Communist Manifesto. So the codification of communism by Karl Marx.
So you're basing your claim that socialism is evil on the
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
It's odd because Marx is not the only philosopher of these economic models.
Don't do it, man. Wait. You're saying that there's different people that have written on communism, and there might be like different approaches to it?
I apologize. I'm sorry.
Yeah, mute up. Thank you. There's only one. Miracle for.
What is the hold that Marx has on everyone on all sides? Why can't y'all let go of him?
It's amazing. Not only will they hold on to him, but most have only read, if they've read it all, and I'm not even going to ask what is read in the Communist Manifesto, but they've only read like a snippet. People, I had to look it up. Marx has been, now this is, reportedly, has reportedly been dead for 143 years. It is amazing that no one else in 143 years has written anything about particular framework that apparently so many other countries now participate in. Nobody else has written about it since then. It's like y'all were talking about the Montessori method the other day, and it's only like there has been no one else has written about it since it's I forget the name. There's only one thing. Somehow they have Montessori high schools. Imagine thinking that things don't evolve. Imagine thinking that Marxist scholars, people who write about Marxism as an idea, have not written, have not expanded, have not critiqued, have not developed anything else. But you've read the Communist Manifesto. And I would ask him why. Ask him why he read it. Because what does he think he's getting from the Communist Manifesto? Marx wrote other things. Why the Communist Manifesto? Why not Das Kapital?
Well, yeah, so I update my PTR. If you PTR, this is the highlighted portion. Okay. I don't have to. You have free will.
I have a question for both Brother Messi and Dr. Library Card. Why, for the past, y'all's little past exchange, why did y'all both capitulate to the idea that socialism and communism, by virtue of the Communist Manifesto, are the same thing?
Arguing him the differences, and he clearly, it was like a brick wall. Trying to, you know what I'm saying? It was like talking to concrete. So I'm not going to engage in that. If his mind only goes that far, then, you know.
But Dr. Library Card, at this point, I'm thinking to myself, are political science degrees useless or not? Because I feel like most basic 101 courses teach you at least a basic political theory class would teach you the differences between the different ideologies. So this idea that socialism is bad because the Communist Manifesto, that's a lot of jumps and leaps. We don't know core concepts.
But I'm not going to elaborate. When he would have been in school, in undergrad, I think political science would have been a much more robust field of study than that.
But that's me saying that if this is his understanding when he got the best of the education.
I didn't know
he went to school for
political science.
I don't know what he likes Rousseau and all that other stuff. I would assume
You said what you say you taught psychology, so I would assume he went to school for Something along the line.
Rick, to answer your question, I have had only but a little bit of interaction with Brian, and I no longer believe it is ever necessary for me to talk directly to him, talk about him. I capitulated is the idea that having a conversation with him about things I know he knows nothing about will be fruitful, because he will give me an answer. He will give me a logic. He will give me an explanation, but he will understand nothing. But he'll give it, and he'll give us an explanation that will meander into everything, answer nothing, and he'll do it slowly and for hours. Pause. God bless America.
I think the Cold War did a number on the American psyche.
It did. I read your PTR, Brian. What about it?
Yeah, well, you and I talked, I don't know, a few weeks ago about how those same premises are similar to slavery, right? We agreed slaves. Which ones? The abolition of private property. So a slave is not allowed to own the fruits of his labor, or...
No, that's not what that means. We've done this before. In
Yeah,
Marxist theory.
Yeah, we clarified. It says it in the exact next paragraph.
Okay, what's the next paragraph say?
Yeah, we communists have been reproached with the desire of abolishing the right of personally acquiring property as the fruits of a man's labor, which property is alleged to be the groundwork of all personal freedom and activity. So then he goes into basically defending why, even though they've been reproached on it,
keep reading.
Still... Huh?
Keep reading.
Well, that's my point. So
you gotta keep reading.
Okay. Well, I can keep reading, but I'm telling you, that's...
Keep reading. We're learning.
My God, it is amazing.
So the abolition of private... My point is... The original question you asked me was, why is it evil?
Hold on. I'll read it.
It's evil because socialism...
I got 86 you. I got an 86 you. In this sense, the theory of the communists may be summed up in the single phrase, abolition of the private property. We communists have been reproached with the desire of abolishing the right of personally acquiring property as the fruit of a man's own labor, which property is alleged to be the groundwork of personal freedom, activity, and independence. Hard-won, acquired, self-earned property. Do you mean the property of the petty artisan, of the small peasant, a form of property that preceded the bourgeois form? There is no need to abolish that.
Oh my God.
The development of industry has to a great extent already destroyed it, and it is still destroying it daily. Or do you mean modern bourgeois private property? But does wage labor create any property for the laborer? Not a bit. It creates capital, i.e. that kind of property that exploits wage labor. That cannot increase except upon condition of begetting a new supply of wage labor for fresh exploitation. So they're not talking about a worker's clothes, abolishing the right to a worker's clothing. In Marxist theory, private property refers to the bourgeois means of production. Now, I don't agree with this, just so people know. I just think people should not be lied about their ideas. I don't agree with Marx on this. This is where a lot of people think, excuse me, I don't agree with Marx on this in America. I think it'd be bad for the Negro. In Africa, I can talk about it maybe. But in America, you got to keep reading, because he goes on throughout the chapter. The Communist Manifesto is very clear. Private property is not the petty fruits of the labor of an artisan or a worker or a peasant, right? Remember, he writes this relatively early. You don't have like the full wage labor hasn't kicked in yet. So it's still a little bit early in the cycle of capitalism, right? That's why you have to keep reading. So when the slave master took over the enslaved, took the fruits of the enslaved, that's not what Marx is talking about. Marx is against that. You know how I know he's against that? Because I've read Marx's writings on slavery. Have you, Brian? You have not. Because you only go back to the same 2 pages. You got one highlight there and stopped highlighting the rest. He actually explains what he means as the chapter unfurls. It says it right there.
No. I'm trying to differentiate between personal and private possession. So he's trying to make this arbitrary.
That's how we translate it.
He's trying to make this, silly, arbitrary distinction between.
It's not silly.
What it is silly and it is arbitrary because
it's not arbitrary.
It is arbitrary because what if you were to say I use this tool not just for my own personal benefit but also for making money? What if I use my car? What if I use my laptop? Where's the distinction between private and personal property? There is no distinction. He's trying to draw this arbitrary, silly distinction between something I use for my own personal use and something I use to create wealth or make money in a business setting. So it's a silly, childish argument that is arbitrary and false. So I know people want to try to romanticize his notion of this distinction.
You don't do that. That's wrong.
Yeah.
That's wrong.
No.
Personal items. No, that's wrong. No, I'm not. Because I was in graduate school. I had to read it. To get to grad school, I had to do it in the German.
Güterschlaufen.
I'm telling you. What's the German word for that? That was funny. Of course it's not. It's like Megatons or something like that. It's referring to means of production, like banks. It's not referring to a hammer or a sickle. How do we know that? Well, we read the whole book. That's how I know that. It's referring to things. Hold on a second. It's referring to farms. It's not referring to your coat. I'll give you an example. In Lenin's USSR, based on what you were saying, Brian, could people own homes? No, but of course they did. Could they own businesses, according to what you're saying, Brian? No, but of course they did. One thing that's cool about people like discussing ideas is discussing ideas, but you can't mangle other people's ideas to make your own silly points. Again, I don't agree with. I'm almost done. I don't agree with Marx, but at least to learn from it, we should be honest. You lack on some of these matters. I'm being very honest. Fundamental honesty. So what we'll do, 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir. 1 second. 1 second, sir. 1 second. So what we'll do one day, we don't have to do a pad in my own room. I'll invite you. We can co-mod it. We're just going to read the It's very short. And we'll go through the parts where he defines these things. It's really quite simple. He's talking about what he calls bourgeois property. It's all about the rise of the bourgeoisie. That's the whole point. Interestingly enough, he kind of celebrates the rise of the bourgeoisie because that's what's going to get you closer to communism. That's a different discussion. But you never talk about that either. So we'll just do it in a room. It's really that simple. He's not talking about a tool. He's not talking about he's talking about factories. But as you say, if the factory is for national defense, it's okay if the country owns. I got it on. I got it on. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, then see, no. That's where we can begin, and I actually agree with you in America as a Negro. But to change what the man says is different. That's where a conversation begins. It took you a while, but you finally got honest. That's true. And then you'll say why you don't think that's good, if it's inefficient, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I totally get it. See? There you go. See what happens when you're honest? How's it feel? I know you're a card-carrying Republican now. How does it feel to, you've been honest like 3 times today. It feels weird. What's wrong with, why do Republicans lie? Oh, Brian, I guess we're done. We got Maya, brother, produced.
Well, I would like to just add, I only about the tail end of what was said.
Let me do the breaking news. Trump dropped his nominee for another one, for the Surgeon General.
Is the Surgeon General is different than, he didn't drop the black woman that he nominated for the CDC, right? Wasn't there a black woman? No, I'm just trying to remember. But I know there's a Surgeon General and then there's a CDC. I'm trying to remember the black woman that he nominated. Was the C director? It's for the Surgeon General. Okay. Or just dropped somewhere. But the main question, in the same way that you can read the Communist Manifesto and pick out things that, you know, have certain truths and value, even though the full import you reject, it seems like. That's what I was able to gather from your discussion with Brian.
I didn't mention any truths or value. I said if someone defines a term, especially in translation, we should just stick to the term.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say anything was true or valuable.
Okay, I'm sorry, that was a misunderstanding. Let me just ask you directly.
Go ahead. Why can't I do that with Donald Trump? Go ahead, ask the same question you asked.
I wasn't even going to bring up Trump. I actually was going to bring up Hitler. I'm curious if you...
As an Adolf Hitler?
Because, Adolf Hitler, because
put the voice on.
In the past, right, I have to, in order for me to speak in a way that flows and makes perfect sense, I like to speak in this way.
What about Hitler?
What I would like...
What about Hitler?
Excuse me?
What about Hitler?
My question was, because in the past, people have said, oh, Trump did this, and that makes him like Hitler.
I thought you weren't bringing Hitler in. I mean, Trump.
No, Trump. I'm not bringing Trump, but what I'm saying is this about Hitler.
You just brought Trump in. What's going on, Infinity?
Well, that was aside. Really, the point is this.
Okay.
Are there aspects to Hitler's rise to power?
Yes.
That we can... I haven't even asked the question, so what are you answering yes to?
I know what you're going to ask, but yeah, the answer is
the room doesn't know what I was going to ask.
I apologize. Go ahead. Yes.
Are there lessons, valuable lessons, that one can take from Hitler's rise to power?
Yes.
Okay. So
inhaling and exhaling is essential to life.
Beyond that, what I'm saying is,
Nazi Germany.
although the full import of what Hitler did was beyond what evil can truly begin to describe, at the same time, we can recognize that there were things that Hitler did that are valuable, that we can learn from in terms of being effective, in terms of being effective leaders and effective communicators.
Wait, are you saying?
Now,
hold on. I'm confused how you're asking the question, because you could be asking the question in a very offensive way or not offensive way. Are you saying there's lessons to be learned in terms of people shouldn't do this because a bunch of people die, so we learn through bad, horrific leaders? Or are you saying there are good things that he did?
No, what I'm saying is we tend to take Hitler's most nefarious deeds and we reduce him to that, and that's fine. And I'm not
they
here
were all
to take credit for it.
There were no good. There were no good deeds.
Okay, so then you're saying, well, good deeds. I guess what I consider a good deed versus what you consider a good deed probably different.
Well, then that's what I'm saying. Give us specifics. So what's a good deed from Hitler that you saw?
What I'm saying is, I haven't fully researched it, but in order for
why don't you ask the question? I don't understand what you're saying.
He started with the premise that he believed
he murdered his political.
Don't tell me what the premise I started with. I know what I said, brother.
He started with the premise that he believes Hitler has done good things.
No, I didn't even say that.
But we just focus on the bad.
I didn't say that. That is not what I said. That is not what I said.
You did. You said you did.
He's laughing at his own narrative in his own mind.
he did good things. You were saying for his leadership, we could learn from because they were good.
Well, no, I said that there are lessons.
Maybe he was an
I
effective.
said no, the terms I use. I don't like to say that good things. But I said there are lessons to be learned in terms of being an effective leader and an effective communicator. Now he took those skills, tools, and abilities and used them for the most nefarious actions or nefarious deeds possible. But the skills that he was able to employ to rise to power, communication and leadership.
He killed people.
I can't be
people.
No. I understand.
But I don't understand what he's saying.
I think.
Why is Sonny coming in? Where are your pom-poms?
I mean, his point is still like a dumb one, but he's trying to make the point of like, I don't know, Jeffrey Dahmer did bad things, but we should admire him for his skillful.
That is not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying.
Like,
if you're too dumb to understand my point, because you didn't. And Igor, if you're too dumb to understand, and I'm trying to build the better minds in this room.
He's just getting ready to suck his dick.
And with man, okay, I look at the minds in this room, and it's not you, Igor. Hello. Man, we have a discussion without being interrupted. Shut your bitch ass up. And if I wasn't a Christian, I'd smack the shit out of you. But luckily, I'm a Christian. So shut your bitch ass up. Now, let me ask Ben a question. Ben, can we just, Ben, are we able to have a conversation without being interrupted? I wasn't talking to you, bitch ass. So shut your bitch ass up. All right, anyways. All right, Father, forgive him, for he knows not what he does. Father, forgive him, for to get to. Yeah, actually. Igor is a wimp.
To be honest,
Igor is a wimp of the first.
I don't know. Maybe he had family members that died in the Holocaust.
Yeah, like it's
we don't understand what you're talking about.
Woman, like a little.
So, anyways, may I answer your question, Ben, without
being? Did you know that Nicole Safier, she went to the Caribbean to get her doctorate, her MD?
Who?
The new person who's nominated for the Surgeon General, she's a radiologist, but she went to the Ross University School of Medicine in the Caribbean.
Of course she did.
Shout out to you.
Of course she did.
Ben, are you moving around the conversation that was presented?
Yeah.
Ben, are you done with the conversation?
She's from Phoenix, Arizona. You know, the Caribbean. Shout out to the Caribbean. The best and the brightest.
You shouldn't be interrupted because I'm losing my train of thought.
So it is not considered, no disrespect. But it is it's not sort of recognized here in the U.S. as sort of, well ranked, but it is considered top tier in Caribbean medical school, accredited by the Caribbean Accreditation Authority for Education in Medicine and Other Health Professions. Yeah. Rice University's holistic approach. That's the best and the brightest. I'm glad they don't have blacks there. In the administration. I'm glad he got rid of DEI. Getting the best.
Yes, that's bizarre. That's a bizarre one. That's a bizarre one. You say you got the best and the brightest in your Surgeon General. With all due respect, I know somebody went to med school there. They're not the best and the brightest. That's why they go there. I don't know how this is not DEI. This is a weird one.
He went from a wealth influencer, right,
That's what I was going to say. I think it's Barrett. Barron is helping him make the picks. Clearly, these are all influencers getting all the jobs.
So, brother, I could tell you one thing about Ross University. It is actually an American-started Ross University. It's an American institution. Mostly Americans go there. Yeah, it's like the Indians have medical schools all over the world. Yes, the ones whose calls can't get them into U.S. schools go there. Because I've met people who went there. I met one Indian guy who I knew. He was a neighbor, and he was telling me. I was like, yeah. He says, you from the Caribbean? I said, how do you know? He says, you have an accent. He said, I went to Ross University, and I was like, Ross University? I lived in Illinois, and I was like, where's that at? He goes, it's in Grenada. I was like, what? Oh, wait, which island he said it was? Like, what? I never heard of that school. And he was telling me that it's an American school, but he was able to get actually residency placement. He was, I guess, one of the lucky ones. Because I heard some people don't get it from that school.
Wow, that's what's up. Wow.
All right, Anthony. The other people have crashed out. Oh, he left. You guys beat him. Damn, that was crazy.
God is always good.
I don't know why y'all don't like having Infinity defend.
Don't do that.
Why do you guys not like? We're obviously recording the audio. Why couldn't we have him defend Hitler on audio? I don't know. Y'all just. I would have loved to have him. He's about to defend Hitler.
Well, he's gonna
the
do it
movie's being
later.
recorded. I would have loved to have that.
He's gonna do it later. I guarantee.
No, it's not.
I'm sorry. You know.
If he catches you in here, he's gonna come and he's gonna be like, Ben, I'd like to continue our.
Yeah.
I would love to hear it.
Yeah. You know, I just, you know, I heard Igor and I was like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna support. Listen. He didn't even have. He was like, just the general premise that Hitler clearly had done. He wanted you to fill in the blanks for him, Dan. That's what he wanted to do. He was putting forth an idea. He wanted you to answer for him. He was actually having you do the heavy lifting.
They're like, oh,
He's too lazy. He said that this morning. He's like, too lazy to do the work. Do the work for me.
Well, to be fair, we knew that when he took a PTR photo of his suit and we saw his beard. He is definitely too lazy to take care of it. That is clear. We knew that from the way his beard looked. It was very unkempt.
Zephyr, are you there? Zephyr?
Yeah, but I'm eating. I'm in here.
You always eating. Jack's tacos.
Nah, get some veggie sandwich.
Yeah, see. You know, you and Brian agree?
On what?
Brian been in here arguing that socialism is evil.
Oh, yeah. But Brian be wild, but yeah, other than that, that's what we're.
He was in here trying to make you. She a Looney Tune. She act like that with everything.
I don't want to catch that. I'm like, why'd you do that, girl? Big sister, you got that.
You big sister. You versus.
Go ahead, Trent.
Or if it's actual bombs, there could be surveillance drones and they're firing at the surveillance drones, not necessarily actual bombs dropping. But this is minutes old, so we'll figure out what's going on.
Who is waiting? Why would you say take this with a grain of salt and then I don't understand? Could you just say it in your head next time until you have at least 2 grains of salt to offer?
But reform is breaking news. He has to be the first to publish. First out the door wins.
Just saying.
No. Trent, so is America winning the war, or are we still at a stalemate, or are we losing the war? What's the latest update?
No one knows the answer to that.
Man, is your name Trent, bro? I asked Trent a specific question. Let him go, and you could go after.
You just want to fight. Anything he says, you're gonna fight.
I don't want to fight, but you just interrupted Trent. Come on.
Look, man, I'm ready to go. Man, you want to eat my sandwich? Go ahead.
I was just saying, no matter how you respond to that question, he's gonna take the opposite side and fight you because there's no real answer to that question.
How do you know what I'm gonna do? I asked a simple question.
Answerable questions.
It was a genuine question.
But why don't you ask answerable questions? Why are you asking questions that just going to be in a position to speculate?
Okay, man, Finity, are you an idiot or not for voting for Trump?
Well, it's Clubhouse, so what we do is speculate. That's why we all talk. I don't mind answering.
Well, we don't have to always speculate. We can, but then that's the
okay.
Let me. Yeah, stop interrupting Trump.
Let me speculate. I'll speculate. I will say, right, I think we're winning the war. But the war, political effects of the war, I will say at this point, is now losing, and specifically the Trump administration. It's not only, it's already lost, of course, amongst the Democrats and independents, but you're seeing significant departures, as many here have pointed out, from the right and from Republicans that don't understand the amount of money that we're spending, which is around $25 billion already. Some estimates are as high as 40 to 50 billion at this point, and what a continued deployment with the exit strategy will be. So I will say at this very moment, if the U.S. is losing the war in the eyes of most.
effort and futility. No one gained anything by learning your opinion.
Thank you, Trent. Infinity, you could go now since you have
conversation with the better mind in the room. I'm appealing to the better minds, not the simple minds who can't understand my point. My only point is that even of the most evil figures in history, there are lessons to be learned in terms of how they rose to power, how they communicated, how they led. And I think what happens is that Trump might do something that echoes the behavior of Hitler, use that as a way to marginalize him. Well, the fact of the matter is there are certain effective skills, tools, and abilities that Hitler did that weren't necessarily evil that we could learn from. And I think just like he can have an astute conversation about the Communist Manifesto and say, well, there are certain things that we can, take from that, even though we disagree with the full import, I think the same applies to figures like Hitler.
I don't know what you were listening to. We didn't take anything from the Communist Manifesto. We were arguing about definitions.
But didn't you say that you'd like to read the Communist Manifesto with him? Maybe I misunderstood. I didn't get the full.
Because we just want to understand something. I don't need to read an old guy, white guy from Europe who died 140 years ago to take anything from him.
So
that wasn't the point of the conversation.
Do you think that the Communist Manifesto, there are things in there that have utility?
No.
Do you think it's a complete just rag? Nothing in there to be learned from?
No, I think it's an antiquated document at this point that it's important to understand its place in history. But I don't think Marx could anticipate the state of capitalism, or that doesn't anticipate where we are in capital right now. No.
Okay, and at this point, I
don't just read things in the past to better myself. I read things because I like knowledge.
Right. I don't mind real quick before you respond. It is now broken from the Iranian news agency that the the aircraft fires in response to FPV drones. These are reconnaissance drones. So the explosions I heard are not bombs that have dropped. But obviously, for the next few hours, all eyes will be on the skies. So you guys said.
Yeah, there's nothing to. I don't even understand how Hitler fits in. Like, if you want to learn a rise to power based off great speeches, you would use Hitler. Like, there's nothing positive to be gained by what he did. He killed people. Let me give you an example.
No, but that's a very
The Nazis annexed Austria. Remember, they were trying to surround Czechoslovakia. They annexed them in 1938. Then there was a plebiscite. 99% of the people said yes, we want Germany to annex. It wasn't because of Hitler's great speech or persuasion. The Nazis invaded the country. They had good relations with the Standesstaat from 34 to 38. And then Hitler said, I want it, because the Standesstaat was like, maybe they're going too far. He said, that's fine, I'm taking it, it's mine. They invade. They have a plebiscite. It wasn't because, Hitler's a great speaker. We can really learn. You know what you can learn from Hitler? Invade a country that's more powerful, and people are afraid to vote against you because otherwise they're being shot in the street. If you want to learn, if you need Hitler to learn from that, that's fine. That's Hitler's rise to power.
But I think in the same way. Listen,
this is strange. I don't want to.
It is strange. I tend to stake out these strange positions, and maybe I do myself a disservice in doing that. But in these,
that's because you're not being genuine. You're being fundamentally dishonest. That's why.
I'm not though.
No, you just want to
in the same way Thomas Jefferson raped his slaves, spoke against slavery, yet he had slaves and raped them. In the same way, I find figures in our history, complicated, complex figures, I find them fascinating. So it's not fundamental dishonesty. I just look at.
But there's nothing to learn from Hitler.
But what I'm saying is that's like saying I've spoken to people who said, well, because Thomas Jefferson raped I can't remember Sally Hemingway. Was her name Sally Hemingway?
Sally Hemings.
Because he raped slave. What is it?
Sally Hemings.
Yes. So because he raped his slaves and because he had slaves, that's what he's reduced to, regardless of how he contributed to the birth of this nation. We're going to reduce him to that one evil and marginalize him. And I think we do ourselves a disservice by doing that, because Thomas Jefferson also delivered some amazing things in terms of
what did he deliver is what I'm asking.
So I think, I don't know all the history, but as far as I recall,
he delivered. Thomas Jefferson gave us the Declaration of Independence. What did Hitler give us?
Did he do something with the highway system in Germany?
Yeah, you got to jump off a bridge, bro.
Okay, so there you go. This is your problem. You don't have to have conversations without being insulting and rude.
The highway system?
Is that
we
true
don't
or
need
not?
fucking Hitler for the highway system?
The Autobahn.
He didn't do that. German engineers did that.
So he had nothing to do with that? He had nothing to do with
that? We take... No, the engineering... No, Americans have taken German engineering. No, let's... See... We've taken Nazi.
What was his role in the development of the Autobahn?
Did he order it?
I don't know. I'm asking you since you tend to have
well, you brought it up. I don't know about the highway system.
Okay. Well, he is responsible for leading on that issue. The Autobahn.
But what did we learn? Oh my God. So Hitler having them build a road to you is like Thomas Jefferson's Declaration. Are you?
See, you're better than what you're displaying right now.
Do you understand what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that although there are evil figures in history who are complicated, who have done at the same time horrible, dastardly things, like Thomas Jefferson, who raped and pillaged people in his own.
You're not listening. Hold on 1 second. So the German highway, the Autobahn, which I've driven on, by the way, is fucking crazy.
The American highway system was based off of that, as far as I understand. I wasn't asking you. Be quiet, man.
It doesn't matter, man. Infinity, you just say stuff. You just saying stuff.
No, I didn't say stuff. That's the truth. No, the
highway system
No,
in
he
America.
didn't make it. Do you want to learn
I don't want to learn
something?
from you because you don't have a genuine bone in your body.
I
have a problem with me.
No,
About him.
you
I
don't
know,
have
but every
anything
time
to
he
say
engages
because
with me, he's insulting. He doesn't.
No, I'm not
Come in here,
insulting.
I'm talking to Ben.
So you
So if you don't come in here, you got to deal with other people. Calm down.
I know, but what I'm saying is he's insulting to me, so why do I have to engage with him?
Hitler did not start the German Autobahn.
And neither did the Nazis.
Yeah, he's
So that's why I asked you, what was his role in the Autobahn?
But everybody, one mic on me. That's a separate conversation. You said, is there something to learn? Even if Hitler started the or signed up on the Autobahn, there'd be nothing to learn. What? Do infrastructure projects? Like, I mean, the Nazis had fly-ass clothes. Shout out to Hugo Boss. You conflated the Autobahn with Thomas. I mean, come on, man. So what can we learn? So let's say it's true that Hitler started the Autobahn. What will we learn from? What did we learn?
The American highway system, being able to
What did we learn, though? I'm saying.
We learned how to develop travel on an interstate basis, which is very important for all.
But what did we learn from Hitler?
I don't know exactly his role in that, but I know he played a pivotal role.
So you think Hitler is an engineer?
No, I don't know he's not an engineer, but if he led
so
on that,
you're talking about an engineering marvel or a set of sort of this stuff. Hitler would have nothing to do with that.
So you're saying because he's not the engineer.
One second. You're conflating what happens in a country with the horrific human being. Thomas Jefferson, we could look at the Declaration. He did that alongside the horrific stuff. Give me something that Hitler himself gave us intellectually, personally, that we can learn from. Not roads. We don't need Hitler to know about interconnected roads.
Okay. I think you on purpose trying to misunderstand my point. You don't.
I'm not. I understand what you're saying.
What am I saying, brother?
Oh, some good things happened under Hitler, but I'm saying that's not a condition of Hitler.
So you're saying that would happen with or without Hitler in office?
Well, it started before Hitler. I mean, I'm giving you the historical fiction that it's apocryphal that it was Hitler. Then did the Autobahn into Austria and all that stuff, but the Nazis didn't start. I mean, are you suggesting that cross-country and interstate, intercanton, interprovince roads began in the 1930s?
No, what I'm saying is that the American highway system came about in the 1950s, and they used what was going on in Germany as a way to they were inspired by what happened over there.
Yeah, they learned
he
from
was the leader at the
engineers.
time.
I just said that.
The fact that
I know that.
that's another lie, Sonny. Sonny believes her own lies.
Stop responding to her.
Well, tell her to be quiet.
I'm done talking to you, bro. If you can't, I ignore her. Why can't you ignore her?
Stop. Why can't she stop?
React. Because you don't
Okay, so
own
why
the
can't I respond to her?
I can talk
So
to
then
her
why
like
won't
you
you
can
let me
talk.
respond to her? If she can pipe up,
I'm done.
you want to put a muzzle on me, don't respond to her. But why not just tell her to stop?
I'm done. You go around defending Nazis, be a black man.
Because him telling me to stop is just as effective as you telling me to stop.
Okay, so then why tell me to stop responding to you?
Keep responding to me, kitty.
Because I wanted to have the conversation with you.
I'm trying to, but if you would just politely tell her to be quiet, then we can keep going.
Why?
But you tell her stop.
I'm telling you to
And I'm telling you to just tell her as the moderator to stop interrupting. So you can't even just tell her to stop interrupting?
No.
And then why not move it to the audience so she can control herself like you've done many, many times?
Because I'm busy doing something at work. I'm not listening.
You don't want to call me a bitch because you're a bitch.
We would have been past it by now.
You're doing too much, man.
Christ.
It's a very difficult conversation to have in front of people.
Conversation is no, you're playing on my top. You want them to do that. That's the part. That's the point.
Did a chat.
And I got it.
Nah, I didn't do no chat. I didn't do no chat GPT.
Cause you too lazy to learn.
No, we can move on. It's fine. But I just want to. You can't have conversations with people like her in the room because she's. That's not her. That's your fault. You're a simple-minded woman.
No IQ.
I'm praising.
Is that what you want to do?
Oh my God.
She's simple. She don't understand. She can't understand deep conversations about things because you gotta.
No matter how you decorate, it's not going to change the fact that she was about to drop, some real.
I don't understand her.
Just like Igor was going to say.
Moderators all the time tell people to stop interrupting. It wouldn't have been.
Man Kennedy, okay, stop crying. Let's move on.
Yeah.
I'm over it. But what I'm just saying is, they want to treat women like princesses. And
Bro, that's not
everybody.
a conversation. We can have that conversation next week. Can we move on?
We can move on.
Yeah, that'd be good. Okay, cool. But then why were Republicans came up?
Maybe a break. He's been talking for this minutes. I really don't understand why you guys think that you need to talk to him for this long to entertain the room. Folks are sick.
See, these people can't keep my name out their mouth. No, we kept getting interrupted, Britt. We kept getting interrupted. Well, Britt, we kept getting interrupted. So we got people just keep interrupting. Maybe we could have had a fruitful discussion, but we can't in rooms like this because simple-minded people like to interrupt.
I mean, I could acknowledge that, but I also think the lack of understanding of like World War II, or at least Germany during that, what Hitler was doing during that time, I think that like there's a deficit there. So yeah, you could have the conversation, but you admitted that you didn't know a lot. So what kind of conversation can we have?
Because the general, although we don't, excuse me, I'd like to quickly respond to, although I don't have a complete grasp of all the various details, all it takes is research. But what I'm saying is the general point that I wanted people to grapple with is that we have complicated people in history who are evil and good, similar to Thomas Jefferson, who, like I said, most slaves, yet he spoke out against it. That's fascinating to me. Like, how the hell can a man speak out against slavery, have the awareness that it's wrong, yet rape and pillage his own slaves on his own plantation? So here you have someone like Hitler, who thinks he's doing the right thing, but he's doing the wrong thing. He's killing millions of people on the basis of their, he's killing people on the basis of their ethnicity, thinking he's doing the good thing. He's under the
brought up one
period. But at the same time, for him to
man, fit it.
certain skills, tools, and
They asked you said you're gonna name and they're asking you to be very specific and specific.
But I'm trying to respond to Britt because what I'm saying is I don't have to give you examples.
One example.
The point is that evil figures in history are complicated, and I think we do ourselves a disservice to reduce them to their most dastardly deed and throw away things that we can learn from. So I don't have to list you some different examples of what he did in the 1940s. The general point to be understood. That's all I'm trying to say.
The whole his time during the Weimar Republic. What about his time in jail? What about the rise? What about the Dreyfus Affair before then? The rise of rampant anti-Semitism across Europe, the national tenor across Europe, especially post World War I. There's so many things that go into this that for me it's just I don't understand with a severe lack of knowledge of the person, the place, and what was going on. The idea that can then be collapsed into, well, Jefferson was complicated and he did great things, but he's a horrible person, into somebody who is admittedly just a rampant bigot and a horrible person who murdered millions of people across several countries in Europe. And it wasn't just Jewish people. It was the Romani people. there were so many different people who were murdered.
Mm-hmm. So
based off of
you're saying because
particular ideals. And all of this, hold on.
This woman speak, man. Let her speak. Why are you being like that, Cool C?
Cool C. You're on the road.
Let her finish her point.
Cool C, you don't even know about the Southern strategy. You don't talk to me.
God, go ahead. What were you
don't know big U.S.
Finish your point, please.
But the only thing that I have to say to finish this out is I don't really know why you would want to equate Hitler as someone upon whom you can learn positive things about, because really I don't see any positives. I just see a lot of negatives there. And I understand, I guess, to some degree, it's a level of sane-washing your president to where, because he's being equated to Hitler, how can I find a positive here? Well, let me find positives that Hitler may have done, an effort to make these things make sense. But like, a basic history lesson across several months would help. More research about these things would help, because I think outside of it just being patently offensive out loud, I just don't understand what the purpose or reason to try to whitewash Hitler is.
Okay, so I think the problem is that Hitler is a uniquely divisive figure, right, for what he's done. So if I just remove the term man Hitler, forget I even said Hitler. What I'm saying is they're complicated figures in history who have done both horrible things and have also done things that we can learn from. And what I'm saying is we tend to buy into the narratives that we've learned about evil figures, and we throw away certain things that we can learn from. Now, that's all my point is. So when I introduce the man Mike Hitler, when I introduce it,
like, are you responding to the conversation? Like, where is this coming from?
I'm responding. It was coming from the fact that you mentioned the Communist Manifesto earlier, and I thought you said I misheard. I misheard what you said.
Well, you didn't misheard. You just didn't hear it. You admitted you weren't listening to hear the whole thing.
I misunderstood what you said. Okay, I misunderstood what you said.
All right, and so now you want to give out a principle that we don't listen to people who may have done evil. Okay, is that it?
Right, that's the general point, and I don't have to give you three examples. Right, that's all.
We do it every day. Everybody does it. This is not a profound or interesting point.
Well, it's a point that needs to be emphasized because people
were wondering what it was. 1 second. We were wondering what it was you were going to cite from Hitler. That was important. You mentioned the Autobahn. He didn't start the Autobahn.
I didn't say he started it. I never once said it. I said he was involved in it. I actually specifically said
But there's nothing to learn from someone being involved in a thing.
Okay, well, without us knowing the full breadth of his involvement in that, it's hard to say that.
The Nazis expanded it. That's it. They were building.
Beyond that, you didn't even know that he was in. I thought you said you didn't know anything.
I didn't know that he started it.
I never said he started it. Now you misunderstood me.
Again, Hitler didn't do anything with the Autobahn.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I got it. Mussolini killed a bunch of people based on who they were, but the trains were on time. So we can learn how to run trains.
I told you got it off check.
On the good side of Mussolini.
No, your mama got it off check because I didn't get it off the check. I was explaining to Ben that he did some things that we can learn from.
Like
now, you want me to be specific? I gave you 3 things without full specificity.
What are the other 2?
The other things were his rise to power, winning his ability to lead, his ability.
So learning. All right, stop there. So learning about his rise to power, are you saying there's good things to learn from that?
Yes, because
he started. Stop. Do you know how he came to power?
The most I know about it is that people take him seriously. Like he was actually.
Do you know how he came to power?
No.
So how do you know there's good things to learn about a thing you don't know?
Because when I've heard people have debates and discussions about Hitler's rise to power, I've heard people on one side say, for the discussion.
What was the good part about his rise to power?
I don't have the specifics on the tip of my tongue.
So you don't have number 2. What was the third thing you said?
his ability to effectively communicate and his ability to effectively lead.
So to learn, why do we need to learn about Hitler? I don't know if Hitler's ability to communicate was effective. I don't speak German, so that would be very hard. I look at the videos; they look very harsh and scripted. It's very Kim Jong-un, and if you didn't fall in line, you got killed. But is there something you could speak to about his communication style that we can learn from, that we need to go to Hitler and not say Fred Douglass or JFK or Ronald Reagan? Like, what do we need to learn from Hitler about communication?
I say all of them. I say you don't say. I agree that Hitler, Reagan, and the people that you mentioned are excellent models for learning. But what I'm saying is, what he did, although he used it for evil, and I don't know the specifics, but I'm sure there are things that we can learn from his example.
I told you, they killed people.
No, but that's what you're reducing him to.
No, I don't think you understand the full thing. They didn't just kill Jews and stuff in the Holocaust. Oh, maybe you don't know German history. They killed political rivals. When people showed up at events, if you didn't cheer the way you were supposed to cheer, you were beaten. I read a biography of somebody who was, I finished it last week. They were interned in Italy, and one of his friends was they were in Paris. I think it was around the time of the occupation. And it wasn't Hitler, but some high-ranking Nazi official, not Hitler, but someone very high, I can't remember who it was, gave a speech, and the person didn't respond the way they were supposed to respond. They beat him to the point of death.
Yeah, but that's not what obviously that's not something I would want to learn from.
So, but what I'm telling you is, you can't name anything that Hitler did outside of threat of death that we can learn from.
Okay, so you think everything he did was...
Yeah, that was the whole point in 33.
Okay, from my understanding, from what I've heard people say that has gone unchallenged, was that the people who put him in power didn't take what he was saying seriously. Like he was signaling to people what he wanted to do, but no one took him seriously. And then he basically got into power and he used all kinds of tactics to get people on his side.
That's wrong. Okay. What historians
I've heard that narrative go unchallenged and people disagree with one another. So I tend to believe
rules where. You mean like in the history department, like a German history department room, like seminar room?
No, I'm talking about various debates I've seen through the years, conversations that I've been party to.
Oh, let me get it.
Not only on Clubhouse, but it's also.
Was Hitler elected?
My understanding, he was.
That's what I thought. There you go. I'm done. I'm done.
This is.
Oh, because I got to throw you down. How'd you get back up? I did it last time. I think your ass back down.
I knew you did.
2 for 2. Hurricane, down he goes. Down he goes.
He's never going to get a badge. Don't do that.
Do you get thrown down for that? I mean, do you lose the badge?
Yeah.
He didn't have one to lose.
Oh, good,
Hold on, let me take
Him not having a badge is like calorie-free, fat-free bacon that tastes like real bacon. It's fantastic. So what was Infinity? Hitler was elected to what office?
You're quizzing me on things to denigrate my input.
It's not to denigrate. What I'm trying to show you is there's lots of myths about Hitler that right-wingers, neo-Nazis, Russians, etc. in the world put on the internet that people have just taken.
So how do you know what's true?
And so it's part. Let me just finish. And so there's this large narrative that's come back around Hitler because history is so bad that people think he won a popular vote in 32, or like he was elected in 32 or 30, whatever it was.
So he wasn't elected?
No. Well, he was elected.
Not in 32. He was appointed. Appointed as chancellor.
He was appointed as chancellor. And the guy died shortly after, and it was all under threat of death.
Why was he appointed?
He got 33.
Because there was a political crisis, and was the not Hindenburg, what's his name? Yeah. It was all under threat of death. The country was collapsing. They would have powerful forces. He had already had the putsch was before. I mean, it's a very interesting story, but they didn't win the election. They came in second.
So what is the narrative that I've heard through the years that...
Hold on, he's giving you the history. You don't want to hear it.
No, I couldn't hear him, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so 33% he got in 32, and the Hindenburg picked him because he thought he could control him more easily, because there was also the fear of the communists and so on, so he wasn't elected. And then in 33 he got 99% of the votes after the Crystal Night, but yeah, obviously...
Do you know what Crystal Nacht was, Medfinity?
I do not.
So you don't know what Crystal Nacht was?
No.
Okay. But you believe that we can learn something from him as a political figure. You don't know about Crystal Nacht. No, not Crystal Nacht. Wasn't it the Night of Long Knives?
I mean, but both are bad. Both are bad to be.
Well, Crystal Nacht is...
Long Knives is first. It's 34.
Yeah, Long Knives. So you don't know about Long Knives or Crystal Nacht, but you believe we can learn from his great speaking. Oh, let me back up. Do you think Hitler was a great speaker, Manfinity?
I don't know how to qualify his speaking ability.
No, okay.
I was
making sure.
So
you don't know about the Night of Long Knives or Crystal Nacht?
No, but I would say he's an effective communicator. I don't know about great.
Yes, any nigga's effective if you're killing your political rivals with the Night of Long Knives.
Okay, well, no.
What the fuck?
Let me ask, no, because listen, that's what your interpretation is. That's not what I've heard.
That's not an interpretation.
But that's not what I've heard. I've heard discussions about...
You didn't even know what the Night of Long Knives is.
But that doesn't mean I can't have an opinion. Just because I don't know what the long knives are, or whatever you just said, doesn't mean I can't have an opinion based on my limited understanding.
No, you can have an... I'm saying, what is your opinion informed by if you don't know about the Night of Long Knives in 34?
But my opinion is informed by being present when discussions are being had with regard to how Hitler came to power.
What about
I have specific
the brown shirts? Do you know the brown shirts?
No, I don't. But what I do know is that the people that put him in power didn't...
Oh my God.
Yeah, we already talked about this.
Wait,
I don't know.
Manfinity, have you ever heard of the name Ernst? Was it Room?
You asking me? Ernst?
Yeah.
No.
He does not know who Ernst Rome was. Not a chance.
Doesn't know anything if he doesn't know the brown shirts.
Right. And you like,
So wait a minute. So I don't. But my point is not hindered by me knowing the various details of Hitler's rise to power.
To a degree, it is.
But you don't know any of the details. You haven't given us any details. You're telling us you heard something and you haven't bothered to look into it, and you're totally uninformed. And now you're trying to say you don't need...
Because I think part of it is you don't know all of the building blocks that get to his rise in effort to say that something could be learned here. You're just giving a conclusory statement, and you have no factual basis for it outside of the conclusion in and of itself.
Infinity, what's the difference between the essay and the SS?
You're quizzing me to show myself.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking, do you know the difference?
No.
Do you know what the essay was?
Salvation Army? I don't know.
No, in Nazi Germany. Do you know what the essay was?
No.
Do you know what the SS was?
I've heard that. That's more familiar to me, the SS.
Okay, what was it?
I'd be guessing at it. I don't remember, but I've heard of the SS.
But what was it?
Is that
I'm guessing. I don't know. No, I just
so this is how you can be effective as a leader if you're Hitler. Get an SA and an SS. That's why I figured you might know what it was, because someone said what it was before, so if you'd heard of them. So if you have a bunch of motherfuckers around, then they asked you about Room. You didn't know who that was. If you got a bunch of motherfuckers roaming around the streets beating your ass because people aren't Heil Hitlering the way they should and do that, it's pretty easy to be an effective communicator. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, that was what Hitler did.
Okay.
He had an essay.
But here's the thing. Here's what's confusing me. I understand.
So, on 1 second, sir. 1 second. So the Night of Long Knives was a systematic killing of political and judicial rivals did it a couple years later. Well, you had started in 34 with the assassination of Kirov. But let's just say really in 36 into 37. You know what it was called in the USSR, Manfinity? The Great Purge. It's called the Great
We
Purge.
should do that ban in this room. Continue.
Right? You got Kirov, you got Polevsky in Ukraine. These were Stalin's right-hand #1 boys.
Here's why I'm confused.
You're not even listening to learn. So you don't actually want to learn. Not like, oh, okay. Who was Kirov? Oh, who was Rune? Oh, who's between the SS and AA? You just want to go back to what you're going to say anyway. So I'm going to shut the fuck up.
I'm happy to engage with you about the history. The problem is, I don't know if this space is aligned for that. If you want us to dig into that history, you want to share?
Shut the fuck up!
No.
Why would you even talk?
No. It's not going to happen. I'm going to continue to talk. All that energy was wasted because I'm going to continue to speak.
But you're not interested in knowing the difference in any of those, are you?
No, but I'm interested, but I didn't know that this space allowed for that in this very moment. I thought you wanted to get back there. Right, if you really want to engage, I have questions. But I think I'd be better. I think I'd be better served by doing my own research.
Yes, Manfinity, but would you do this every argument? Like, why can't you just research before you have the conversation? That's all we ask. Like, we really want to genuinely engage your points in good faith, but you never have your points together.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand how he thinks. See, I've walked in the middle of the street once, and then in the middle, I thought maybe I should see if I have to walk signal or don't walk. But I was in the middle of the street, so it was okay. Everybody could engage with me. They're talking.
Like, man, we really litigated with Brian for hours. We litigated with Brian for hours. You don't think we have the bandwidth to do it with you, but at least come with something for us to work with. Something. That's all we ask.
Absolutely right. Here's the problem. I was making a general point, but then I get pressed on points. I made a general point. Wait a minute. Hold on, just. I'll make a general point that we can learn from complicated
We agree with you on the general point.
Hold on. So that's the only point that I made. But the reason, just, I wasn't prepared to have my talking points ready about Hitler's. I make claims that are generally understood. We already agreed that you can learn from evil figures. But then, just, the problem is, then I get pressed. Well, what do you know about this? What did he do? Give me the three things. And everything failed. I'm prepared to have that discussion, just. That wasn't what I was hoping to do.
You're the one that brought up Hitler,
Hitler, yes.
Right.
Yeah. And genocide. You just kept it at the main point. You probably could have slid by, but when you said Hitler, not everybody wants to know, hey, what specific thing about Hitler? Do you have it? And when you said no, it's like, okay, well, why are we having this conversation?
No, I didn't say no. I actually mentioned but then I get pushed on because but
you mentioned communication and leadership, and that has nothing to do with the Audubon.
Right, so there are three things that I think that we learned. I think his example in terms of how he got to power. Someone said, is this true or not? This is something that never gets challenged. That the people who voted him in, somebody just said 99% of the people voted him in. Somebody just said
no, that was afterwards. It was not.
Right. So the question is that it's been said that no one took him seriously. They looked at him as a fool. How did he buy into him like that? And what Ben is saying, that he did it with people. Hold on. He said that he did it with threat of violence. And if that's true, then there's no genius in that. I thought it was a more calculated way of communicating a message to the people to get them to latch onto it. And he took their grievances and he put them on and he presented them in a way that got people to buy into it. Similar to what Trump did. So I don't think doing that in and of itself is what's wrong. Is to get all of these people to support you, and then you go and kill 6 million people systematically. That's the evil.
So it's almost like he didn't write it. Manifesto.
So a lot of the decisions that Hitler made, right? The small decisions that he made may have seemed good, right? But the ultimate decision that he made destroyed Germany, correct?
Right. That's why I just said he employed tactics that I think can be learned from in order to get people to buy into him. He took their grievances and he presented it in a way that was defended it because they bought into it.
If you're playing a game of chess and you make moves, right? Every move accumulates, right, to the whole of the you're trying to win the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those tactics wouldn't that mean that those tactics were flawed?
Not necessarily, because it's
like when you said the Autobahns, he used slave labor to build the Autobahns. Should we use slave labor?
No, I'm not saying you should use slave labor, but Americans were inspired by what he did, and that's not the Irish.
Americans were inspired by inspired by the engineering achievement of what was done, and that was created before Hitler by the Weimar. It was a plan that was designed on the engineering level before Hitler, and had nothing to do with Hitler. In fact, Hitler probably fucked it up, to be honest with you.
Well, the slave labor kept costs down, to be fair.
I would agree with that.
Real quick, the slave labor comment was not funny.
I apologize. That was
you got that out of it. There is breaking news out of Iran. Iran has now attacked Ibril, particularly the Iranian Kurdish opposition with drones. So there has been a confirmed explosion of, I believe, multiple drones there. So we are beginning to see a intensifying in Iran again.
Thank you, Trent. Appreciate it. I was going to say about Hitler, and now Anthony, I'm going to take your... Oh, he left.
Thanks God, he left.
Oh, that's crazy. One thing about Hitler, RJ, I don't know what you think about this, but of like evildoers in world history, he's like uniquely unlearnable from. Like, that's the crazy thing. Like, you can learn something from Jefferson, Massimo, there's nothing to learn from Hitler on like the positive side. Nothing.
Literally nothing. I was trying to think when he's saying like what? Yeah, nothing. Like
he didn't establish an empire.
He's sitting here essentially advocating of Goebbels. It's fucking insane.
So,
that was wild.
to be clear, that was...
You didn't know who Goebbels is.
Well, there's that, but I think the other thing is, had he even talked about the propaganda regarding, like, some of the filmmaking with Leni Riefenstahl or something like that, then I wouldn't say he had something, but it would be at least something. But there's nothing that I can think of that there's not one single...
Profiting off of pre-existing culture. Science.
Also for people who are interested on that period 32-33 when he was coming to power, also one chapter that is often not seen is how Goering was chief of police of Russia and basically make the secret service and the precursor of Gestapo, and that actually helped a lot. They got votes they got in 32. So that is very interesting read for people who want to dig it with people.
So
his mind would
didn't we learn? Wait,
his
didn't
mind
we
would
learn from the scientists that came from there, who came to America to form?
We're talking about Hitler in specific. We're talking about Hitler, not
but
scientists.
He trained them. He had them learn.
Hitler did not train the scientists. Shut the fuck up.
Wait, Hitler trained scientists? What are you talking about? Hitler was a physicist?
But the scientists were under him were designing stuff for war technology. That war technology we brought to America.
Are you dumb?
He set
He's
up.
talking about Hitler's individual gifts. Shut the fuck up. So Manfinity would shut the fuck up. So Manfinity would probably, blow a gasket when he found out that not only was Hitler's rise to power fueled by anti-Semitism, but also anti-black racism. I've talked about it on this app too. It was a thing called the Spartaschanda, the black terror or the black horror. Like, there was a lot of shit in Weimar. Things really lined up well for Hitler. Coolsey, I gotta be honest with you, bro. You're an idiot.
If I
You're
can
an absolute idiot.
If I can add to that, because this is one of my favorite subjects, you are correct, Ben. One of the primary reasons that Hitler lost and the Nazis lost the war is their anti-Semitism. Had they not forced out the scientists that were ahead on rocketry and nuclear technology, or the fear of nuclear technology, I should say, had they not forced those scientists out of their country, they actually may have developed the nuclear bomb first. And it is his anti-Semitism that ultimately led to his demise.
All right, Brian, what positive goods can we learn from Hitler's? Mike, on you.
Yeah, I think if you think about the leadership profiling that's been done by CIA entities, so what they're doing is they're building leadership profiles of Putin, of modern day leaders. There have been attempts to better understand the psychology of people in these positions, and so it's been used for understanding how Putin or Kim Jong-un or somebody like that might react. So the notion of taking his methods and tactics and goals and all the things that we know about him and creating a personality profile can help us predict future, bad behavior or future behavior from other people. So when you study those from a personality and leadership perspective, you can see, well, Putin is likely to respond this way. So if we propose this treaty or this punishment or whatever, here's how he's likely to respond.
Oh, no. We all agree with that. No. We all agree with that. He was saying that there was something that was usable for Americans, for example, in leadership based off Hitler. Not like, no. We all agree with you on that. That we agree with. That's what I thought he meant at one point, and then everybody was like, that's not what he meant, because for whatever reason, I'm deeply Christian, so I pity the fool. Shout out to Mr. T. And they were like, nope, he meant Hitler had good qualities. But we agree with you on that. I don't know what's going on. Is it the right wing, like MAGA to Hitler pipeline? Is this part of getting a MAGA merit badge? You have to go online and defend Hitler for a month and then record it and then play it to Stephen Miller and, ironically, and others, and you get the merit badge? Like, what? I don't get it. Shout out to merit badges. Sometimes you have to go to special conferences to get specific merit badges because your troop couldn't do it. The not merit badges were always the most rewarding to get.
I think another one might be, this isn't directly related to Hitler, but I forget, Goebbels maybe. So the Milgram, you're probably familiar with the Milgram experiment, where this was it Zimbardo? So basically they set up an experiment where there's a teacher, a tester, if you will, and they would bring in so-called subjects, and the teacher, the one administering the test, would read aloud different word pairs or different Q&A type of prompts. And if the receivers, the learners, didn't respond accordingly, then the teacher was supposed to give an electrical shock to the respondents. And so the notion was, how could Hitler or Goebbels or whoever in that regime get so many people to kind of buy in, as foot soldiers, as leaders, as officers in this, evil empire, this evil regime, this evil movement. And so what would happen is the actual participant or subject was the teacher. Everyone else was a Confederate. And so when he was supposedly turning up the dial as the learners gave, supposedly false or incorrect answers, they were not given electrical shocks, but they would simulate, they would scream, they would writhe in pain, they would pass out, supposedly. And so the test was designed to understand if a person has power, as in the test administrator has power and authority over the dial controls of the voltage or electrical shocks given to the supposed test takers, then how far would that person go? Because it was like a dial up to 500 volts or something like that. It was like almost a lethal dose of electricity just for participating in this, false study. So they were trying to study, if you are given power, what would you do with it? If you are given orders to, give these instructions to these test takers, and you're told to punish them for, let's say, false or incorrect or whatever answers, how far would you go given that power and then just given this arbitrary set of instructions as it relates to the punishment? So, like I said, I don't think that's directly related to Hitler. You could say it's tangential, but it's still related to the influence he had over people in his army and in the country.
So Zimbardo was the Stanford Prison Experiment, not Milgram, and both the Milgram and the Stanford Prison Experiment have been debunked.
Yeah, I agree. I think they have been debunked.
Just real quick.
But they have been used in many circles to kind of push that notion that power is easily converted to evil purposes.
Yeah, it wasn't Goebbels. I know it wasn't Goebbels. Goebbels was the propagandist. I think it was either Goring or Eichmann. I think it was Eichmann that was based upon, and it came out of the Nuremberg trials. The Milgram experiment was later. But yeah, you're right. It is a fascinating experiment.
So is that like the Ayatollah and the IRGC? We're learning from them what Hitler did. So we're trying to eliminate the IRGC in Iran. Because they're the leaders and they're the ones killing people in Iran. Like the 40,000 people that they killed in 2 days and everything they've done for the last 40 years. Ha 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 ha. What do you think?
Okay, do we want to engage? Oh yeah, no, I'm not the one to engage with. I just have good critical thinking.
But I bet you even okay. But the problem is nobody else wants to discuss it with me. But the thing is, I think you can I wasn't talking to you, Hurricane. Please be quiet.
He said.
Adjust. I didn't hear him say no. He said that no. What he said was he doesn't think he's the one to engage. But what I'm trying to emphasize to him that these points are widely agreeable.
Not agreeable, you mean
You don't have
agreed
to be
upon, right? They're agreeable points? Oh my God.
Tara, I would love to engage with you. You seem like an honest woman.
You know what? I think someone who literally just sort of went to ChatGPT or whatever you just did to try and learn about the Holocaust and Hitler, when fundamentally you had no information about it before you came in and started talking about it, is not someone that I'd be willing to engage with. I have relatives who died in the Holocaust. I am really not interested in having a conversation with someone who basically is slumming, as it were, and doesn't.
All right, that's fine. But it's not that I don't know anything. It's that I don't have as much information as you. I have the beginnings of information, concepts of the plan, if you will. Like, breath, and I don't think you expect.
You do. If you want to talk about that, you should actually probably inform yourself. Like you said earlier today,
that's true.
Earlier today, you're just lazy,
Arthur.
which is fine. You said that earlier about yourself.
I just used my finger. I wasn't lazy a moment ago. I just looked some things up.
What you just did wasn't sufficient.
You're not.
Gave you why you.
No, you don't get to determine arbitrarily.
I'm going on what Tira said. You weren't sufficient. You're not sufficient enough.
You are not Tira's sustainer. She can sustain herself.
You said it yourself.
You mean supporter, not sustainer? Do you misuse language a lot? It's a thing for me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said it.
Tara, what I was trying to explain to you is that I think even though he did some horrible things to your family, I think you have a better mind. You can be able to discuss things unemotionally.
I think there are plenty of people on this stage who have good minds. I certainly don't make any claims about my mind over someone else on this stage. And
you've done it to me all the time.
Excuse me, I believe I have a very good mind, but there are plenty of people here who can discuss things with you if they wish to.
So I turn back to you, Just. Would you like to engage on the points that I was able to gather? I think no. I widely agree.
I don't want to engage in this topic, unfortunately. Maybe another time.
All right. So now we all understand the general point.
No.
All right. And I'm telling you no. Be quiet, you yipper sniper. What is wrong with you? I wasn't talking to you. All right, but just because you think I'm a demon doesn't mean anything.
You're talking to the whole stage.
I don't understand this dude. He said no. You're like yapping my heels. Be quiet.
You're talking to the whole stage.
No, I was talking to him because he just keeps yapping. I don't understand that, man.
Just say no.
No.
I don't want to engage with you.
No, what he said was he doesn't have the depth.
But thrice.
He said he doesn't have the depth to go into
it. And you're so desperate for attention that you're begging him.
And you're desperate for dick every night. That's why you go on Grindr. But I would urge you to stop doing that.
Not true.
Yes, it is very true. That's why you put prep up your ass every night.
Not every night.
To be quiet.
Prep is administered.
Stop engaging with me. You're very rude, and you have nothing. You have nothing of substance to.
Prep is administered.
You come on the room and you like to talk. You like to make rude comments at all times towards me. And it's
spreading misinformation
unnecessary.
About important medical
That's because you want to lead a promiscuous gay lifestyle, which is not to your benefit.
What tells you that he's promiscuous?
Wait, how are you at? You have nothing to say.
Conducive. How is it not conducive to a lifestyle?
He's
a promiscuous individual.
How do you know that he's promiscuous? Where are you
He's admitted as much.
Wasted it all.
When has he admitted that?
In a previous conversation, he's admitted as much.
You're not telling the truth.
Promiscuous, so what?
You're still a dummy. You see?
A dummy.
You can call me a dummy, but you're a failed lawyer.
Dummy.
And you're a failed lawyer.
You're still
That's
a
why you're on
dummy.
this app all the time. If you're such a successful lawyer, you'd be prosecuting cases and come on here and yap your mouth.
So you're unsuccessful too then?
Now, Infinity, we litigated failed lawyer on Sunday. We don't need to do this again.
No, the failed lawyer was in reference to Tira. We've also we have nothing wrong.
Can we not go there again, please?
I'm not going there. He went there. I didn't bring that up. I remember.
You just called him a failed lawyer.
Him, not her.
But y'all litigated the definition of failed lawyer. I thought,
but as it relates to, it's different in the context of hurricane. In the context of Tira, there was an allegation that was false.
Okay,
go ahead. What happened to him is different. Okay,
if you were successful anything, then you wouldn't be here right now. That, according to your logic.
That's not my point.
According to your logic.
No, you're misunderstanding me, as always, because you're simple-minded.
He's not misunderstanding.
Yes.
You're a bitch.
That's not what I said. I never once said that. You said that, but you're interpreting what I'm saying in a simple-minded way. Because you don't have the breadth to understand my general point.
Right.
And that happens constantly.
That's the right use of that word, too.
That's right. In other words, you don't have to
You know, Oh my gosh. Trent is paying this guy to be here so that we don't see him as so bad. Tell the truth, Trent. You're cash apping him, aren't you?
So how's this really politically correct?
Real quick, we'll see if I could just say something. I
Not
want you to
politically correct, though.
Yeah, just real quick. I want to say something. If you notice the difference, I know people compare me and Manfinity because I do, have some feelings, but I would never insult Hurricane or anybody else for their sexual proclivity. In fact, I've told Hurricane many times. Anytime you want to go down, I'll take you out and we will ride together. It is the weakest among us who use the insecurities of others to make our points. And
so
we can have
him go down on you while you go ride?
Yeah, sure, cool. Just hang on a second. So hang on with Manfinity. I just. No, I know you're not.
It's really superior to use against me for talking about my sexual orientation.
It's instead of standing on the facts and the basis of what we're saying, we find insecurity or we find reasons to attack other people, and that's what I think makes your arguments and some of the things you say so weak. Because Manfinity, because you on one hand pretend to be this upstanding person, Christian, and then as soon as you have the ability, you will demean others. I'm not going to say I've never been at fault, but it just shows who you are as a person. I land.
Right, because I've never pretended to be a perfect person. I'm trying to get it right like everybody else.
You never pretended to be
Excuse me, and he's doing it again. Trent, and here's the problem with you, Trent. It seems like you're blind to the things that he does. I'm having a conversation, and he comes in with viper comment. He's a viper, and you don't, Trent, you don't address any of that because he doesn't engage with me on the topics. He doesn't even engage with me on the substance. He engages with me at the lowest level. So when he takes it to the flow, I take it to the earth's crust. And you have a problem with that. And you have a problem with that, Trent. And I understand that, Trent. But the problem with you, Trent, is that you only have these critiques about my behavior.
Trent left the room. Trent's no longer in the room. So
I just want to make it clear for everyone within the sound of his voice are now within the sound of my voice. And that man has these elongated critiques about my behavior, but has nothing to say to this person who only engages with me at the lowest level. He doesn't engage with me on the substance. He always is antagonistic towards me and says the most horrible things. And when I return that energy, I'm the one who gets singled out. And I'm not going to stand for it. So I will respond in kind. If you have something to say to me that's below the belt, I will go even lower. Because I'm the type of Christian you don't want to mess with. I will respond in kind. Okay, and the fact that you think I'm not Christian is an actual badge of honor. It's an actual badge of honor for you not to think I'm a Christian because you think it's Christian to have homosexual sex with men. And that is wrong. You don't even understand what it means to be a Christian. So how can you tell me about my Christianity?
Spiritless, broken bitch.
How can you tell me about my Christianity when you think it's okay to have sex with men?
You ain't got no
Do you hear that?
word.
Do you hear that? Ladies and gentlemen, this man thinks it's okay to have sex with men as a Christian. He's a failure to his Nigerian family who rejects him. And he comes on here seeking family because his family wants nothing to do with him because he's a homosexual Nigerian failed lawyer. And the family wants nothing to do with him. They're Igbo and Yoruba, and they take their religion seriously. And this is a man who thinks it's okay to have sex with men and call himself a Christian, and then come on here and read Bible verses when all he does is represent behavior that goes against what it means to be a Christian.
Manfinity, can I tell you something?
Yes, sir.
So you stepped out, I don't think you heard any of this, but while you were gone, I didn't know you had stepped out, but while you were gone, I brought up what I thought was your claim or something akin to your claim. So what I mentioned to Ben, and I think he agreed, is that the benefit of studying Hitler could be used from the standpoint of personality profiles derived or developed by the CIA to better understand world leaders' behavior. So if you study Hitler and you understand here were his methods, here were his tactics, here were his decisions, goals, personality traits, etc., that notion of developing personality profiles has been used to better understand what Putin might do or what Kim Jong-un might do or Chavez or something like that. So I don't know if you were trying to, I look at it like you were just curious, like you were wondering, is there any benefit or, derivative benefit from understanding how Hitler could be, so evil and so, influential, but that was the closest I could come. I don't know if that's accurate.
What you're saying is you can learn from the thing to develop a personality profile so you can identify people like that in society to kind of. Is that what you're saying?
You don't even know what a personality profile
That is one of the.
So don't try it. We learned from
You don't even know what a
it.
personality profile is. You can't profile anybody.
Okay.
You have
So that was one of the.
psychological wisdom whatsoever. None.
So this is why would I engage with this type of person? Why would I engage? So why are you here? Why are you here? So why are you here?
If you're interested,
if I'm such a nobody and I have main character energy and I'm getting the energy in the room and you have a problem with it, why are you still here? It bothers you so much.
Because he's a slut lizard.
Why are you still here then? Why are you still here then? So then why are you still here?
In this room. That's the reason you're.
So why are you still? So then sit there and like the mess
like
rub it in your face.
That's why you're here.
Sit there and take it. Because if you don't like it, move.
No.
You can leave. Otherwise, I'm going to have a discussion with the better minds of the room. Because you're not a better mind. You're a gutter mind.
Can I ask you something?
He's a butt fucking slut lizard, fuck face faggot.
That's right.
Who does it in the ass.
That's right. And that's a shame. His family. Didn't raise him that way.
He's moved.
Your family didn't raise you that way, Hurricane. Put your legs down and don't stop putting them up.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
So, have you ever seen the TV show Manhunter?
No.
So there's a
show called Manhunter.
There's a TV show called.
See, this is the level that he engages on.
There's a TV show called Manhunter, which is a real life account. I don't know how accurate it is. It's supposedly pretty accurate, but it's about the profilers that were used to track down, like the Atlanta killers, the Atlanta child killer. So there was a branch, I want to say of the FBI, that was developed based on some of this research into personalities and predictive analyses of personality traits and all that. So what Manhunter shows, I think it has 2 seasons. I wish it would have gone further, but basically they're showing how they used this personality profile tactic or method to understand how serial killers and murderers would behave. So these 2 guys, and eventually grew as a department, but initially these guys went into the prisons and they interviewed serial killers who had been captured at that time. And they started just asking them questions. Why did you do this? What was your motivation? What was your method? How did you avoid, getting caught, blah, blah. And so they would develop, notebooks and profiles. And so then, like when they were tracking down the Atlanta child killer, they were able to say, this is likely what this person looks like, where he lives, where he's likely to strike next. Started just compiling all these data, personality profiles. So if you're interested, I think what you're, trying to better understand, this is a really great show. It's really well done.
No, I think what you're saying is important, and I think it's akin to what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is a little bit more basic. Is that
it's not important. It's basic stuff.
There are certain skills that he employed, like articulating a vision to people who are.
He's going back to this guy had great qualities, y'all.
Can you be quiet?
It's so sad.
Can you please be quiet?
Can you be quiet? You're not the only person on the stage.
Listen, ma'am, I need you to stop. I was actually engaging with Brian, and we're building to.
One-on-one. Okay, but it doesn't have
what are you bringing to the conversation?
just you and Brian.
What are you bringing to the conversation? I was in the middle of speaking. You cannot interrupt. You can go after me. Why don't you just go after me?
And so I am speaking. So I don't care.
You're an angry black woman.
I don't care.
You're an angry black woman. And you're an angry black woman.
You're very long-winded. You're very
It's true. That's why you can't contain it. You can't control them. It's why no man will ever be with you. No man will ever be with a woman like you.
Really, oh gosh,
it just hurts my feelings. I don't know what to do next.
Yeah, the fact that you're a scholar is your problem. You believe all the lies that are in your head. Be quiet.
Okay.
Wait for your turn. It's a very basic thing that we learned in kindergarten.
It's not your turn anymore.
I was in the middle of responding to Brian. Brian
It doesn't matter. Y'all are
I was
repeating
responding to
yourself.
Brian, and here
You're
you come.
just telling us again that you want to identify good traits.
My statement,
and
then you can go.
No, I'm not going to let you finish. You just want to say again that you want to identify good traits in Hitler. Nobody wants to hear that. It's disgusting.
She's not. And so you're not going
It's disgusting what you're saying.
She is acting like a ghetto.
It's disgusting. I don't care what he says about me. He can say whatever he wants.
The room is being disturbed by this woman who.
What you're saying is truly disgusting. And you don't even realize it. And you just go on and digging yourself deeper into it. There's nothing valuable about what you're saying. And you've been told that. And Brian tried to save you. And then you're still going back to it.
You're not a moderator. You're not the moderator. You're not the moderator.
It's actually ridiculous.
Thank you, but you're not the moderator.
It's ridiculous what you're doing.
Do you know that you're not the moderator of
this stage? It doesn't matter that I'm not the moderator. Neither are you.
Let Tiandra moderate.
Neither are you.
So let Tiandra moderate.
Neither are you.
Be quiet and let
You're
Tiandra
not
moderate.
listening to her. You want to tell me to listen to her, but
let her speak. You're talking too much.
You're talking too much.
Go ahead, Tiandra. Be quiet, woman.
You're talking too much.
Woman, be
I want
quiet.
you to be quiet. Yeah. Go ahead, T.
Oh, thank you. Infinity, like you gotta let other people talk.
Okay, but she was talking over me. I was in the middle of a statement.
But it's okay.
It's okay to interrupt people on this stage?
It's okay to default to other people. You've highlighted a lot of. Can I just finish what I'm going to say? Is that okay?
Of course.
They were having a conversation, and you came in with a new conversation, not one that I particularly care for, or other people care for. But you know what? We had it, and respectfully, it's over, and it's time to move on.
And that's fine. You're the moderator. Brian asked me a question. I was responding, then she interrupted. That's where that came from.
But Brian is not a moderator either.
But he asked me a question, so I was responding, and then she interrupted. Because she can't stand me.
Do you not see that you're interrupting me now? Do you not
It's
see that?
It's a back and forth. I understand your point.
Because you decided, but it's not. I was speaking.
I decided what?
You decided again. You don't realize what you're doing right now?
The same thing that she was doing. Interrupting. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I can say I'm sorry. I have the ability to say I'm sorry. She can't.
But when I
and she's a moderator, and you're not.
Oh, be quiet, woman. Be quiet. Go ahead, Tiana.
But when I want a particular virtue and I am trying to champion it, I don't then participate in the same behavior, but you're actively doing.
I don't think any of us completely comply with the values and virtues that we seek to uphold. We all fall short. So please don't say that to me. We all fall short of the standards that we have set for ourselves. All of us, including you.
You should strive.
So should you. We should all.
Right. Okay. And you know what? Respectfully, I might be doing a better job at it.
Yeah, in this moment, yes.
So this default to me. Mm-hmm. We're gonna try to figure out a new conversation.
That's fine. My point has been made. Thank you for allowing me to share my perspective on stage.
Did you not realize that I was still speaking? You know, I used to tell my little 5-year-old cousin something when he was young. If you want to police other people, you first have to police yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a gem. I want you to take it and carry it with you for the rest of your days. God bless.
I hope everybody listened to what you said, because what you said applies to everybody, including Sunny and Hurricane. Thank you, Jesus.
It was directed to Manfinity. It was not directed to Sunny, nor was it directed to Hurricane. So we're not going to police other adults.
Why are you policing me and not policing them for what they did?
Manfinity, I'm not going to go back and forth with you.
Of course not, because you want to make me out the
because you'll be 86 to the hallway. Don't play with me.
What is that supposed to mean? 86? 86.
You wanna check and see?
86 to the hallway?
Yeah, to the hallway.
Is that a reference to what James Comey said?
Do I need to step in? Because I'm really about to start going gay and ghetto.
Yeah.
And then maybe.
Tiandra will probably make baby.
Because you're not, first of all, you're not going to disrespect TT. You're not going to disrespect Sonny.
Nobody will listen to your gay rhetoric.
We just got
gay rhetoric.
We just got to find a new conversation.
Let it go, man. Finish it.
Yeah, we just got to find a new conversation.
Why can't you tell them to let it go too?
It was over. Just let it go. You're supposed to be the Christian. Just move on.
We're all Christian. Tell Matt to stop.
I didn't start.
You didn't start. I literally said something when he started speaking. I did.
Then you said me infinity.
All right, I
know, because you're still speaking.
I got a clip. Thank you, First Lady.
Unanimously approved a Senate-passed bill to fund most of the Department of Homeland Security. This is a move that could soon end that 76-day shutdown that had real consequences in the lives of so many people. It'll now head to the president's desk. Here's House Speaker Mike Johnson speaking on this just moments ago. Forgive me, it was our understanding that we would have that. Now we're going to listen to him live.
Trump administration, the president did that. And Democrats are upset about it. So that they wanted to leave that out. They wanted to orphan these two critical agencies that are under the umbrella of Homeland Security. I remind everybody on the Hill all the time, the Department of Homeland Security is the third largest department of the federal government. It has critical responsibilities. FEMA and Secret Service and TSA and all these other agencies. But the Democrats said, we'll do some of that, but we're not going to fund border security and we're not going to fund immigration enforcement. That's absurd, and we threw a fit, and we had to. We held the Homeland bill, the underlying funding bill, because we had to ensure that they could not isolate and eliminate those two critical agencies. We are getting those done now. We passed the resolution first. That was critically important for us to do to ensure that we're going to protect the homeland, even though Democrats are unwilling to do it. So now that that box is checked, we're allowed then to proceed and go through with the rest of it. This will relieve pressure from the Department of Homeland Security. Secretary Mullen, who I've spoken to in the last couple of hours, will be greatly relieved. The president will, the administration will. We're not going to have lines at TSA. Everybody get their paychecks now. We'll get moving forward. And then we will finish the work and finally get, again, for 3 years with no crazy Democrat reforms, we will fund Border Patrol and Immigration Enforcement as soon as we return for the work session when that bill is finalized.
On FISA, Mr. Speaker, what do you anticipate from the Senate? And are you concerned that whatever the Senate sends over might be a problem over here?
I'm not concerned. I hope that they're going to do the right thing. Look, we sent over a reauthorization that was with minor reforms and with the anti-CBDC measure on it. These are very simple things that the vast majority of Congress agrees with, and they should get it done. They're running out of time. As you know, it will expire tonight, the end of today. And so we're calling on them to do the job, pass the House's bill, and get this done. Check the last box.
They're not going to take the House bill.
Well, we're going to see. They don't seem to have another alternative. We'll find out how that works. Yeah. I don't know who you quote. Okay, so look, this is they often analogize legislating to making sausage. You don't want to see it made, and sometimes it's an ugly process. Sometimes it's a long process. I've never broken my word to a single person in this building. Nobody can tell you they can. There was a lot of emotion and frustration yesterday because sometimes when you have a small margin, as we do, we're currently working on a one-vote razor-thin margin because of absences and the rest, and people have, different ideas, different priorities about very contentious pieces of legislation. The equations that we solved on legislation this week were virtually impossible. Many of you said it couldn't be done. But we got it done because ultimately we just use patience and frankly prayer. And we get a lot of people together and we listen to their concerns and we try to get the disparate priorities handled. I've never asked a colleague in the Republican Party ever to violate a core principle, but sometimes we have to give up on our preferences because we're in a large body. On some of these bills, some of the ones that I just named for you, they're so complicated and so complex that you literally had irreconcilable demands on either side of the House Republican Conference. And so it takes a long time to work through that and get people to consensus. But we do that patiently. We do as we must, and we ultimately deliver. Don't doubt the House Republican majority. We always deliver for the American people. We did it again, in spite of the challenges, and we'll continue to do that. Thank you.
This is the third. Oh, it's going to pass? I thought it was over.
No. What happened was the Senate had passed a bill
I think it was March 27th, so over a month ago, that this particular bill, the House refused to act on it because they were squabbling and the Republicans refused to bring it up. So now, a month later, they are acting on this. Now, this bill does not fund ICE. It funds all other sort of, appropriations for TSA and things like that, but it doesn't fund ICE. What they're going to have to do now is, which is what was suggested a month ago, if you remember, John Thune, all these people came up and said, look, we can just do this on our own. They will now have to pass a bill on their own that funds ICE.
Correct, yep.
But they waited a month to do this, and it's not a victory, it's like a cave, really.
I'm gonna say it's the typical strategy. Like, they created the problem, and like you said, like, this bill was already presented a month ago, and they're trying to say like, oh, the Dems didn't really get anything out of this bill. And it's just like, no, well, that was their original proposal. They're just fund DHS. We're gonna table ICE for a separate bill, and we can pass it then. They were like, no, and then now here we are doing a month later, and it's like, oh, yes, we're gonna sign the bill. But they're just doing this to save face now. It's a lot of stuff going on. They need to claim a win. We got the war still going on. The president was almost assassinated. Now they didn't pass they did what they did with the VRESA. So they're just trying to rack up the wins at this point. So I get it. It's a strategic move. But yeah, they didn't get it. This wasn't a loss for
This is
them.
what the Democrats had told them about
a month ago.
This is what they said. Here, you take this bill, and then on your own, you pass whatever you want to for ICE.
Right.
That's what happened.
So, and that came from the Senate, and then the House said no.
The House had said no for the last month, and all of a sudden they just took up the Senate bill and said, by voice vote, by the way, and said yes. The Democrats, by the way, in the House voted for this, basically. They wanted this.
Right.
And now they're trying to claim that, House Republicans, Republicans always come through.
Yes, and how other Republicans were...
But y'all were the ones holding it up.
That's right, how they were responsible. Right, the thing that he said about we only have one vote, and I'm thinking, like, what difference does that make? I mean, it was probably, they only needed, to pass it over with the Democrats, they probably only needed, 7 or...
So the idea was simply because ICE was always the problem. It was never the other agencies.
Correct.
They wanted change in ICE. If they didn't want to have that conversation now, then they could have did this a month ago. Just simply take out ICE and then go ahead and fund the people. They said no, hell no. It's the Department of Homeland Security. We got to get it all. But ICE had already had their funding.
Yeah, they got their previous fund. They got their funding in a previous bill.
No, they got their funding. He took it from the Big Beautiful Bill, I guess.
Yeah, the Big Beautiful Bill. Yeah.
So I don't know how long
carved out.
would that have lasted for. I don't know how. Maybe that was running out, and that's why they did this. I have no clue.
Right.
And I think, and that's probably a part of their strategy. Because hey, their ICE already has money carved out in the Big Beautiful Bill. We don't need to couple them in with the DHS funding bill because they're already funded. So let's just get the other people funded, and we can table ICE conversations. And that's always been the talking point. Like, we're not saying no, the Dems. We're not saying no, but we just table it so we can, work out some logistics. They didn't want to do that until, now we're a month in, and all this other stuff is going on. So now it's like, hey, let's just go ahead and pass this so we can claim a win.
Matt said, breaking news, Louisiana is expected to keep one majority-minority district in its regional and congressional map. This will flip only one seat to the GOP instead of the two many Republicans were hoping for. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, so Matt, can you explain that? Because are they still moving to take back the votes they've already started counting for early voting? Or
it'll be illegal. They're not legally allowed to even do this, but they're going to proceed, and anything that happens will probably need to go up to the Supreme Court, and by then I don't even know if the elections will still be going on. So it's kind of a very strange thing that's happening. It seems the Republicans are just kind of shoved this through. But they are, so what I just read is they're not going to get rid of the Orleans seat. They're going to only target the Shreveport seat. So that's the indication, at least, that folks are discussing.
I I wonder why the New Orleans seat over the Shreveport seat. I mean, vice versa. Why the Shreveport seat?
And that was the seat that was that was the contention, the lawsuit. So they were they said that was a racial or an unconstitutional gerrymander that wasn't allowed because they're not allowed to pretty much to make another majority-minority seat. Blah 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 blah. I'm sorry, minority-majority seat. Blah 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 blah. But so they think they can just get rid of it, which is fine in their eyes, even though the indication from the Supreme Court, when you see the maps they present, they still show the seat. It just doesn't exist in the way that it's drawn today. So they're still going to gerrymander and essentially overstep what the Supreme Court told them. And it's kind of we're going to be in a wait and see moment. Like, well, one, how will this be handled? They're not even allowed to do a redraw. They already are, like, early voting has already started, especially for people overseas who are in the military. They've already been mailing their ballots back. So they're not legally allowed to do this, one. Two, you're also not listening to what the court said. You're not picking one of those maps they offered. You're making up a whole other map that just gets rid of it, that seat entirely, and just keeps the New Orleans seat. So they're trying to play it safe, even though they're gambling. Then we go to the discussion regarding the governor of Tennessee, the shithole that Brian's from, an inbred state. They are getting rid of the Memphis seat that Cohen is setting in, and that's a majority district. They don't give a fuck. Trump already posted it on live social today. So they're just, they're getting buck. We're going to see, though, when that, matriculates to the court, are, Supreme Court going to say, well, we said in our last ruling, essentially, that these prior minority-majority districts are okay to stay, but, adding these new ones are not allowed. So this is an experiment, y'all. We're going to have to figure out what's going to happen. No one's going to know until the court rules. But this is going to continue to narrow and chip away at the VRA Section 2. That's the intention from Alito and because if they do, then Texas can be blocked from continuing to erase seats. Otherwise, we're screwed. They're going to do what they just did earlier, last year again, but worse. So, yeah, y'all. Alabama signaled they're not because they're not. They have court. They have a they can't until 2030. But they also, their Senate president said they would keep one seat anyway in Alabama. They'd be getting rid of Terry's seat though. And then Mississippi said they're getting rid of they're redrawing their Supreme Court district map, but they didn't indicate if they're actually redrawing their. They have a trigger law for that. They didn't indicate though if they're redrawing their congressional maps, but. I think this is his name Bernie or Benny. I think it's Bernie. He is
Benny Thompson. Yeah.
Benny. There we go. Benny. I don't know if he is. I don't know if they're dumb enough to do that. They might erase the seat, but they also have a race next year, a governor's race, where it's likely that Brandon Presley runs again against Tate and probably beats his ass because Presley only came within 3 or 4 points of losing a gubernatorial run in Mississippi, and they also have Scott Cologne, who's running a tight race against Sydney Heightsmith. Do y'all really think she's a KKK bitch? Y'all really think doing this before that election? Y'all really think doing that in a midterm year is gonna help Cindy win? Y'all gonna activate black voters who really don't vote in Mississippi to come out and vote for Scott
Most of the
Columbus.
people think, like,
I mean, they're looking
like,
for
because Alabama's chipping away, they still got a ways away, but Mississippi is surprisingly the southern state that people are not really paying attention to.
It's the sleeper D state. If the whites in Mississippi voted like the whites in North Carolina, it'd be a safety state. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing people don't realize. But if they do this in Mississippi, which they're already going to do with the Supreme Court Justice District maps, if they go ahead and proceed in doing this, then I think that Cindy will lose her race. I'm going to go on record and say that, so Trent can voice record me. And so and Brian and send it to all his libertarian cousin friends in Tennessee.
Yeah, I was literally just doing my absentee ballot, not my absentee ballot, my early ballot for Georgia. So I've still got to go back.
Please vote for Jason Estevez. I beg you.
Oh, absolutely. He was getting my vote regardless. There's nothing against Keisha, but we're going for Estevez.
Please,
hopefully he gets out the primary.
Bro, we need to win the gubernatorial election because if we win the governorship, we can stop the map in Georgia also. The governors, though, in North Carolina, even though we have the governorship, they can't control the ledge. We have to flip seats this fall in North Carolina. Georgia, I think we're already going to flip some seats. Probably not in the Senate, but definitely in the House. So, and with Wes Pogley and probably then winning the governorship, I think there's a way we can kind of stop some of the redrawing that will happen, especially because Kent's not going to probably indulge himself in doing it after we have all of these different primary races and all that. So, there's some hope in a couple of these states in the South. I don't know that it will be, at least right now, as bad. It really will fall on Dems winning, running it up in places like Washington State Senate there. They need to flip some seats in Washington State to get rid of the constitutional amendment in Washington State so we can do a redraw there. Michael Bennett is a sitting senator of Colorado who's running for governor of Colorado. He's indicated he's open to suspending their state's constitution so Colorado can get rid of those two Republicans, Byrd and what's her name? The crazy ass woman, Bobart the retard, Botard. Let's get rid of them. So that's an option. New York, Hochul has said that they're going to be redrawing. New Jersey, it will take some time, but I think that Mike and Cheryl can get it done and figuring out how they can change their state constitution so that we can get rid of all of the Republicans in that state, potentially except one. Same for Maine. Maine will likely have a Democratic governor. It might be, he's the South Asian guy, Nirav, I think that's his name, but or Troy Jackson. They're going to probably pursue redrawing so that the second congressional district of Maine is less competitive for Republicans. So I don't know. There's a lot that Hakeem Jeffries has talked about today that we're going to all have to kind of take this wait and see approach for, to see if some of these governors are going to step up now that these red states like Tennessee, where Brian is from, the cousin fucking red state he's from, where they are taking out that black district in Memphis. So let's do it. Yeah, I would actually support getting rid of evil Republicans. So the socialists.
Oh, y'all left me in here by myself? Oh, okay. You showed up bad.
Oh yeah, I'm banned, of course.
Who's Musa? Is that his name? Musa? Musa? Who are you, sir? Musa, you there?
Yeah, actually, I'm here. I'm listening to you guys. So I'm not on the mood to speak because I come over this platform in order to listen to you. It's a pleasure to listen to you.
Oh, okay. So why are you on stage? If you're in listening mode.
By accident.
What? I couldn't hear you, sir.
Saying that I just want to listen to you guys. It's a pleasure to listen to you.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, just move it down.
That's why it's called listening lounge.
Yeah, just this.
Whew, this was definitely a Thursday packed. Did your week go by fast? By fast for me. Tomorrow's Friday, and that's the first of the month. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, I mean, historically, Black Nashville has already lost. Yeah, I mean, they should have kept their seat, but since there weren't enough Black people, compacted into Nashville, despite a lot of Black folks living in northern Nashville, the Republicans were able to pretty much sidestep any VRA compliance because it wasn't a VRA protected seat. Arguably, I think it could have been, but Memphis obviously is. So, yeah, they already fucked us with Nashville, which sucks. They already broke Nashville up into 3 districts. So Memphis is about to be broken up into 2. It's just, I mean, I don't know if that will actually, I don't know. Maybe, I don't even remember which justice covers Tennessee. Is it Alito? Because I know he's over Texas and shit. Is he over, is that his region? Y'all know, well, y'all might not know what I'm talking about. Let me start. Because they all have a circuit that they cover, each of the justices. So I'm like, which one? I don't know that he covers Tennessee. I feel like that is outside of him, but maybe he is included in. Oh, it's Kavanaugh. Oh, yeah, it's gone. Yeah, they're gonna probably give it.
Yeah, it's over with.
I was hoping it would have been fucking Kagan or something. Because I know which one Sotomayor and what's her name, Justice Ketanji Brown did. I just didn't remember Kagan. Yeah, it's over. It's fucking Kavanaugh, bro. So.
I read online today, like, because obviously after the case yesterday, like, somebody really got online and posted, it was like, they tried to blame Biden for not codifying the Voting Rights Act during his administration. I was like, what are y'all talking about, man? Like, y'all gotta...
Wait, how could Biden have codified it? I mean, Biden wanted to break the filibuster. Biden was fine with it. Manchin said no, and so did Sinema. You can't force 2 fake Democrats who then start becoming independents who leave the party in any way, who obviously were bought by special interest groups, to break the filibuster. They're not doing it. I mean, everyone else, though, was down. They refused. So, yeah, he could have codified it if the filibuster was gone. Manchin is not... Manchin, I figure Manchin knew he wasn't running for re-election anyway. Manchin is endorsing Susan Collins. Like, he's a fucking loser. Like, you're not getting these fake Democrats who are not liberals, who are weird-ass, bought and paid for corporate Democrats or corporate politicians to do shit. I mean, there was apparently like a screaming match between him and Manchin over this, over breaking the filibuster. Manchin refused. Like, this is like I remember, I think it's Kamala's book this is in, like a violent screaming match. Like, You know, like Biden lost his voice and shit after like yelling at this man so much in this argument. Like y'all don't know anything about any of this stuff. Like why are y'all? The internet people get on my nerves. Like, oh my god, Obama should have made our Ruth Bader retire.
Yep.
You can make someone do something now.
They said all that, and I was just like, man, I was like, he talked to that lady like y'all acting like Obama didn't know all this stuff was coming.
Everybody
he tried to get that lady to retire, and she just knew in her mind that Hillary was gonna win over Trump, and
but wait,
she didn't win.
But just Jamal, why is the problem not the voters that didn't vote for Hillary? So Hillary could have become president, and then obviously like replace Scalise, or what the fuck his name is, Scalia with a liberal, and would have then had 3 Supreme Court picks. Why is the fault not the Jill Stein voters, the Breonna Joy Gray, whose tweet circulating when she tweeted that Democrats are gaslighting us about the Supreme Court and about how important it is that we vote for Hillary or the Supreme Court's on the line. Fuck that bitch.
I just want to say, and she's a Harvard-trained attorney, or at least she got her law degree from Harvard, and she said that.
So wait, whose fault is it? Is it not voters' fault for sitting out elections and letting shit fly so we can get Trump 1.0? Is it not voters' fault? I mean, everyone on the Democratic side was supporting Hillary, and everyone thought she was going to win. She had that whole glass ceiling thing that was going to happen to show she broke the glass ceiling when she won that night. All that stuff was supposed to happen, right? But no, he won. The fuckers in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin wanted to vote. They wanted to vote for him. They wanted to vote for the reality TV show, You're Fire, motherfucker, from The Apprentice. That's what they wanted to do. You didn't want to vote for the white lesbian who's 5'2". You did, and that's you.
Yeah, we're gonna be living with the repercussions of it for a good little minute. Because at this point, it really is just vote for every Democrat until Thomas and Thomas and Thomas and Alito retire. Like it's vote Democrat no matter what. And I don't give a fuck who it is, but y'all not about to pack.
All of them. And Jamal, what you said, I think we should do the other day about the preacher. I'm pivoting. We're supporting the preacher in Kansas, the Methodist founder of the first church. We're supporting him now. We are. I don't like Christianity, but we're supporting the Methodist preacher. He has the best shot of taking down Roger Marshall, and I don't like him. He was going to run as an independent, and then I saw the reason why I wasn't about him is because he was running as an independent, and I thought that was a distraction, but now he's running as a Democrat, so I'm all for it. Let's support him. He will be a moderate Democrat. Who gives a fuck? Let him do his thing. Hopefully Laura Kelly endorses him, and hopefully he and Ethan Corson both win, and we keep the governor's mansion blue, and we flip the Senate seat blue. Fuck Roger Marshall. And then when they erase Sharice David's seat next year, because they got a gerrymander, I'm sure they're still going to have the ability to override the veto of the governor. Let's make sure Sharice Davids runs against Jerry Moran and flips that seat too. Fuck it.
I'm really just curious to see, like, if the gerrymandering really pans out in the Republicans' favor. Like they're really betting a lot on redrawing these maps.
Oh, Jamal, you didn't see the map? So someone did a Maxamander map. They showed the max of each. We win by 13 seats. We win the Maxamander war. They're fighting in war. They are going to lose. We just need to make sure Bob Ferguson over in what the fuck is the state? Washington State does his thing. We need to make sure by 28 we win a couple of these state Senate seats in Washington that we lost because of 2024's bloodbath. We need to make sure that we get Josh Shapiro. Someone needs to put a gun to his head and make sure he gerrymander. We're gonna have to make sure some of these Democrats who don't want to gerrymander get on board. And I think there'll be enough pressure over the next 2 years for them to, especially those who are trying to run for president, named Josh Shapiro. So some of these people are going to have to do it. And then some of these Republicans are going to have to chill on it, especially if they want to run and win independent support, i.e. Brian Kemp. So that's why I do not believe Georgia will do it. I think they're going to want to, but I don't think they will. I think they're going to lose the governor's mansion. So it'll be...
Georgia, I honestly don't think Georgia really needs to. But
they want just three in those congressional seats, they want to get rid of, like, was it 3 or 4 other seats. I don't think that they're going to be able to do Georgia. I just think Georgia's dead. DeSantis would be, I mean, if magically somehow Florida flips blue in terms of the governor's mansion, that'd be great, but they have a supermajority, I think, this year, or they will have a supermajority in Florida for their General Assembly, so, Florida's gone. I mean, Florida and Memphis will be our test, though, to see, and Louisiana now, to see if erasing, these majority districts, if it'll fly, because, the Supreme Court did not say you don't have a second seat. They just said it can't be a BRA protected seat. And they show 4 maps, examples of where that seat could be. And these motherfuckers in Louisiana are just saying, well, fuck you, we're not actually drawing it at all. We're just going to keep the New Orleans seat. So they're really gambling that Kavanaugh, because he doesn't cover Louisiana. He covers Tennessee. Maybe he does cover Louisiana too. I'm just going to use him as an example. They're then basically kind of, hoping that, he just kind of solo, I guess, quote unquote, decides that, oh, well, this is fine. But I don't know that he will or won't. But none of it looks good. It's all just a plan in place to continue narrowing and chipping away at the VRA. And we're going to see over the next few years what becomes of it. But at the end of the day, we win. We win the Max Commander War. So even if it's gone, we will still be fine.
Fun fact. I believe that Brett, I didn't rape her, I was having beers. Kavanaugh is the only sitting justice to not have authored a majority opinion.
Oh, interesting. He's probably too drunk.
Woogie.
He's probably drinking with Patel too, Cash Patel.
I did not do it. I kept calendars when I was 17. That was the most insane time. My calendar says I was working out, then we went to the Dairy Queen and we chugged some beers. Like, what the fuck was that? That was the weirdest moment. We had a Supreme Court justice being nominated, people talking about what he did when he was 17, and he brought out a calendar of what he did, and people took that shit seriously. I gotta tell you something, I'm not an all sides guy. The Kavanaugh hearings was the worst thing I'd ever seen in my life. It was absolutely terrible. From a political standpoint, it's awful. Whereas, I missed all the stuff, Manfinity, and I guess, I don't know, I missed everything. Where is everybody? What happened?
I think we just, me and Matt started talking about politics for a second, and then the room kind of slowly died out. Well, no, it died out before that.
First of all, you played the clip, and that's what, got some of the aggression off the state.
Yeah. We played the clip about the DHS funding bill. We talked about that, and people started leaving out.
But what happened before
No,
that?
they didn't.
I missed all of it. What
The
happened?
DHS, we had a good conversation. It was the next one.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, then essentially they were fussing up until First Lady was like, oh, wait, I got something. And
He was here for that, and then he left.
oh, well, then that was it, because after that, Manfinity was done.
No, I missed it all.
You
I
was
wasn't
here
listening.
when I played the clip. Hold on.
Oh, he
I
missed
was
it.
listening to you guys.
No, he missed it. He wasn't paying attention during the back and forth.
I know Hurricane got involved.
Yeah.
I missed everything.
That's what it was just fussing. It was Manfinity, Sunny, and Hurricane, and it was just fussing. Tia got involved in an effort to try and cool everything down, but Manfinity wanted to fuss.
No, but I saw somebody put something about prep in the chat.
Yes, because that's what Manfinity said that Hurricane did. He said he took prep up the ass. That's not how you That's not how you do that. He also said Hurricane was on Grindr,
I thought we educated him on that.
well, he doesn't want to listen. He doesn't want to listen. But again, I was very confused about the whole thing with Grindr because I thought the boys were on Jack, but anyway.
I don't need these names in my head, but I will say, Brett, I love your PTR.
I had to put that up for Brian because after a while I was very confused about what was up there.
But what was the crash out?
Manfinity,
How did Hurricane get it?
because Hurricane was tired of hearing Manfinity talk, and he was tired of hearing Manfinity repeat the same things. So he started cutting Manfinity off, I think in part to give Sunny space to speak. And then Manfinity just crashed on him. And then when Sunny did the same thing, because she wanted to speak and was tired of hearing Manfinity speak, Manfinity called her an angry black woman, said that's why she would always be single, and said something about that's why she just has academia and some other shit like that. Like, he completely just went to the lowest common denominator of the things that he knew about people in effort to attack them because they were tired of hearing him say the same talking points.
Wait, so did you hear his did you hear Trent's submission too? Or you missed that?
Oh yeah. Did you hear Trent?
Yeah.
I heard Trent say, "We will ride together." That's all I heard.
Oh yeah, no, Trent. Yeah. Trent gave a whole a whole dissertation on why Manfinity began attack, because he's always just, doing the personal blows and stuff, like sticking to his point and everything. And then as soon as Trent made his point, he left the room, and Manfinity started crashing immediately. He thought Trent was still on stage, and I was like, "Hey, Manfinity, Trent's not in the room anymore." So he's like, "Well, I'm just talking to everybody." I said, "Okay, keep crashing." And then and that's when him and Hurricane started going at it.
Also, someone said that Trent pays Manfinity to make him look good. Y'all are deep.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah, I was like, not Trent being the voice of reason. I was like, I agree with Trent today. Y'all doing a lot.
What? Trent was scolding Manfinity?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was bad.
I know
it was
you
freezing
know.
over.
And Manfinity sat there and took it?
Well, I mean, he was quiet, but like Jess said, as soon as Trent hit his usual dip, he was ready. Let me at him.
And Trent he even acknowledged, he was like, I'm even guilty of it sometimes too, Manfinity. He said, but you do it all the time, and that's why
Damn.
They be coming at you the way that you be doing. And like I said, when as soon as Trent muted his mic and left the room, Manfinity instant crash.
Yeah, Trent did hit him with the, I have no problem with the gays. I love the gays. I tell Hurricane all the time, whenever you come out with me,
I didn't know that was a crash, man. I just heard at the end when they was going off at the mic. And I'm like,
hello? Yeah, that was Manfinity, and then Hurricane tried to correct him, but he's not listening at that point. He's just.
And then I will say Cool C was also trying to get his lump of flesh in there while Manfinity and Hurricane were going back and forth. And when there was like a lull for him to speak, he spewed such nastiness. I don't know if he got removed.
He definitely said the F slur, and he got moved out.
But it was just more than that, because like all the shit that he said leading up to that.
Oh yeah, it was just nasty.
Y'all see how I threatened to start crashing? I didn't even want to crash, but I was just like, at this point, I'm really not in the mood to hear any of this.
And that's when Ben came off the mic. He was like, wait.
I know when I crash, I go to hell, and I know Ben ain't trying to hear it, so I'm glad he did that, because I really needed somebody. I know TT was going to remove one of them, but I'm like, some of these people just need to be removed, because at this point, this is just like, why are we listening to these people say all this stupid shit, bro? Like, I crash mostly to kiki on these people and like play on their top, but this is just, some of this stuff is just, come on, y'all.
but I want to know who planted that seed in Manfinity's head about Hitler. Why was he so stuck about talking about Hitler?
Because of the fact that Trump is always compared, his daddy is always compared to Hitler, and so he wanted to clear the space for his daddy and have to say, my daddy is not a bad man, my daddy is a good man. How can I find ways in which this bad man is good? Effort to say, and so you could learn things about my daddy, because my daddy is complicated. He's not this bad person. That's what all of that boiled down to. The focus on trying to find good things about what Hitler did is an effort to say, because Because when my daddy gets compared to Hitler, my daddy, it should not be viewed as my daddy being like one of the most horrible members of history. It should just be, my daddy is complicated and he's a great man who might at sometimes do horrible things that I don't agree with, but he's still a great man at who you could learn things.
Yep, I saw it. As soon as he said it, I saw that place on my mouth. I literally put that in the chat. I was like, this is about Daddy Trump. Y'all know. That's all this about.
But see, Jesse was so successful in getting it away, because when Ben mentioned earlier, like you brought him up, you're bringing him back into this. I thought you weren't bringing him into this, and that's when it should have kind of just been like, you know what? I see what you're trying to do here. We're not doing this. But he got the conversation so far away from that initial bringing Trump in that when you look back at it, it's just all of that to make his daddy look good. That's crazy. Ben, are you there?
Yeah, I'm trying to find my permit for my EV charger so I can get my rebate. What's up?
I put it in the chat earlier. You did all that talking up of Rick Fox running for office in Bahamas yesterday?
All that talking up? I just mentioned it.
No, that's what I'm saying. Did you see the video that dropped today of him getting into a little argument in the Bahamas? Yeah, I need to go back and watch it again. But they got into some sort of confrontation down there. He had his supporters there with the Pick Rick shirts. They actually, really cute slogan. The shirts look really nice. And they were getting down.
What are they fighting over?
That I don't know 100%. I need to go back and really listen to the video. I tried to watch it, but everybody was fussing so bad I couldn't focus, so I just stopped at that moment. Okay, so in watching it, his tent was put in a spot. His tent for, I guess where they were rallying, was put near a marker, and they were basically saying he couldn't have his tent there, and somebody else was a witness that the tent had to be somewhere else. And so when Rick was asking somebody like, hey, what do you know about this? Somebody said, and I don't give a fuck about. And Rick heard that and immediately decided he was ready to fight. Colombian people are funny to me. What great people.
I got something important in the chat. I'll put it. It's pretty bad. We'll see what happens.
Damn, I thought she said she wasn't gonna do it. Fuck.
She didn't ask. It's the AG. They're asking. They said that they were going to ask anyway. So, what's her name? Kay Ivy. Is that her fucking name? She said she's not going to Ivers or Ivy. I some fucking hate ass name.
Yeah,
she said she wasn't going to. She wasn't going to proceed because of the lawsuit. Is all she said. She didn't say she didn't think it was wrong. She just said I can't because our hands are tied. And the AG said, "Oh, we'll fix that." And this AG, by the way, is running for Senate. Is it Barrymore? I think it's Barrymore.
She about to get voted out next year. Is it this year or next year?
No, she's out. She's already retiring. Toby Tuberville's gonna be here because Doug Jones is gonna shit the bed.
God help that. Help the state of Alabama.
Nah, I'm good on Alabama. They're fucking trash.
From one idiot to the next.
I wouldn't say the Bible Belt is cooked. I would say the Black Belt is cooked.
No, I guess that's it. The online left is crashing, but it's like a sideways crash over the Voting Rights Act. Because they know they're responsible, in part, for its demise. Is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I just talked to Matt about today. I was reading somebody's post on Thread. They tried to go back and blame Biden for not codifying the Voting Rights Act.
What is that?
That's all. Yeah, that's all. I was like, what? I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, Article 2 was already
codified. It's codified in 1965. These niggas are dumb, yo. What's going on? I think a condition of being an American leftist, not one over 40, but or maybe even over 35, but like becoming one, is to just being stupid. When I was young, leftists were not this stupid. I'm sorry. If Biden had codified the thing that was codified, that they just overturned it, then maybe his codified of a codified thing wouldn't have got overturned because it was codifying a thing they overturned that was codified. Well, my favorite thing is looking at people go back to Roe v. Wade. I realized something. Democrats fundamentally misread abortion rights. Clearly. Americans just generally don't give a fuck. There's just not a major issue like I thought it was, like the Democrats thought it was. They give a fuck. They give a fuck. Well, maybe for Obama, I codified it for the Republicans to come in and change it. Well, Obama had 60 seats and so you mean all those pro-life Democrats that wouldn't have voted to codify it? What, he should have did what? He should have threatened to kidnap their dog and pet turtle named FIFO? Obama ran on codifying Roe v. Wade. I don't remember that being from. These people, I'm telling you, these people, you're going to vote like Republicans, just join them. That's right. Because all the bills that Democrats have passed in the last 5 years have had so many Republican votes, and all the bills Republicans have passed in the last 5 years, so many some Democratic votes. Now, I'm getting better on Twitter at fake accounts. There are a lot of fake accounts, Russian bots, people that try to do the online leftist thing. But some of them are actual people, because I've seen them before in other spaces, on other pages. But there was a story of an Indian guy who, did you guys read about this? He was a blonde MAGA influencer and made so much money on social media, it paid his medical school. Did y'all see that story last week?
Yep.
That shit was wild. I ain't gonna hold you. That snow bunny was kind of cute. That big snow bunny was kind of cute. My homegirl told me yesterday Diet Coke gives you cancer, but she loves them and only drinks one a week. It's impossible to just drink one Diet Coke a week.
Diet Coke.
Now I do. I started drinking them. I went to a party last week, and I said, I'm going to go to this party, and I'm not going to drink. And I had a Diet Coke in a tall, skinny glass with a lime and a tall black straw. It was all very middle-class gay man. And,
not a black straw. Not a toothless.
Yeah, I did. And it was delicious. It was also a party I went to. It was a dinner party. They had, you ever go to a dinner party that's buffet style? Anybody? Went to a buffet style dinner party? Ever been to a buffet? Ever been there before? Mm-hmm. The buffet was steak free.
Oh, listen.
And they had, if you didn't want the steak, they had like a 24-inch salmon. And it started with a cold raw bar. That was the most delicious Diet Coke anyone could ever have. Shrimps, mussels, oysters, crab legs, lobsters, clams. It was all there. Can you imagine an all-you-can-eat steak-free bar? Buffet, I mean. I said, let me get a Diet Coke. And then I finished. In their house, they had a cappuccino machine. They had an espresso machine. I had a cappuccino. Where's the bambino? Martino. Where's the bambino? Don Corleone. Anyway. And so since then, Igor, I've been drinking.
I was gonna say, I didn't know you
I go to
drank
the store, they have
Diet Coke.
those. I literally in the middle of telling the story why I started drinking Diet Coke.
I know. I heard it. I heard the story. I was just saying that. Sir, I haven't been on the clip all day. I was just trying to, have a conversation because.
Oh, we got content.
Because I didn't want you to say, oh, y'all niggas not talking, so I just thought maybe,
What'd
I
you
was
say?
just. Huh?
Did she use the N-word?
The way that it's happening out of her mouth, unprovoked.
Whoa!
Wow, there's a crash out.
But nobody responds to him, so.
Oh, wow, we got content. We got content. One mic on First Lady.
She's gonna crash on herself and call herself the N-word, B-word.
Before I get removed.
It's funny how you can call Manfinity a storyteller, but can't see it in yourself. That's amazing, brother.
Brother Messi?
Yeah, that one.
Wait, yeah, Brother Messi is one of the most disingenuous just generous people in the Central Time Zone. Listen to him. Did you hear him the other day when he was speaking in tongues while changing that shitty diaper? Did anybody remember that?
Yeah.
He was literally speaking in tongues. You ever sometimes clean your glasses and they're already clean and you're just doing it as a way to avoid work, and you reach down and look down and realize you've been cleaning your glasses for the last 6 months?
No.
Yep. My left hand has just been rubbing on the it's just like I'm about to rub the fucking lens off. I just can't see.
That's insane.
I'm doing it.
What were you cleaning it with?
I got the cloth.
Oh, okay. Just
I was just like, I was like, wait.
And the lens is pointing back at you.
But it feels good. That cloth thing is soothing sometimes. So maybe you should just going into the zone.
Well, I don't know. I think what got me out of the zone was I was like, man, I'm still cleaning it. Usually by now I run out of pee-pee. Because, you have that back and forth. I'm sorry. I think that was the best. I don't know if y'all have seen that. I think that Ocho Cinco interview is the best interview. It was. It really was. He said, and she told me to go deeper. And I couldn't. I ran out of pee-pee. So he went and got a pee-pee.
You said that out loud?
Yeah. Oh, let me play it for you. You never heard it before? Why would you laugh?
No, I never heard it.
Never heard it? Oh my God. Oh, that's why I always say it. That's why he laughs, because it's so funny. So you had it's Stephen A. Smith.
I just thought he was literally saying he ran out of pee-pee. Like, I didn't know.
That makes it even better.
But I didn't know. No, I didn't think he was talking about the length of it. I thought, he was bringing
He
the thing.
said and he kept his straight face. That was the.
I'm about to play it. Hold on. Brian, are you there? While I set this up. Brian, are you there? Yeah. The milk experiment's been debunked. Just because it's still cited, a lot of times things that are cited, somebody's debunked, doesn't mean it's going to stop being excited. What's it being cited for? People are debunking it. That's part of the citation.
No, there have been subsequent studies that have replicated certain parts of it. So
I can't do it. Don't crush it.
Could I please raise $500 every day? Hold on. Can I please raise $500 every day for you never to talk to that man again? Like, I literally I will personally send you $500 right now for you to commit to not engaging that white man for 30 days.
I need $1,500 for 30 days.
Come on, $1,500. Now this is insane. You said zero. You getting zero and you want to negotiate?
Well, I'm getting joy.
Right.
I'm getting joy, but I'm saying you getting joy. Other $1,000. You a bundler. You are a bundler in 2020.
Okay, here we go.
Brian, what is that? I don't even know how you do that. 2025, Karl Marx is fourth most commonly assigned to author. What database? You just quote things. What is that?
yeah, it's listed here. Let me get it for you.
What is it?
Let me tell you. It's Open Syllabus Project.
What is that?
This information is primarily derived from the Open Syllabus Project, which catalogs millions of digital syllabi. Some critics note that the data set might not include all colleges, though it's considered a strong indicator of curriculum trends. So the Open Syllabus Project.
Open Syllabus Project. What fields do they look at?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that.
Okay.
I suspect they cross numerous fields. It's probably just
digital collection of syllabi across different disciplines and departments.
It does. And this is the Communist Manifesto, so does this include non-U.S. places?
How do you know that?
Institutions worldwide. All right, First Lady, are you there?
Mm-hmm.
She got to the point where we were in action. She got to the point where we were in action, and she said in my ear, "Go deeper. Stay with me now." And what hurt me is I was already all the way in, so I had ran out of pee. And that is what caused me to get into amateur porn, so I could perfect my craft in the pelvic area, so I would never have to hear that again. I'm here to share my stories and my shortcomings. Back then, I've had surgery since then. So good. So what you're trying to say is that who you are now, completely different, manufactured because it was surgically enhanced. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And and I'm comfortable saying that. I can tell you that it's just something you would never be able to get on TV. That's why you on your show. Surgical enhancement. We used to hear about females with that stuff. Right. They see. So why can't we? Why can't we? I want to feel better about myself. I want to be able to walk around the beach in my Speedo without being laughed at. And you're saying that at one time you were being laughed at until you had surgery. Do you know what that feels like? Like, I'm not one who needed surgery. Okay, you understand how it feels.
Let me play it again for you, First Lady.
Go deep.
That's insane.
She got to the point where we were in action, and she said in my ear, "Go deep. Stay with me now." And what hurt me is I was already on the way in, so I had ran out of pee.
He really said, "I would never feel comfortable saying this on TV." That's why I'm saying it on your show. It's all over the internet now, friend. What's going on?
I don't think he said that. I think he said the latter part, but I don't think he said the discomfort part. He said this could never be said on TV.
Oh, okay. Go.
Okay. So Brian, what I said, because you're referring to an example. Classics departments all over the country assign writing from Pliny the Elder. That doesn't mean it's relevant, right? So I don't know what you're quoting because you never give sources.
It's just a Google AI search. It lists specific sources, but it's a compilation.
I don't know what they are. It could be Reddit. I don't know what that is.
It's a compilation of.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So when Google AI does it, they pull stuff from Reddit and Core. In fact, let me give you an example. I was looking up the other day. I was very interested in the history of appreciation for singers and other performers. And I was thinking about the beatniks and their legacies in terms of the snapping. And I said, people had to snap in the past. So I found an article on the New York Times, I believe it was. And in the article, it said that the practice of snapping as a sign of appreciation, as a gesture of appreciation, admiration, as applauded, as it were. Think applauded, applaud, same etymological roots. You can say that same linguistic etiology, as it were. I don't need to go into philology of plaudits, but of course it goes back to the Latin. And I saw that they said it went back to the Romans. So that's interesting. And there was a hyperlink. I said, well, fantastic. you're giving me something from an AI overview. I don't know where it comes from. Anyway, let's go to the main point. What is the relevance of Marxism? Marxism is dead. So what is the relevance of, you think, the Communist Manifesto? What course is assigned? Is it assigned economics courses, history courses, sociology courses? What do you think people would encounter the Communist Manifesto?
I think it's assigned in economics courses, probably sci, sociology. So, I mean, my point is, yeah, I think economically the ideas are dead. I mean, I would agree with that. But, I mean, it's still widely assigned, widely referenced, and it's still advocated for some of the things that he proposed or pursued.
Right. And so, do you think you can understand the history of the Soviet Union in any significant way without going through Marx's ideas?
Not really.
Okay. What do you think the easiest thing to assign and have students, especially dumb American students in 2026, understand? What Marx would you have them read?
But I would dispute the notion. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to justify this or research this.
Das Kapital.
Yeah, that's probably too long for most college
They
undergraduates.
definitely could not understand Das Kapital.
Yeah.
The reason why they assign it to the degree that they assign it is usually short snip, is to get a sense of the writing and the ideas, to talk about other things and move on. Because it's the clearest thing in translation that he wrote. Clearer than certain stuff he wrote in English, because he also wrote in English, just so people know. There's not a lot of people. Well, let me ask you a question, Brian. Do you think there are professors across America in their courses advocating for communism?
Yeah, I think there are some advocating for socialism and communism, yeah.
What percentage would you say?
I don't know. I'd have to look into that. I'd say it's, I don't know, some number. It's definitely greater than zero, right?
Well, for sure. Of course, of course there are certain communists in America. There are also certain pro-slavery people in America. So that's more than zero. But would you say of academics, would you say it's more than half of academics in the humanities and social sciences who are communists and teach that we should move from a capitalistic liberal democratic system to communism? Would you say 50%?
I don't know. I'd have to look into it.
What would you guess?
I would be hesitant to speculate.
Okay.
I mean, because it's so hard to really tell. I mean, how would you really get an accurate answer from that? Because I think some people might feel that way, but be hesitant to respond. Some people wouldn't respond at all. I mean, I think it'd be really difficult to really get an accurate number.
Totally fair. I take your point.
So you were scared from the professor who doesn't want to talk, are they communists? So they're very revolutionary.
Yes, they don't tell you, but you can just smell it. You can smell it coming out of their pores.
My claim was that the book is still relevant. So I mean, there were you. I was actually talking about. I think it was Brett who was saying, "Why are you even asking about this? And nobody cares about this book." And then you jumped in and seemed to say something like, "This book was written over 150 years ago, and people have moved on and stuff like that." So that was the genesis. I mean, to get into all the specifics about the number of professors or percentage of professors who endorse it and all that, I mean, that's beside the claim. My point is, it is still widely cited and referenced and used.
Yeah, as an intellectual. So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
This is very specific. So what I said was Marx could not anticipate where we are, so that's why it's not relevant to today's world. That's what I was saying, talking about the actual economic. But so which thinkers of the 19th 19th century, if you had to give us 5 thinkers of the 19th century, were the most influential in the Western world, just give me 5 or 3. 19th century thinkers, philosophers, etc.
Well, I'm not sure between the 18th and 19th century.
In the 1800s.
Yeah, I know the 1800s. I'm trying to think of who was alive and influential in those times. Was that when? Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would say that. I keep thinking in the 1700s versus the 1800s. But okay, yeah, definitely. Well, didn't he die? Well, he died in what, 19?
He's a 19th century thinker. Keep going.
Yeah.
Who else?
Well, let me see.
Hold on, no, you got to tell him when he died because he said in the night. No.
I think he died in 1900, didn't he?
Yeah, 1900. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah.
So he's very 19th century, yes. Keep going.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't know. I wasn't prepared for this.
Google.
Yeah, Google it. Let me Google it. I'm Googling it.
Yeah, God.
Well, Marx, Mill, John Stuart Mill, Darwin, obviously.
Yes. Who was the person you just said?
Marx. John Stuart Mill.
And the person before that?
Marx.
That's why he's the single most influential thinker.
I agree.
In world history of the 20th century.
That was my whole point. That was my entire point.
So what is your
I
point?
said influential on the 20th century. That doesn't mean he's relevant in terms of structuring an economy. I literally said he's important in the history of ideas.
And I agree with that. That's my point. I'm agreeing with you.
No, I said he wasn't relevant to building an economy.
Or political movement anymore.
You just said that it's hard to, or you asked, would it be possible to understand the Soviet Union without understanding Marx? I mean, the Soviet Union just fell, 40 years ago or so? I mean, isn't that still relevant? If they base their economy and their political structure and their entire Soviet Union on Marxist ideas, is that not still relevant?
Well, no, because by the time they fell, much of it had changed. So a lot of the Marxist stuff that you were talking about is from the earlier periods, especially before Stalin's consolidation.
That's one take. I would disagree with that, but that's one.
Oh, you're telling me that in Khrushchev years it hadn't changed?
Well, I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that there were influences that Karl Marx had into the late 20th century.
Like where?
Like the Soviet Union.
Which one? Which part?
Which parts of the Soviet Union?
Yes. Which parts of their economy were Marxist in 1990?
No, in 1955.
In 1990.
Let's do it this way. I mean, Jesus Christ.
It's okay, Brian. We just mess with you.
Jesus Christ, so you're telling me that Karl Marx did not influence the Soviet Union up until its demise? They completely abandoned Marxist principles. They were not at all Marxist.
Nobody said that.
Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying that they didn't have an influence later on. They were only influential early on.
You're thinking the Soviet Union had one economical way that they go from day one from 1917 to 1991, and they didn't change, and that is not true. So Lenin had his way.
I'm saying they were influenced by Karl Marx. It evolved. I'm sure it evolved.
No, it's
well,
not.
He actually rejected Marxism
in a lot of ways, yeah, because Stalin did. Yeah, exactly, correct. Because it's
okay. It's okay. Who do you think of the 19th century Brian should be assigned to more than Marx?
I'm not saying that. That's not at all my point.
I'm just saying. Okay, that's fair. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was. I'm saying he was still.
You know what? So let me tell you my Adam Smith theory. I have a conspiracy theory on Adam Smith. I actually believe that capitalists don't read Adam Smith and don't read Adam Smith because they lie about what Adam Smith actually said. And if you actually read Adam Smith and didn't tell people it was Adam Smith, they would say he was not capitalist.
That lecture on jurisprudence is just.
Adam Smith is one of the great thinkers, boy. The way these capitalists have, they're actually not capitalists, but yeah, people like Brian, do you like Adam Smith?
I think he was influential. I think he was influential. Some glory be.
You can't do it. Why y'all want me to not talk to Brian? Brian gives so many good laughs.
Well, that's funny. It gives me cramps. It gives me cramps. I'd rather you argue with let me think. TC. I would rather you argue with that.
No way. Brian 10 times out of 10.
This man leaves the app. This man leaves the app and say, I sparked with a nigger today. That's what he does.
Oh, I don't know about that. You think so? No, you talking about him or TC?
Brian.
Oh, now TC might do it too.
Maybe.
He was the one that told us he only sees black people on the weekends.
Well, hold on.
Well, I mean, that's my,
PC had a whole experience the other day. He came in PC. You weren't here. It was what? It wasn't last night, was it?
It was 2 nights ago. It was 2 a.m. Yeah.
Why you on the app at 2 a.m.? What's going on?
I like his. I like the physical hand. I think that has held up.
Oh my God! Now he went and Google what Adam Smith did.
Can you censor yourself for a moment? Can you censor yourself? While we talk about another problematic.
Problematic white? Is that what you said, brother? I'm sorry. No, he's talking about TC.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
On the app, had to hear this story about how his catering business was he got a distress alert or something like that from the police or from.
It was a dumb story. It was a really dumb story. It's like the police were the one who tripped the trigger in the first place. It's like, you came on here at 2 o'clock and wouldn't tell us that story?
I don't understand what's going on. Go right there, Brian. I'll go back to the booth.
Oh, yeah. I
sing it.
Oh yeah, no, brother, you was you.
I don't understand the story. He just stopped talking and then somebody else.
Yeah, you got something to do.
So no, it came
problematic.
And started talking about how he had this weird experience that there was I guess his security company called him about some movement or disturbance in his catering facility or something. I have no idea. He said that his phone wasn't working, that they called his wife, and he had to keep his phone on or whatever, so he drives down there, and then he realizes that the only person, or he looks at his video camera and sees that the people that have disturbed the alarm system are the cops. The cops are in his facility, and he's like, what's going on? He drives down, he starts talking about how he, in a way, was a little or something because he's a black person, and the cops, some experience with the cops, I don't know, I kind of cut out. But then he went to the site. He talked with the cops. They said they were in there because the door was open, and they were investigating to see what was going on. And then he talked about how wonderful and amazing the police were and how amazing they were. Now, that was weird enough because he forced himself, into, on the stage and to tell us this. And all of a sudden, he's driving He's in his car, he's driving, and he hits something. We don't know what it is. He starts cussing. He starts, making this noise. I don't know what the fuck was that. Blah, blah, blah. All this, it was very weird. Very weird. Stops, and he's talking to someone who wasn't in the car. He says, somebody jokes, did you hit somebody? Did you hit some? I don't know what the fuck that was. Blah, blah, blah. And then he's talking to other people. He's gotten out the car. He's talking to people outside the car. And somebody asked for his license or his insurance. And he cuts the mic. That's all he did.
Around on Clubhouse.
I hope he's in jail.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's all.
Was it a person or was it a deer?
I hope
Wait.
It landed in a jail.
Are you talking person that I said earlier?
No, we're talking about TC. We don't know what it was. We just know that he blew a tire. So
Y'all was on the phone with TC last night?
No, TC came at 2 o'clock in the morning, like 2 nights ago.
Politically correct wasn't open, was it?
Yeah.
At 2 o'clock in the morning?
It was 2 days.
Yeah.
2 days ago.
It wasn't 2 o'clock in the morning.
It was early. Yeah.
You're telling stories. On a patty?
It was 1 o'clock for you, brother.
Who hosted the room?
Oh, I
I
don't
think
remember.
Britt. It was Britt, probably.
Girl, cause baby, I'm asleep. Wait, now why am I listening to the
Because you've been making modded like the last few nights at bedtime.
And I've ended the room multiple times before 9 o'clock. Which room are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't think y'all talking about.
Yeah, it was politically correct.
Incorrect politically.
It was not funny because I'm not on the stage.
Baby, let me tell you something. At 2 a.m.
No.
I don't think it was last. I don't think it was last night. That's why I'm saying.
When I'm not clear, I try to be clear that I'm not clear. But when I'm clear, be clear that I'm clear.
Okay, yeah, that was clear. Crystal.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought that's what I said last night. I kept saying
it didn't happen last night.
I got it. Okay.
Now he might have shared that in 420.
No, I haven't heard this story at all.
He also shared it in here.
I'm gonna check on him.
Was y'all mind repeating the story? I missed it.
No.
Okay, no, we're not.
He told us a story that nobody wanted to hear.
No, it's okay. I'm taking after First Lady's leave.
You don't hit somebody. Why did you say
that? Hold on. Everybody else is ridiculous. You just had men finally talk about the great qualities of Hitler.
Jesus.
He wants to learn about. My assumption, I believe TC hit someone.
Dude.
That's what I believe.
Oh, I thought you were saying it was like a person the way you were talking.
No,
I said maybe it was a deer.
I have no. He hit something, and it messed up his tire. I have no idea what it was.
Did he get arrested?
He cut out before we got a chance to figure out what was going on. So we heard somebody say, something about insurance, or then he cut out. But he was talking to somebody who wasn't in his car before that. That's the only reason why I remember it, because I like to believe that he is somewhere sitting in a jail cell.
No, he did a room earlier today in IGB.
And his Beijing, I'm just telling you what I imagine. So whether or not it's happening. This is what I'm still envisioning in my head. That he is somewhere locked in a jail cell, and his Beijing is fading, and he's left there for an indefinite period.
Brother has been acting very spicy. Is it like your birthday or something? Is it coming up or something? Like, I don't know what's going on. I mean, you're so spicy to the point that you've turned in your Clubhouse politically correct ticket to say that you're no longer a part of this particular house. I mean, just continue, carry on.
I feel like I have to earn this back. I was banished for a while, so I didn't live up to the vow.
Is Concrete here?
You were banished. Shall I help you with the banishment again? Because I clearly you were not banished.
Is Concrete here? Don't 86 on it. Concrete, are you there?
No, he's not in the room. Or is he on stage? Oh, he's on stage. I'm tripping. He went next to
Concrete, can you come off mute, please? Yeah. The answer to the question on number 15 is D. Very obvious answer. I'm done speaking.
Let me take a look.
Well, it's your PTR.
Oh, that's all.
Yeah. I just don't remember the answer.
Oh, yeah, it's D. That's a simple correlation causation error.
Ben has been so helpful today.
Look, let me tell you something. I don't know what I did with my life. I have an okay life being on welfare, singing opera, being a loser on air every day. But I really wish I was a little less caring when I was young. I could have gone to business school and literally be worth like $100 million by now. It's my biggest regret. It really is. It really is.
You still got time.
Nah, I'm too old now. I just ate McDonald's.
You're only 30.
I just ate McDonald's. My innards are probably 87.
Ma'am, he's not 31. He just told you. He just gave a story about how he enjoyed a cold Diet Coke.
Correct. I'm a middle-aged gay man.
What's wrong with
I'm a middle-aged gay man who has a
Gay men wouldn't eat that. They wouldn't drink that. That's a middle-aged white man with a balding spot.
And I'll repeat, I'm a middle-aged gay man with a dance studio in a strip mall in the middle of Georgia.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you want to come to my club, I do hip-hop at 7:30. We're going to Dougie and Stanky Leg. Yeah, y'all know exactly the white Southern gay men who do hip-hop dance who vote for Trump. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about.
That's insane. So I guess we're going to skip over my uncle today and his performance. I guess we'll come
No, let's get right on that.
Oh, yeah, he showed his ass.
Let's not.
I can't believe that. Your mama, were you here for Ambassador's convention?
No, I haven't. No.
Oh, your mama missed the holes?
I missed the Manfinity. I missed.
I don't think she can handle it.
Yeah, I can't handle y'all doing the daytime because I can't take the political talk early in the morning.
Well, no.
There was none today.
This wasn't political.
I wasn't here. What happened?
I don't even know how to characterize.
Oh, Sherry. Please don't tell Sherry.
Brother, it was right there.
I'm going to go and tell somebody else. What's going on?
Brother, it was right there with the spirits.
Well, can you give a proper reason?
So what had happened was earlier this morning.
Can somebody record this?
Please don't. Well, John Kitover. Anyway, so this morning, right, there was a minor lull in the conversation. Ambassador, great brother, kind brother, gets on stage and says, "Is Ben there?" Ben was here, but not on the mic to say that he was here. And so, Ambassador talks about how the other day Ben said something that got underneath his craw, and he had to come back to address it. And the one thing that I'm going to tell you, your mama, in all of that, I don't remember exactly just what perturbed him so, but next thing I remember hearing is him talking about being paddled, a paddle that you would get back in school that had holes in it, and the holes in the paddle would suck the meat. it would suck the meat. And I was like, my God. We had spirits of enchantment casted down the rods, and now we have holes that suck up meat.
He said that some somebody was sucking up my meat and I wasn't sucking meat. It was
No, it says suck your meat back.
sucking meat back.
Your mama, do you mind looking at my PTR and answering that question if you don't mind? And then I'm gonna give the answer.
Wait, but see, as you're doing that, I'm gonna continue to regale you.
Wait, choking your mama?
Yeah, I can't take all this. It was a lot. It was a lot. Next thing you know, Peter gets involved. Peter gets involved, and he gets to talking. And then Ambassador then asks him if he has any of these. It was bad. I sounded like Brother Messi in here. I was dead. I was
But wait, he got kicked down to the goo, remember? My uncle got kicked to the goo. And then they came back. He said, I just don't understand.
Stop fucking with my mic.
You keep fucking with my mic. Please, stop it. I said, oh my goodness.
Yeah, that ambassador segment today was some good content, okay? It wasn't the usual. It was great.
Yeah, he was on fire tonight.
Was he
stay on track?
Did he stay on track? Oh,
he stayed on track to drag.
That was it. That was his entire segment, your mama.
He dragged Bam from one corner to the next. He said,
and that was it. He got in and got out.
He said he was gonna get that paddle and suck that meat back.
Oh my God. That's what he said.
Concrete, that's legit. He could have, edited it for
the audience. That's what he told us.
And he was double, triple down on. I was like, wait, was it?
He said, that's right. And then brother didn't want to let it go. So now everybody's on their seat. And then finally, I think he awakened to how it sounded, and he started laughing at the sound. He was laughing because I guess he realized how wild that is. So.
That man said, suck the meat back with the holes with no teeth.
Ben, you are correct. The answer is D.
Just real quick, in the chat, before it goes away, that's a new angle of the Cole Allen shooting. It's a much clearer picture of what happened.
Brother Trent, before you
go, what do you mean? Go ahead, Charles.
No, Trent, I just want to give you your flowers because you gave your submission about Manfinity. You gave your submission about Manfinity, and as soon as you left, he crashed. He crashed for about a good 5 minutes at you. So you missed it, but it was very good. You did the Lord's work today.
Appreciate you, bro.
Today, brother crashed on Infinity. He was broke. How you say it, First Lady? Back broken.
I don't say it. I'm still trying to. I'm trying to figure out what that
Don't
means.
be doing this like they do. Don't do what they do.
Okay.
See, and that's why he tried to get me involved. I don't know what they be saying.
Wait, who was
I don't know.
Infinity was butt broken.
No, wait.
I thought he said brother at first, but
that's what I thought.
Brother,
No, brother got crashed.
Broke, man.
Yeah.
Brother, butt broke, Manfinity.
Oh. Oh God!
Oh my God! Y'all got me.
No.
Oh.
really? That's what you come off the mic for?
Yeah, Infinity was normal today. He wasn't. He was normal. Trent, I watched that angle. I totally disagree with the caption. The caption, whoever posted said, Thomas, he literally never had a chance. Oh, are they saying he did have a chance? I don't know, but
saying about this?
Nothing. We haven't really been talking about it. But did you see the
Nothing,
video?
really. Yeah. Let me get a Google. Y'all start talking about.
It's in the chat, but he on the video, he gets past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys, and if he came out spraying, he could have sprayed all them.
Right.
I'm sorry, yo. He could have sprayed. If he came out, he could have sprayed all of them.
Because they was goofing off. Did you see them?
Yes.
Like, minutes before, leading up, like they were scattered. But let me shut up.
Yeah, I disagree with the person that posted maybe a mag ad like, hey, didn't have a chance. If he came out, he definitely would have had a chance. They had their back turned. They would come from the other side. One guy was filling the thing. 2 of them was taking the metal detectors down. That looks even worse to me. I mean, no, that looks bad. That looks like bad security to me, Trent. I don't know what you see there. And how did he not get shot? How did he not get shot? How did he fall? They tackled him?
Yeah. It's really sad, y'all. Y'all have no idea.
Wait, did y'all see the guy with the dog right at the door before he ran through?
That's on the video?
Yeah. The dog is looking right into the staircase, and as soon as the guy turned his back with the dog, he ran straight through.
Damn. Oh, shit. Nice. What y'all think about that video?
None of it's real.
Oh, no. Not you, then. No. Not you now. Don't turn it into one of them.
Oh my God, here we go.
No, here we go. I have a source for real.
You think the video's fake?
I think the whole thing is fake. All of it.
Oh.
I think this whole set, the whole shooting, all that. I mean, timing, all of that, fake.
Oh, so you think it's a political stunt, your mama?
I don't think it's a political stunt. I think Donald Trump, his entire career, has been a master manipulator of the press, and that was case in point during the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Michael said, "Welcome to the revolution, yo mama."
Oh no.
That was funny the way he worded. He said, let her get in there. Michael said, let her get in there. That's funny. Yeah, that video, Trent, that video is not helping me, man. That video, I wish they hadn't released that video. I thought that video, he should have been sprayed, died, lied to the side.
And think about how they did Thomas. They gave that boy, the one who died in Pennsylvania.
Oh, Butler, the boy in Butler. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he had no chance. As soon as they spotted him, he was gone. So why this dude wasn't gone? And why nobody understood if there was a gunshot? But anyway.
I saw today or yesterday, they're now arguing that the person that was shot in the chest was not friendly fire. Oh, wait, here's a longer version. Let me see. I got the longer version. That's my producer. All right. Newly released footage shows 31-year-old call. Okay.
Wait, is that from John Ross?
The philosopher?
I keep getting kicked out of the room.
Yeah, the long version is insane. Because he goes into that gym area. Wait a minute. Oh, I might be in a revolution too.
See, it's not real.
This is about as fake as Dr. Fauci. Wait a minute. So he runs. Wait a minute. That person didn't shoot. They run right past them.
Well, do you see one of the enforcement officers pull out his gun?
Yeah, when on the slow down version, he shot.
Yeah.
He shot and missed. I don't know why the MAGA people are like, oh, he never had a chance. He literally did. Yeah,
they missed him. Yeah.
But I am with your mama. I think it's fake. So.
I said my original reaction the other day, so
Oh, the officer shoots twice.
The boy never got shot.
No, because he missed. Both those shots, the guy missed.
But there's no way only two. There's a dude with a gun running, and there's not 10 people with guns. You tell me only? I mean, a black man who disobeys orders. Or Alex Preddy. They unloaded like 30 bullets in him, and the president was nowhere to be found. Isn't that amazing? Alex Preddy. Was it Pretty? What's the boy's name?
I think it's Pretty. Well, to be
Alex
fair, they
Preddy
shot him point blank.
was in Minnesota, down on the ground with 6 people around him. They pumped him full of lead.
And did he have his knives on him? He didn't. They were in the room. Is that correct?
No. I think they found the knives on him.
Oh.
According to New York Times article.
I thought it was on him, like in his room. So he had it on his person. He had that and the other gun, plus the shotgun.
Yeah, the shotgun you saw him with. Yeah.
The shotgun.
I didn't see him with anything.
The shotgun Leslie fell.
He was a goof.
Yes, he was.
Oh man, he's got to be the goofiest person ever.
I mean, it's like watching a Monty Python video. It really is.
So he thought he was going to be able to get through there and get downstairs into that hall.
How he even get in the hotel?
That's he was living there. I mean, he was there overnight. He was staying overnight.
But this is the thing, First Lady. Secret
Oh,
Service
please
has a
don't
list.
take me down this road. Oh, we are this on Sunday. Go ahead.
Secret Service gets a list of everybody in the hotel.
Is Van there?
Yeah, what's up?
She said Secret Service gets a list of everyone that is in the hotel.
Yeah, and they put him in the hotel. He was on their list. Yeah. Welcome to the revolution.
What?
Yeah. I said it before. You had a black boy, albeit a sepia-toned one, who had fired off shots with the president, the vice president, and 5 of the 6 in the line of succession. He didn't get a scratch. Oh, I guess police now are treating black assassins with respect. I said it the first day, but nobody want to hear me when I say it. trying to understand how to flag and buckler.
I thought you said you weren't saying nothing the first day.
Correct. They're not recording today. I said what I said is that I'm not calling it anything. I'm just saying I watched the video that Trent put in there, and the boy gets further than I figured he would. There's one person where he's running, he points the gun at her, she points the gun at him, and somehow, even though they're 2 feet apart, nobody gets shot.
You took him out the one with a nice little smirk on her face?
Yeah, bring it makes sense.
Yeah. Yep. It's all bullshit.
Okay, I got another question. How he even get a woman?
It was free. Government travel card.
I don't know. The story was a little shaky on Sunday. But apparently he was supposed to be able to go to the dinner. His sister got him a ticket or something. So this the thing. The ticket ain't... Okay. So who was his sister? What did his sister do?
Kristen Welker.
That's his sister?
No, I just went to a biracial.
Because if I was his sister, I would say, okay, he legit got him a ticket. So, I'm going to tell y'all a story about a friend of mine. Let me say, a friend, somebody I know, not a friend, somebody I know, right? Somebody I know actually went to the dinner, and their +1 was supposed to be one person, but at the last minute, their +1 couldn't come, right? So they asked the outlets, the newspaper out, they were invited guests of a particular news outlet. And I say that because they're non-transferable. So most people don't buy tickets, like buy the tickets. Usually you buy a table for the news outlet, and you're a guest of that news outlet. That's most how people get the tickets. So how was he gonna get a ticket? And if he got the ticket, then he definitely would have been on a list of people, not just staying in the hotel, but who was going to be in the room. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. That's what we said. That's what we were saying. That's what we were trying to say on Sunday. Because it's like he was like a regular guest. And I know Divine home to your mom. Do you know how he apparently got to from California? Did you hear about that?
Sure.
This is now I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna leave it here. This is when my antenna went up. Apparently, he took the Amtrak.
Yeah, supposedly it was the train. That's what I thought.
What's the train from where?
Across California. California.
That's absolutely insane.
Right. I said, yeah, you can see stuff on a train, but who the fuck is taking all that on the train across the country? That's when I started saying, you know what? Let me go in here and get another COVID shot.
Fucked up we will get.
Oh, well, I don't know. But this sounds crazy. And also, how many... we had all these assassination attempts earlier in the presidency, and this man get 3? I don't understand this.
3 out in the open for everybody to know about.
And never get hit.
Right.
I'm not saying he should. I'm just saying I don't get it. I mean, I don't understand. And, I kind of... Go ahead. No, I was saying, hey, Mel. I don't understand. I don't understand this. And also, people inside was not sure in the ballroom were unsure it was gunshots. But then, they were unsure. People were still eating food, still chewing. Like, I don't understand.
Yes.
I don't understand how to tell. I said, well, it was, they couldn't tell what it was. It was like a sound at the stand. They heard a sound, but
they didn't understand the.
Because I mean, it was upstairs.
I don't care. It's open. That place is open. It's not like it's closed. Like you can't hear. I mean, it's for a large hotel, as you probably know, it's large. But I don't get how you would not know if her did not think it was either. I don't get this. I really don't. I don't think a shot was.
It was that the other Secret Service person got hit by.
Yeah, it was a new first lady, but it didn't sound like a gunshot.
But now that's all right. So the guy comes with a shotgun, right? He comes with a handgun and knives. He is able to run past everybody, and his plan was to shoot center mass because he knows they're wearing a vest, so he doesn't kill anyone. And this doesn't make fucking sense. Like it never makes sense.
You know why he want an audience with the president? He just want an audience?
I don't know, but 2 shots. At least we know 3 shots were fired because you see it in the video. You see the one officer fire off.
Don't forget that officer. He got down in a great prone position, slow motion for students watching, right? Like this whole fucking thing, it makes zero sense.
Sure, you know.
I know nothing makes sense in this administration, but this is beyond now. Like it's too much this morning.
Yeah, you can talk out of the video.
I'm gonna ask you a question, Sherry. You know 3 shots were fired.
I just saw the video.
3 shots. Okay. You know how we do. Just make that good and clean.
You too, yeah.
Sherry,
yeah.
You know that the 3 shots was fired.
I just saw the video when you saw the box.
Answering the question.
Listen to what she said.
You know why?
Do you know that the 3 shots were fired? I'm not asking you what you're looking at. Do you know?
Your mama? No.
Okay, so what I saw and what I know are 2 different things. So no, I don't know. I know what I saw. How about that?
On a video that may or may not be real.
That may or may. Well, I mean, look, that's all I have to go by. So. That's all we have.
All right, so is this the one that came in from Trent?
No, it's the one that Maya had.
Okay.
Maya showed the longer one. Yeah,
it's the same thing. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That damn Trent.
He dropped it and left.
Exactly. That's what I said.
Because he was saying how crazy it was for people to be saying this stuff, and he just saw that video and he's just letting you know maybe it was not so crazy. That's why he left.
Yeah, and I just I just saw the one that Maya posted.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is,
well, I didn't understand his point. Go ahead, Mama. I didn't understand it because remember I asked him. He never told me. He never clarified.
Yeah, he left. He just wanted to show this. But why? What was his point on Sunday? I'm curious. Trent, that is.
I don't recall.
Oh, I'll tell you that anybody that says something like this could have been staged or whatever is being silly. It's very real. But he was like taking the very sober thing. But now he saw this video. That's why he dropped it and left because he ain't that sober no more. And I'm not trying to make a pun. Yeah, y'all better just get y'all a little money you got. Take your family on vacation. Get a couple cigarettes. I recommend some Camels. Smoke them and die. There's no the absurdist had it right the whole time. Y'all gotta get it in French. It's all.
He's doing this for me. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I also found out there was somebody in Esco yesterday, which was very exciting. So I have the absurd 2 days ago on the absurd. What's today? Thursday? 3 days ago, somebody told me somebody in Esco, so I'm excited about the absurd. But yeah, it just get your cigarettes. Y'all like anybody who likes Camels? Anybody want to smoke some Camels?
Have you ever smoked a Camel before?
Lord,
I have in the past, and I hope to do so very soon again.
I like Salem's. Y'all don't like Salem's?
Oh my God!
Newport's a nigga cigarette.
I'm probably gonna run out of PP, but I'm gonna go ahead and smoke it. I'm done speaking.
When you
shit like urine.
I know.
But
I know.
running out of pee is fucked.
That's what he
That's what he said. Your mama, that's right. Every time he was saying running out of pee, I'm like, this nigga act like he old and he leaking. What's going on? Then when I found out it was pee, I said, not that Johnson is being enhanced. This is great. Yeah.
That man the Hall of Fame. Well, he didn't make the Hall of Fame, but near Hall of Fame football player had to get his PP enhanced.
Wait, was this before Evelyn? Because we
No, it's after. So we don't know if it's Evelyn or somebody else.
Yeah.
The interview was last year. She whispered. He was inside. She said, "Go deep, go deeper."
Go deeper.
Whispered in my ear.
I'm picturing his face. That is great. Like when with his response, like what? Like he was questioning. I am.
Oh wait.
He said he got an amateur porn.
Trent is back.
Oh, Trent, are you there? Trent, now that you've seen that video, do you give any credence to those who said that the thing was fake after seeing that video? He probably out.
No comment.
He sounds out.
My fingers slipped. No, why would I? Did I miss something? What did y'all see that?
You didn't see the slow down version when he was right in front of the cop and the cop was right in front of him and they just happened to not hit each other 2 feet apart?
Oh, yeah. That was crazy. This man got a shotgun. It looks like a shotgun. And he's point blank, and it looks like he shoots it. And I guess that's the cop he hit. I don't know. But yeah, that man was point blank. How he didn't hit him is beyond me.
Trent said, it looks like he shot.
How come she didn't hit him, Trent? He was right there. How come, with all that, how come he didn't get shot one time? How'd it go down?
How did the officer get shot?
How come the assailant doesn't get shot? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe that officer doesn't fire right when he's in front of him. Maybe it's when he turns and he misses him. I don't know. I'm with you on that. How he missed? They missed each other because that's a shotgun. It should be dead or very.
But wait, how did the officer get shot?
I think the officer, this is just my take on it, First Lady. I think they're going to find out that officer got hit by one of the other officers' bullets.
Hello?
Yeah. I don't think...
Today they came out and said they didn't. Give it a few weeks, they'll change.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that was a shotgun in his hand.
It was.
Yeah, and he's that close. I don't know how you could have, just the way a shotgun sprays.
She didn't even fall back.
Yep.
She just turned around in the same position and started shooting.
Yes, and also, he didn't, move. Think about it. Look at him. When you fire a shotgun, unless you've been shooting every day for I don't know how long, your body is going to move. Do y'all think this guy was that good of a shooter that he couldn't, no reaction, just shoot the gun? That's it. This is a lie.
Maybe you got surgically enhanced. I don't know.
God.
Look, Mama, why don't you investigate? Go deeper. I can't go deeper.
Well, my jumps are big enough, so I don't understand.
There you go.
I guarantee that you probably got me by 2 inches.
I'm not even going to get surgically enhanced. I was trying to pick up for the medium brothers yesterday. Y'all was in there talking about big and small. I was wondering about the regular medium brothers.
Well, we was just giving the you know, we met everybody in between. We was trying to leave no one out.
Oh, okay. I mean, damn. If
Right
you're
as
in
you
3, but less than 12, you can't get no love in here.
Right as you said that, Crystal walked in the room, man. Now she's looking at me crazy. I'm trying to figure out what we're talking about.
Just show the Ocho
What's funny is it's exactly what she did.
If I asked her, have I run out of pee-pee, baby? Have I run out of pee-pee before?
Oh my God, can we please not be?
This is insane.
I'm all right. I'm all right.
That is insane. Some things got to be sacred, Trent.
And she loves that man, because she definitely could have. She definitely could have been like, yes.
I see how Trent was able to get any woman he wants, because he has a personality on him, boy.
Hey,
That's
John.
hilarious, y'all. Yeah, women love a crazy Negro. Y'all really do, I can tell you.
Use it. Okay.
BB.
But yeah, no, I'm with you, man, and all of it. Now that I look at it again, it is a bit suspicious.
Yeah.
I gotta say, but okay. So the theory is the assailant, though, makes sense to me. Are we saying this is the type of person that they could coerce to do something like this? That's always something I look at.
Well, I'll watch Lioness on CBS Paramount. You know, it's a Taylor Sheridan special, and I believe that some people do what they're told because of their mission, and it might have been the mission. I'm just saying, it's not. I don't find this. I just don't believe it. I'm just telling y'all. I can't. Y'all will not be able to convince me. I don't even care if he admit he sprayed, he shot, he wanted to spray, he thought about it, he fantasized. I don't care. I don't believe it. It's not true. This man, y'all watch the faces in this place. Go back and watch the places. It's something you'll never forget. Them faces didn't, the only people who look scared are the people who in the administration, like they knew they had to play a role.
Except Trump, because they didn't tell him what they were doing. He was like, what?
No, otherwise he would have told everybody.
Yes, this is a weird thing. Anyway.
I try to give the first one in Butler, Pennsylvania. I try to give that one the benefit of doubt when people were saying it was fake and stuff like that. I try to give it a benefit of doubt, and the man did die. And then the guy that was on the golf course in Florida. But this is too much. This is too much.
For some reason, I thought that happened in New Jersey.
Florida.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, thanks.
And then I thought, this young man, I don't know him, but this young man has ruined his life. For what? He didn't get no shots, real shots off.
Right, he might as well have got shot and been a martyr.
Yeah, like I don't understand that.
They say he fired once. So, that's a good question. That's a great question.
I just saw somebody tweet, was a pretty big following. Graham Plattner sucks, but he's the nominee, so I'm going to vote for him. There you go.
We about to have a Nazi.
Yeah, he wouldn't be the first, won't be the last. Hey, what happened to Pastor Ben? Y'all know Pastor Ben? Y'all know Pastor Ben? The black guy, I think he was on TYT for a while.
No, I don't know Pastor Glenn.
He's calling crazy online leftists. Now that's Mondale. This is this the ball guy. See that Harry Enton thing today where he said Trump is making generational gains with black voters. Did y'all see that? Yeah. They had some poll where Trump with black voters were only like plus 60 as opposed to plus 70 or something. He's like, the gains are holding strong, which has not been the case for any election. When will the polling industrial complex start using election data and not polling data? They got rid of Nate Silver in 538. Can we do the same with Harry Enton? I hate the polling people. I hate them.
That's sad.
Just the ones on TV, not the real. I mean, like Harry Enton. You know Harry Enton?
What happened to Nate Silver?
You would hate Harry Enton. You would throw something at your TV.
Who he polled for?
Nobody.
Oh yeah.
He just picked a random poll to do a segment on CNN.
Damn, what happened to Nate Silver?
He got
canceled. He got canceled.
Wow.
Oh, you mean the journalist Harry Enton?
Yes.
Oh, never mind.
I'm tired of them. Like, he's not, they're not.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. Those people.
Yeah, he just reading random polls.
Yeah, those, not the real pollsters. That's what I'm saying. Like the people on TV. They like pick a random poll. They're like, oh, look at this. 100% of MAGA loves Trump. Yes, that's MAGA.
With 30% approval rating on that.
Exactly. Like, why are we doing this segment?
Nathaniel came back to hear my voice, y'all. Look at him in the chat. Done lost his mind already. Y'all pray for that brother.
You're gonna have to get one of these back channels. These brothers, what? I don't want to make Divine jealous. I'll meet up.
Divine isn't here.
Oh, okay, your mama.
Okay.
Your mama, you're allowed to flirt with others. Divine's not here. He won't cuss us out like he did. One day your mama wasn't here. Divine told us that he was protecting you and leave her alone. And he was like, where is she? I miss her. It was a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
I don't believe none of this. That's 100% truth.
100% truth.
I was like, oh, don't you hear me say? I said, he really likes you, your mama. When you wasn't here,
I thought you'd say that, to be nice.
No. When you wasn't here, he was like, where your mama at? I was like...
He did? I don't remember.
And then when you came back here, he told you himself.
Oh,
He said he helped you get your bag. She put so many hearts on you.
Oh, yeah, he did say that. He did. I appreciate that. Because when I had left for a little bit, when I came back, the badge was gone.
So that's really, I learned my lesson. So no exes today.
Is that male?
It is male.
Yeah, I asked you the other day, how'd the day go?
Oh, I got fired. And but I'm saying I'm not realized. Well, that's pretty well.
Is she with the boy?
It's a black lady.
Oh, yeah, he's only black. Is she with the Japanese boy?
Yeah, you haven't been happy.
Just tell her she's no
Well, okay, then there's that.
What's going on? Yeah, just tell her that she's no longer. You know what she'll say? He said, I don't want you to see him anymore. I want to be exclusive. You know what she'll say? Oh, okay.
Risky. That sounds so risky.
I'm not joking.
She did.
She went to our school.
I've known her for a while, your mama.
Just like that. They fall in line just like that. That's the only way you get in that school. It's the most conservative school in America.
I
line.
didn't realize how
Just like
conservative the institution was until like junior year.
the whole school is conservative.
Yeah. I had no idea.
That's why that's why you come out of that school well trained. That's because you can't do nothing else but study.
Wait, are you teaching this young man how to finesse? What's going on?
No, I'm that the girl thinks she's not exclusive, and he needs to lock it down. And when he tells her it's locked down, she'll say, "Clunk, clunk, the code is 5489."
I think what we're getting at is, while yes, I do agree, women do love exclusivity and being in relationships and stuff like that. One, please make sure you're ready for that and what that comes with, okay? And two, it's not I'm telling you you're gonna fall in line. It's baby, I can't think of any other woman other than you. And I really am thinking that we're ready for the next step on the list. You niggas don't, god damn.
That don't work.
Yeah, tell a woman what we want. I love this segment.
This
my
woman
favorite
has
segment
been
right here.
socialized through an institution where the people that go there want to be told what to do.
Wow.
I went through the same institution. I was just saying college they did.
Is that you?
No, that's what we signed up for, and we loved every minute of it.
I always get more with women being romantic. Ladies, am I lying? Like, am I tripping?
Every lady's different. This girl has been disciplined.
You don't know this, but no, there's a backstory. Like they have dated. This is a rekindlation.
Yeah. So it's not all of that.
And I be dating somebody else too. Shit, you fumbled for the first time. You got me fucked up. Made this best nigga with it.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, I want one of them. Oh hell no! You didn't tell me that. The fuck?
You gotta put the pride aside, you know.
No. I'm gonna be honest.
Now wait a minute, Mel. Don't be saying that. Now you went too far. Now I was on your side. That's the reason why I ain't saying nothing. But you went too far. We're talking about put your pride to the side. Ain't no goddamn pride. You put her to the side. What's going on? You better cherish the fact that you got a second chance. What's happening?
What are you talking about?
What you mean? Girl.
She better cherish.
That's the real conversation.
Wait a minute. She better cherish what? Wait a minute. Hold up. What? She better cherish what?
His ass first.
I just want to say that this is an interesting take on the school. I only know because what Mel said. All the tech people I've worked with back in the years, I can now see that might be true.
And most of them don't have pee-pee, and they don't get no pussy.
Oh. No, but they got billions.
They do.
They got money.
But these are all blacks. These are the black. I'm specifically talking about the blacks that go through there.
Okay.
But it is true for them.
I do know some blacks who've gone through there. In fact, if you Google the Meta case with the in California, the social media addiction case, their spokesperson for the litigation, she went there, and she's like that. That's why she is. I mean, it's a high stakes, but she went there. Yeah, I think if it's the same school that I think. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she's like that. So it's not surprising now that you've mentioned it. That's how they get the billions.
Yeah. This is a disciplinary regime, and you just get yelled at from day one, and you just take it, and you like it.
Oh, Mel, like I said, okay, I'm going to say the both of you should be happy that you have given it a second chance, okay? Not just one side or the other. Even though you have made a choice not to move forward, because she was ready, according to you. You weren't. So, ain't no need of stalling this time around. I'm with Ben on that. Get to it.
I will. I'm gonna go to hang out at Williamsburg on Saturday. Gonna get brunch.
Mel, what decade are you in?
between.
The second date? What's going on?
He need press the gas.
And lock that out of the 50s.
Like, press it how? Like, take her on a hot air balloon?
No,
date?
no,
And what?
no.
Like,
I'm
what
pretty
you-
sure he could be creative. I'm pretty sure he could be creative.
Mhm.
I mean, just like what y'all saying about the about the exclusivity. I think that, especially if he's in a certain decade, he probably ain't gonna meet too many more people like this.
I'm already scared now. Don't worry.
Okay. Tight and straight.
Now, are you older than 35?
No.
Who you asked that to? Also, people at work in the office
Male.
love this. Male.
Male is younger than 35?
Perhaps.
Male, the people in the office gonna love it. They're gonna love it. You probably get a raise. You probably get a raise and a promotion. You probably get a spot bonus. Like at the least, you're gonna get a spot bonus. You're seriously dating. Oh, you're about to get married. Here, take this. Take one last trip to Thailand before you do it. Here.
I would hope so. Like, the funny thing is, like, I'm the youngest person at the firm, and everyone else is like married and have kids. And sometimes it kind of feels like I get the the extra work because people are taking care of it.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna get rewarded. Unfortunately for the woman when you're married, her death now, but
It's dangerous because he is very
Oh my God.
he gets it out of that whole spot.
I'm gonna say this. This was a moment where Dan was doing this thing. It was a while ago, and he was doing, this submission that was going on for a while. I don't know whether he was speaking Latin or I have no idea. Person who gave the submission about the paddle with the holes. I think something broke in that conversation, and then he started talking about Donald the Duck, and he also started repeating things. I don't think we've recovered from that moment. I can't remember what Ben said, but there was a moment that we haven't gotten back from. And I see now how far gone we've gotten with that person. Today's submission was absolutely insane. Absolutely insane.
I mean, it wasn't that bad.
You might have to block me again because that's wild.
Oh my God. Oh, child.
saying it.
Did you guys talk about the lawsuit against the JP Morgan executive director today?
Oh shit! Which director?
Oh, she. One second, let me pull it up. Her name is Lorna Hajidini.
Now, you're talking about that sexual assault case where she was talking crazy about that man's wife?
Yes, you should see his fish face wife.
Oh, was it real?
I don't know. Like people are kind of, you know, debating over how it's the claims are even, possible.
Maya said, Maya said it was, he said it was refused to provide evidence. Yeah, I didn't see it break. The only reason I asked about it is I didn't see it move from the that site to like a mainstream
like a major site.
cover.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, I would think like for that, I would think like Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, CNBC would have something on that, but I didn't see it on any of those.
It's pretty insane. Like, I kind of wonder, like, her reputation is kind of tattered, even if it's all proven to be false. Her face is all over the internet with all of these wild statements.
Quick while there's a break. Ben, are you there?
Yeah, hey, what's up?
So there's a Reddit out that breaks down it like freeze frames and slows down all 4 shots. And yeah, this dude misses all 4 shots. The second shot is the point blank shot, and the shooter ducks that shot. And then the following shots are just panic shots. You can tell he's not on target. That officer just panicked and missed. But that second shot is the one that he really should have hit, and it looks like the shooter ducks that shot just barely and doesn't hit him. And then somebody else said, which I actually have to agree with this, if it was a conspiracy, all right, if you're going to go with conspiracy, shooter should actually be dead, or in theory, because you don't want somebody testifying or something like I wouldn't see what a guy would get or leaving somebody like that alive, like in the case of Lee Harvey Oswald, if you believe that conspiracy, which I actually do believe that conspiracy. You wouldn't leave that person alive to testify. Because we don't see the ending tackle or how he's apprehended, it would actually make more sense that he would be eliminated rather than left alive to face what's going to be, 30 to 40 years in prison.
Yep. I don't know what's going on, man. It's crazy.
You studied it a little bit longer, Trump?
These Redditors, I'll give it to these people. These people will break shit down faster. That's why it's so hard to get away with shit. These people will break shit down and solve mysteries and crimes. And this guy broke it down frame by frame. And when you really look at it, the first shot pretty clearly misses. Luckily, he didn't hit them officers behind, those women behind him.
So, okay, so your frame is saying that Allen shot his shotgun?
No, that's not what you said. Talking about the officer, because the question is,
okay.
yeah, how that, why Washington, D.C. officer does not hit him. And it's the second shot where, and they're within 2 feet of each other. And the shooter ducks, Allen ducks, and the officer fires, it looks like just over his head. And then as he turns, if you watch it slow down, you see it. The next 2 shots, the PD clearly misses because he's just not on target. He's panic shooting. He just squeezing his weapon at that point. But the second shot, he really should have had him. And if you look at the beginning of the video, that dog smells that gun. That dog is at that door. The dog, if you look, that dog is at that door because he sees him and he's ready.
Okay. Well, was the dog released on him?
Wait, so the dog sees him, smells him? Not me.
Wait, I wasn't here. Who shot the other officer, though?
Don't know.
Don't know.
Any evidence that it was Allen?
Don't know.
It's hard to say.
It's hard to say because if that's a shotgun, you would expect there to be a lot more damage. But it's very clear the 4 shots that we see from the one officer closest or miss.
Could they have hit someone else?
Oh, yeah.
Because originally, what the government said was that Allen had rushed through and then fired his gun, seemingly like almost at the end, in the direction of the stairs. So not really at any of the Secret Service or police officers, right? But that doesn't seem to go along with the video.
Not unless he was trying to shoot the dog, if he said by the door. So about this dog, did they release the dog?
The dog is...
The dog?
The dog is if you look at the beginning of the video, the dog is...
I got it. I'm just saying that they released the dog so the dog could go and get him.
No.
Or they just held on to the dog.
No, he just hold on to the dog. The guy comes through...
In the middle of a shootout, they hold on to the dog.
Well, if you watch it, you see the
I won't be watching it.
Okay, well, I'm just describing it. The dog stops at the door.
Right.
Because the dog can likely smell the gun. And he's like...
Or just a person, period. Huh?
Well, no, it wouldn't be the person, it'd be the gun. Because there's people there's people all over the place. But he smells the gun, he would probably smell the gunpowder. And so he stops at the door. And as the door opens, that K-9 officer pulls him back, running through the shot. Okay. And so there's not time for that guy to release the dog. I mean, I guess he could have. But at that point, like, it's happened so fast, that guy was flying. I mean, really, he should have tried out for the Raiders. We could have used him in the back.
I mean, if the dog smelled the gunpowder, the dog would be barking. And everybody would have been on alert. Versus just smelling a person, it's just like, somebody somewhere they shouldn't be. I'm just thinking out loud. That's all. Go ahead.
I can't say for sure, but I would imagine that dog is trained to smell explosives and gunpowder, which is why it was sitting. You see it sitting at the door, and I can't tell if the officer opens the door or he opens the door or if he fires into that. It's kind of unclear.
Do you think the officer opened the door for him? Let me shut up, because I didn't watch it, so I don't know.
Yeah, keep asking.
You gotta watch.
That's good.
It's a good question. I'll go look to see. I think Allen opens the door, but it's again, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell who opens the door. I'll go look at it again.
And I'm still confused because the government's theory seems to be that as Allen was rushing through, he somehow fired his gun. Is there evidence of that in the clip?
Not really. Yeah, Allen opens the door.
Would you be able to see that? I mean, you should be able to see that if he did fire a gun in the middle of that what looked like an incredible.
You would assume you would see the muzzle flash, and I don't see one clearly.
So when did he fire his gun? They're saying as he rushed through, but it doesn't look like that. So was it before? Was it after? You know, is it possible the police shot first?
The police shot first, yes, ma'am.
Hello?
I'm watching this shit on TV. I'm watching it on TV. Wait a minute, he had a whole black outfit on with a red tie. I am done. I am so done right now. Did you see his outfit?
Yeah. Before they took his before they wrapped him up.
Yeah, struck them.
Yeah.
That is about
It's
the
getting
dumbest thing.
the more information that comes out, the more confusing it is, and the more unbelievable it is.
I don't see the dog that Trump's talking about. I don't see the dog. Where's the dog?
The dog is at the front, at the beginning of the video. I don't know if they're showing on CNN. But if you look at the beginning of the video where that comes out, that's why we gotta get you Twitter. Because if you see the beginning of the video where he comes.
But wait a minute, so are you saying that there's an officer that was staying? Because I see where he comes through the door, the man with the black and red on.
Yeah, there's a dog.
There's an officer there with the dog.
That's a canine unit, and right before that video starts, that canine is sitting at that door because he smells something, and it's likely he smells the gunpowder.
This is the thing.
I hear you keep saying that, but I believe a dog would have really been alarmed. They would have been able to go in that. That's crazy how he just comes off that door while that man standing right there. Go ahead, your mama.
No, this is why I was asking earlier about how he get in there, because the dogs on all of the corners of the building, in the front, the side, and the back of the building, there were police everywhere, plain clothes and in uniform with dogs. How he even get right there without that dog getting him, or them knowing that he had a gun because of how the dog was acting? That's what I don't get.
Wait, your mama, that's what I'm not understanding. He's walking through the gym beforehand. Did you not see the full video? I don't know if they're showing on CNN.
Yeah, but when he gets to the door, when he gets to the door, what I'm saying is, like, how does he even get in there if the dogs? If what you're saying is true, and what we know of, like, all of the dogs outside and all the not out just outside, but at every entrance. It wasn't like there was an open way of, like, one entrance. Like, in order to get into the ballroom, he had to go by police. He had to.
Real quick, have you seen the video? Have you seen the entire video?
Yeah. I've seen more than the entire video.
Okay, so you've seen where he comes out the gym, he goes and retrieves something, and then he goes into the area where the ballroom is. So that's it's an open hotel. So that's public.
It wasn't that night. It wasn't that night.
He's come to the gym. It looks like he retrieved something out of his coat, right? There'd be no reason for me, right? I don't know if they had a magnetometer at the entrance of the hotel or not, but it's possible that he'd already stashed the weapon. I think that's what had originally been reported. And then you see him go to the gym and retrieves. It looks like he gets something in his coat, and then he goes into where the ballroom is, where they're breaking down. They're actually breaking down the magnetometer right there because they think basically everybody's already inside the ballroom.
But the gym video was from the 24th. The dinner is on the 25th. I said the gym video is on the 24th, and the actual dinner is on the 25th. When he's in the gym, he has jeans on with a black shirt. When you see him walking the hallway, that's all on the 24th.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So he stashed the weapon beforehand, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The night of the ball, the night of the dinner, there was just no way. Even at the bar, there were police there. Like it was police everywhere, like dogs everywhere, casing up and down. I don't understand how he just could walk freely with nobody. With nobody even no dogs jumped out of him, none.
And
like, what's the purpose of the dogs if they not gonna act?
Right. And they're not gonna be silent like that. That's what I'm saying. If a dog smells gunpowder, they're going to alarm everyone.
No, ma'am, they don't.
Anyway, okay. One second. I just got a quick question. So this stairwell that he comes down to, you mean tell me there was no dog at the top of the stairwell?
Perhaps
there wasn't somebody at the front? Huh?
Like mine is saying there's 2 gym videos, so maybe we're talking about 2 different things. But I'll go back and look at it one more time. But I do want to say something. The dogs, like the dogs at the border, when they sense drugs, they don't start barking. They actually sit.
Okay, Trent. So, again, the stairwell that he came down is obviously 2 entrances, right? The one he comes out, and then the one he goes in to get down to the one that came out. There's no officer there guarding that door? Because this long toll, I don't even understand. Oh, so y'all think that he went through the stairwell? So the gun was in the stairwell? Where y'all think the gun was hidden at?
I don't know. I just want to clarify one thing for people in the chat. So technically, like at events where a sitting president comes into a room, there is like, it's almost like something happens where most people who've been to a number of events know the president has arrived. What will happen is they will secure the place immediately. So people have come in, it might have been free-flowing at first, but once the president of the United States is en route, they sweep again. So this is what I'm talking about. At the bar that night, there were police there when the president comes. That's how most people, there were some people who did not stay for the dinner because they didn't want to hear the president. And they ran out when they thought time was getting close, and they went to the bar. And at the bar, you couldn't even leave out to go to the direction of the ballroom because the president was in the building. Now, when he sat down, they might have looped like they were doing, like they were taking down the stuff. But before then, so he must have. How did that man know what time that security was going to loosen up? How did he know? Where was he looking? Where was he physically to be able to know that now the president sat down, so they're going to loosen up? But before that man walked in that building, I'm talking about the president of the United States, before he walked in that building, the building got secure again. And that's because they wanted to do another sweep before the president and the first lady walked in that building.
The outfit is very strange. Very strange. Very strange.
Young Mama, I'll say you're making good points. You're saying good points. But I also want to say that this wasn't exactly a dummy. You know?
Because he was a NASA fellow, that's why? And I would just say, I don't know if they slept again, but I'm going to just tell you, in every other time I've been near a president of the United States, whether it's at a convention, whether it's at a dinner, whatever, that's what happens, Maya. It's like protocol for the United States Secret Service. It's like protocol for them that they would do that. And people that staying in the hotel, they had a list of them.
He likely wouldn't have flagged the list. But
he might not have flagged the list, but what I'm saying, Trent, is at that time, like I don't know when he got a hotel room, but a lot of the tickets in that room in that hotel that night was jacked up for normal people. So how?
Yeah, $3,500.
I'm talking about the room, the hotel room.
Got the hotel room apparently on April 6th, so like 3 weeks before. That's what the government said. But anyway.
3 weeks before, that's when they jacked most of the whole. How was it open? So okay, I don't know for sure.
He had a job. He wasn't poor.
I understand. I understand that. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, y'all know how these events work, right? Like anytime you get closer to a major event where it's in a particular place, the hotel itself will raise the prices, and usually certain floors are sold out because people don't want to leave the hotel after the dinner because they get sauced up, and the after parties and such, etc. I don't understand how he was able to still get a room, why a room was still available on April 6th. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I just don't understand that.
I think there are two possibilities, and I don't have an answer. One is that this is a very popular event, but a lot of these 40 to 50% of people live in town, so many of them did not get a hotel room. Second, the Hilton has about 1,200 rooms, very big hotel. Third possibility is also that they had just released. You know how they put the block on rooms?
Yeah,
Maybe they had just released it, and he got in it at that point. And at that point, they have there's 70 rooms left, and they might not jack it up.
No, I mean the release in the room, that makes sense. But how? It's like, how would he know? It just sounds crazy to me that he would know all of this stuff unless he's been studying. I mean, the president, Trump didn't go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner last year, so how would he know for sure? Like, if he was gonna? I mean, when did he start planning this? I don't know. It just none of this makes sense to me. I think that I don't believe it. I really don't, and I don't believe it because he's still alive.
That's what I said.
Like, I don't.
Mom, I get some of the things you're saying. I don't think you're bringing up some good points. I actually think if he weren't alive, it would make more sense. That it would be more conspiracy like. But everything that he did. I mean, he really didn't get that close to the president. And so everything that he did seemed intelligent, but not completely out of the ordinary. He found a small hole. He rushed on head-on security. Right? It's not like he was hiding up in the rafters. He rushed in head-on security and was essentially apprehended before he caused any real damage. I mean, it's a security and failure in some things, but also security win on others.
I mean, that's fair that the security win, but like, and I get that they can't know everything, but I'm just wondering, like, I'm just wondering, to your point, like you make the point that sounds like, well, he really didn't get close to the president. The security worked as it was intended. We apprehended him, and we're gonna, do the thing that the American judicial system does, which is he's innocent until proven guilty, and we're gonna go to the proper channels for the proper legal channels moving forward. But when I think about it, like, he still gonna get charged with attempted assassination. He gonna get life in prison. That's it.
That's why I don't think it's a conspiracy. That's why I'm not I don't see conspiracy, because he's gonna serve 30 to 40 years. So I don't know. There ain't no amount of money that you'd be like, oh yeah, sure, I'll take $50 million. I'll do 30 to 40 years.
He didn't look well walking through the hallways. I'm just gonna tell you, some of the videos, he's sitting there with his hand and doing all that. I don't know how he was a teacher. He just snapped.
Yeah, I don't, and also that's the thing though. I don't think, Roger makes a good point. Unlike other police officers, the Secret Service don't shoot to just apprehend. Why they didn't do the same thing to Thomas and Butler? Why they kill him? So you saying, Trent, that was likely a conspiracy?
Okay.
No, Butler. I don't think any conspiracies. I mean, the Butler was again, Trump's not the president at the time, so the security's a little bit lighter. But Butler was a failure of imagination by the protection that he was afforded to. They should have been covering that roof, as you all know. They were thinking about somebody shooting in the crowd as opposed to from another roof. Butler, he's lucky. That was an assassination by the luck of the draw of that now president turning his head. He's not dead. Otherwise, Butler, he should no longer be here.
So Lord had raised an interesting point, and by the way, I don't agree with this, but it was interesting what he had said the other night, I don't know the speaker, was that it wasn't that he was in on the conspiracy, but that they radicalized him, government people radicalized him to want to do this. He didn't know that he was being used, so that's why he would have done what he did and not worried about the consequences. So that's one possibility. But I still have not seen anything showing that he fired a shot. Has anyone, what am I missing?
Showing that he fired a shot. Right. And I'm listening to the Redditors. They said they don't see that either in the videos that we see. But I also say, look, there are people that are radicalized, that I listen to on this app right now that are radicalized. Right? Whether they recognize it or not, on the left and right. So if you consume enough media and you believe that one side or the other is toxic, demonic, evil, all the things, vermin, Nazis, all the things that we say, and, maybe you take too much Adderall or what have you, and you believe that you are the arbiter of truth and you can make a change and a difference, there are a lot of people, unfortunately, who take these actions. So I don't find this conspiratorial. He sounds like a lot of people on both sides of the aisle that I hear all the time.
No, look, I don't believe that. I think he did what he did because he was radicalized to do it on his own. I don't think he was set up. I do think that there are some questions about the shot and what he actually did, which has not been answered yet. Also about the officer's injury, which has also not been answered yet. It won't matter in terms of the charges because, as you pointed out, the fact that he was, trying to kill the president, which they could probably get him on, is life in prison. But they did also, I think, charge him with firing a shotgun in the commission of a felony or something like that. They'll have to take that away unless they have the proof of that. It won't matter probably, but I don't think that charge, we haven't seen the proof for that charge.
Matters whether or not he fired the weapon. I think you're going to see APO will be charged with attempted assassination. I don't even know if it matters that he got the shot. I'm trying to see if they're thinking that he put the gun in the gym. I wonder if that's why we're seeing the second video. That's what I can't entirely understand. But there's two videos, that's correct. There's two videos at the gym. And the second video, I guess maybe he's retrieving the gun from the gym and then went out. And if he like put it in the gym closet, that would make sense maybe why they missed the gun.
So where were we at in the conversation?
I was looking at some of these reports. He was armed before he went downstairs. I don't know why they keep showing this gym videos. Did he stash the shotgun there? That's what kind of unclear to me when we see the gym video. But he's armed before he even goes downstairs. He takes a picture in his outfit. And he's got knives and guns on him before he even goes downstairs.
So that was the selfie that he did.
Yeah, the selfie. He's already armed to the teeth. So maybe he doesn't. Maybe he had stashed the shotgun downstairs so he wouldn't have to carry it. And then he had to get it ready. He had to pull out his leg. I'm trying to think because they said he assembled it. So maybe he stashed it somewhere and then assembled it later.
me know why. Knock it off in the chat.
Agrees that that dog was clearly alerting him. And that should that dog was on it. Like that dog, hey, there's somebody right here with a gun. I mean, I don't know if these people are experts, but they're saying that dog smelled the gun, and that's why that dog was sitting right there. Man, are you there?
Yeah, barely. What's up?
Yeah, I think looking at what somebody else has said, these are Redditors, but that second shot from the officer may have been what hit the Secret Service agent. He's right in the line of fire for it. Looks like the Cole Allen ducks. The bullet goes over his head and hits that officer. Or if not, I don't know where that bullet. Can't tell where that bullet goes, but it's right at that Secret Service agent standing up.
Yeah, I'm gonna look on the. I'm gonna look on that. I'm gonna look on those things on the what you call it, the red.
look at this one in the chat because it's got the freeze frames.
Okay.
It's meditation, spiritus.
I was just saying, this dude definitely played Hitman. He put on a whole Hitman outfit. So we got the shit. Okay.
I want him to put on a Commander's jersey. We need a speedster. We need a home run hitter. We got a bunch of bruisers, but we need a home run hitter. The way that boy was trucking through there, he could pass the linebackers. He gone.
I like. Wait, are we sure that wasn't Daryl Green? Somebody found out what Daryl Green.
Yeah, that boy was goddamn looking like CJ2K. That was crazy. It was crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I was like, how is he so fast? How old was he? Was he 30 yet?
31.
Oh, he should not be that fast at 31. That's crazy. That's crazy.
My boy was fucking moving.
Wasting his time at Caltech, shooting with the USC. Reggie Bush, that's what he should have done. Wasting his time at Caltech. God damn. I was never that fast in my life. I was never fast, but I was never nowhere like that.
Boy, yeah. Hey,
I don't know how they missed that boy though. That seemed a little weird to me. Everybody missed.
Everybody, and nobody else got hit. That's what the crossfire should have hit one of the officers on the first shot, and then on the second shot, it should have hit that Secret Service agent. So I'm like, I'm a little weird. If you tell me that nobody got hit by that officer's wild ass firing, then I'm very confused.
Where's the video when he got taken down? Anybody get the takedown video?
There is no takedown video that I have seen.
So the idea is what, he got tripped or something?
I think they said he fell and officers jumped on top of him. I think, don't quote me on that, but I think that's what has been said, that he tripped on his own accord and officers apprehended him. But I have to admit, it is, yeah, and he might have been tackled. Yeah, I've heard two different stories. But yeah, it is weird that, why don't we have a video of the door? I mean, that is a little strange. I have to admit, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, this is all on the up and up, I don't see anything weird. A Washington Police Department officer should be ashamed of himself because he had a perp at point blank range and got off 4 shots and missed all 4.
And then what were the other guys doing? I mean, by the time she shot or he shot, there was like 3 Secret Service guys. Took them a while to get their guns out. The other thing, I'm gonna tell you, when I don't know if you saw the report in Washington Post, but the Washington Post reported that the level of security was not the highest level of security. Something's off.
Yeah,
something's off.
I have to agree on that. Like, it does not make sense that he was able to, at some point, because he was armed apparently in his room.
Yeah, he took the selfie. See the selfies?
Yeah, he took the selfie. He was armed. I don't know that he went and got the gun in the gym. I don't know that happened. But he was obviously armed in the room, came down from his room, I guess came down the elevator or the stairs, fully armed, and, you know, like, they're lucky he didn't take out other people in the, you know, there are a lot of people in the, you know, in the area. He would have obviously had that opportunity if he had been a mass shooter instead of targeting the president. So yeah, there's a lot of things to ask questions about, but this is a problem when we allow everybody and their mama to have guns. In the U.S., you're going to have these dumbass situations.
So on the oh, can I get this? I got that. On the so-called manifesto, he said he didn't want to injure other people, and so he picked certain rounds, and I guess that's why he wasn't firing as he ran through there. But what person in their right mind thinks they're going to go and get government officials, except Kash Patel? I'll never understand that. No one will ever be able to explain to me why he would want, say, Mike Johnson, but not Kash Patel. That makes no fucking sense to me, and it never will till the day I die. That was the weirdest part of a manifesto I've ever seen. Everybody except Kash Patel. That was very strange.
Remember in Johnny with Reacher when the guy was like, why did he drop the quarter? Like, why would he put the quarter in the slot machine? Right? Like, it's like, it just, yeah.
Yeah, it's just insane. But what I was saying real quick, I took myself on a tangent, my bad. But I was saying, who thinks they're going to get to the president of the United States? Doesn't matter who the president is. Donald Trump, Trent, me, Arthur, anybody. Who thinks you're going to be able to get to the president from the gym through the outside, through, there's another anteroom you have to go into before you get into the ballroom, I believe, without taking some people out. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to take out Wolf Blitzer and Rachel Maddow before you get to the president. Something's off. It's a little strange. I don't know, man. The video's not helping. I don't know why I guess they had to release the video because the hotel had it, but the video actually makes the whole thing more suspicious to me because I don't know how you miss. You don't have to be the best shot in the world to get somebody that close. And how he missed her is he must not have fired the shot.
Fired.
But they said today, I think Janine Perry said today that he fired the shot.
What?
I don't know. I guess they have to do ballistics testing.
I mean, point blank for me. What's going on with that shot there? Like, that person's not there. I mean, if he fires a shot, and we see the muzzle flash, it does not look like he fired the shot.
Yeah. I'm not a gun person, but I know if you're that close with a shotgun or whatever he had, you know, that you're not going to miss. Like, it's impossible. Maybe you could.
No, not only you're not missing, that person is, I don't care what kind of vest they got on.
They're dead.
Yeah, they are going to the emergency room immediately.
Yeah, that person just turned around and kept shooting. It was almost as if they were shooting blanks. But I'll leave that to the other people to come up with later.
Oh boy, if they didn't want a conspiracy, they got one.
That's the wild thing. Why do you think he said everybody but Cash Patel? That was weird.
Maybe he likes the dance.
What's he like? Who likes Cash Patel? Break that down. That shit was weird, yo. It was like, Igor, you're far from the phone, brother.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Can you give me the link to see the video?
Oh, it's in the chat. Just scroll up. There's a bunch of videos in the chat if you got Twitter, yeah. It's going to blow your mind.
Man, I want to know if he was on Adderall. That's my suspicion.
Do grown men take Adderall like that?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, Adderall, especially people that live down there. Adderall is causing extreme psychosis in this nation. It is probably one of the worst drugs, especially when it's abused. And it causes psychosis. And we don't want to talk about it because it's our legalized thing. But that shit will cause you to, because this was a intelligent individual, that will cause them to make, like you're saying, say irrational things like I'm not going to hurt Cash Patel, and then, try to have regard for others when I'm storming the ballroom. Like, you're right. You know how it doesn't make sense? Because this person is extremely intelligent, but not in the right mind.
Well, that being said, he should have, he would have fired off something. I don't know. All options are on the table for me. I'll take anything. Your mama said the thing about Todd Blanche. Yeah, the Todd Blanche thing was definitely true with the James Comey indictment. I can't imagine a judge even entertaining that case. That bitch gonna get thrown out like a 265-pound running back. That was the crap. Have you seen that case, Trent? They charged James Comey for 8647.
I'm the one who said the reason Bondi is being removed is so that Obama and others can be indicted. That is what Trump wants to see, and that's what I expect to happen.
If the Justice Department indicts Barack Obama, Republicans, that would be the worst. That would be the single worst. But that's the one they probably shouldn't do. If they try to indict Barack Obama, that will get blacks voting who was off the Democratic plantation in numbers that you had never seen before. So I hope they do it. What was I going to say about the 86? Did you see Trump's explanation? He said, everybody knows that 86 means to kill him. That's what the mob says when they give kill orders. Hey, Johnny Barbino, 86 them. Donald Trump has to stop. That was the dumbest shit I have ever heard in my life. Like, he actually makes stuff worse. Like he did the tariff. I don't know if people realize that when he would talk about the tariffs, it actually made it worse. The legality of the tariffs. This is another one. No mob boss says 86 them. Like, that's nothing. Only thing you 86 is the pasta fagioli. Hey, sweetie. Yeah. Hey, what do you want, Mo? Hey, tell Nico we ran out of pasta fagioli and no more ossobuco. And then he goes to go and get some more baked ziti. I'm at 86. Like, that's the only time people use 86. Like, that was just so stupid.
I've never heard that from the mob, but I gotta say one thing I forgot. I gotta thank my man Trump. Maybe I gotta thank the king of England.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, you know what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I saw it.
We're taking the tariffs off the scotch.
I saw that.
And that the Highland whiskey is the only thing that has concerned me. So I'm okay with it. Today I gotta lay off my man. Like, he looking out for me.
Trump gonna be out of office soon. He'll still be alive. He ain't gonna die. And he's gonna want to go to, his golf course in Scotland. He's gonna want to go home to New York City, his apartment buildings. I don't know if you noticed this, but there's certain people who he would otherwise fuck with, he doesn't fuck with. The English, the king, Scotland. That really was stinky. Ew. The king of Scotland, the mayor of New York City, the governor of New Jersey, and now him and DeSantis are friends again. Have people noticed that? Trump is beginning to imagine his life outside of the Oval Office. He's making sure he got somewhere to go. I don't know because Trump in a normal, he should be railing against Mamdani. There's no reason to be railing. He ain't railing against Mamdani because a lot of that New York building stuff's got to go through New York. Got to go through the mayor's office. He's trying to get back to Scotland. He got a nice golf course in Scotland. I don't know if y'all know about the Scottish golf course. He ain't saying nothing about New Jersey either. Bedminster's in New Jersey. Donald Trump is silly, but he ain't dumb. He don't say shit about Mamdani. Y'all might notice that? Y'all think that's a coincidence?
As my friend Jack Napier said in 1989, Eckhart, think about the future.
There you go. I mean, if we're being honest, if we're not honest, that sounded wrong. If we're being real, Trump's got, in any real way, outside of military action and the immigration stuff, he's got about, what would you say, 6 months left of his presidency, maybe 2 more months this summer, and a dull 4 months next year, because there's no presidency in August. Well, when's Labor Day? September, October. That's the midterms. Then you have Thanksgiving in the winter. Then you have the new Congress. And he ain't gonna be able to get shit done for the first couple of months after the Dems take the House. Maybe the Senate too. The presidency is effectively done. So there you go. And this is not just a Trump thing. This is just a second term thing. Trent, you probably weren't here yesterday when I proposed my solution to, which is to amend the Constitution and get rid of 2 terms. And so if you're going to have term limits, just make 1 6-year term. That's the only solution. The second term is ass cheeks. The second term is absolute ass cheeks.
I'm not completely against that. I think we should go 5 years. Keep the 1 term. Keep the 2 terms. But go instead of 4 years, go to 5.
So go to 10 total.
Go to 10 total. Because we need more. One of the reasons why China and some of these other places are able to get so far ahead of us is they own like one path. And they don't deviate from that path. They say we're going to build this high-speed train. They're building a high-speed train. They don't have to wait, another 4 years to see if we can get this overturned and da-da-da-da. Right. So they're able to keep going forward. So I actually think we should go 5 years and change Congress's terms from 2 years to 4.
And keep the Senate at 6.
Keep the Senate where it's at, yeah. Keep the Senate where it's at. And then, to change the presidency and the Congress so we can at least get some shit done before we change all the rules, like all the EVs, you know what I'm saying?
All right, how much political sense does it make to say that the VP has to be the opposite of the president? Does that make too much sense or not enough? That's just crazy. If we were doing that.
Or Arthur, relatedly, go back to the runner-up becomes the VP. Y'all remember that happened at the very beginning. I don't know, man. People always say we gotta do like the founders, but we changed a lot of founder stuff. We don't do the electoral college like they used to do either. So I'm down with the loser becomes the vice president. That would be wild, yo.
No,
that would be fantastic.
No, because then somebody gonna get the head blown off, and they're gonna be blaming the other side. Like you can't. That's why we can't do that. No, we can't do that.
They didn't blow off Jefferson's head on Adams, and they hate each other. They'd be okay. I think it'll work out.
But that was before. I mean, everybody had guns, but that was a different time. You know what I'm saying?
Before they had the ARs.
They had the ARs.
Yeah, fucking bayonet. But I was gonna say, my idea for the 6-year comes from my best friends growing up. His dad used to always say that, and taking the baseball practice, football practice. It's like, I know you boys want to talk about sports and girls, but what if the presidency? He would do shit like that. It was great. But I was gonna say, that's only if I believe in term limits. Y'all know me. I don't believe in term limits. I think they should repeal. Is it the 22nd, 25th? No, whatever. 22nd. No, 23rd. Whatever amendment number it is. I don't know why we got 2 terms anyway. If somebody runs and wins, they run and win. They run and win. I think that is FDR kept winning. Didn't beat them. I hate loser stuff, yo.
Yeah, but you get too much. You can accumulate too much. What's the word I'm looking for? Something power. But you accumulate just too much power without term limits, and I agree. And then part of that is the problem. Part of that is the problem with our Congress now. We keeping people up there until they die. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's out of hand. And there should be term limits. I think there should be I think you should be able to serve 20, 30 years. I'm okay with that. But I think at some point you got to get somebody new in there.
See, this is where, I think that's a slightly loser attitude. If you have these old motherfuckers, we just need to beat them. I like to win on the field, not at the owners' meetings. If you don't like the tush push, don't hope the league is going to change it. Just find a way to stop the tush push. And teams are increasingly stopping the tush push. I don't know if people saw, but the percentages went down. No, your mom. This is the real world. I want that motherfucker repealed. I want to go back to FDR days. I want it repealed. Term limits are for losers. Here's the Democrats. We gotta pack the court. You don't have to pack the court. Just win the presidency and appoint court members. There you go. Look at Ed. You have the Commanders. And when was the last time the Giants were in the NFC Championship game? I'll wait. And when was the last time the Giants won a playoff game? I'll wait. People like to come after the Commanders. We were in the NFC title game 2 years ago. The Giants are looking at a boy named Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo. Imagine thinking you're going to win a Super Bowl in 2026 and your starting running back is a white boy.
And what Philly did to Pittsburgh on the draft was dastard.
Yeah, Philly should be
with the Cowboys.
They should be in prison for what they did to the Steelers. That was nasty. When I saw that, I actually didn't believe it. I'm not exaggerating. I read it 3 times. I was like, there was no way they had this boy on the phone. And the Eagles. I read it 3 times. Yeah, let's get into it. Now, let's see. We can have a real fun room. was gonna be doing work tonight watching the game, but the score of the game right now is Knicks 109, Falcons. Oh my God, I said Falcons. Hawks 54.
It is the Falcons. I'm pretty sure it is the Falcons. You got that right.
Oh,
put the wrong team out there.
What the fuck? And the Knicks, fuck, I said it again. The Hawks were up 2 games to 1. This is a wild thing, man. Minnesota might lose tonight. I mean, Denver might lose tonight too.
Y'all gonna be really shocked when the Rockets are serious.
I'm not.
Gordon is back. Half of Minnesota is hurt, so I think.
Okay. Are you gonna stay up and watch it?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh Lord, you sound beat already.
Yeah.
Imagine being, huh?
No, continue, sorry.
Now imagine being a Nuggets fan in Serbia. It'd be one thing if they were Philadelphia. At least you're on the East Coast. But Denver's another 2 hours behind. It's crazy.
It's 9 hours, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
No, I want to say about presidency. So France have interesting approach. They have 5 years, 2 consecutive terms, and when they make a break, you can come back to be a president again. So that is kind of interesting. On the story we talked about. So 10 years in total and 5 years break, and then you can come back.
Is that what Jacques Chirac did?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Mitterrand made as well.
Macron, yeah, I mean, he's young, so he
No, Mitterrand. Did Mitterrand? Wait. You can do 10 consecutive years, then a break, and then another 5, or 5?
No, 5, it was 7 when Jacques Chirac was. Now it's 5 from, I don't know, 2015 or something. So 5 plus 5, and then you need to make a break, and then you can go again 2 terms.
I don't know about that. Just give me 10.
But
just give me 10 years.
Trent, let me tell you, let me ask you this. Let's say that you had like Obama 2 terms, then Trump 1, and then...
Igor, you talking behind the vodka bottle. Get closer to the phone.
We can hardly hear you, brother.
I'm saying like if...
You should just rest up.
If Obama, after Trump won, Obama come back after the Trump terms and he's again. That would be good trend.
No, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Maybe I might be okay with the 3rd term after a break, but I don't know. I would probably prefer again to a 5-year term. You can win again for a total of 10 years, and that's just because you can. We have to be able to set a policy, stay on a policy, let a policy come to fruition, rather than this fucking, really, because most of the time, once they get to that 2nd year, they're already in re-election mode. Once they get to that, especially that 3rd year, it's re-election time.
Yeah.
There's some positives to that, but a lot of fucking negatives.
Yeah, I don't, I mean, I don't know, the term, so the thing on term limits, term limits came up literally in response to one guy. And they put term limits on one office and not the other office. I don't like term limits, but if you're going to have it on one office, why don't you have it on the other offices? That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. Now,
I agree.
Like I said,
you shouldn't have these 50-year. You shouldn't have these 50-year senators. I'm with you on that. That does. I agree with you on that, Ben. I think you have term limits. You should have term limits. I think it should be extended. Maybe 24 years, probably the max for a senator, something like that. But there needs to be term limits on all offices. I'll agree with that. The reason it won't change though, Ben, is money. Yeah, the amount of money y'all giving, shit.
I don't know. Like some of these people, I mean, shit, you leave, you make real money when you get the fuck out of there. But I want to go back to something more important. So last night I was going to stay up and watch the Rockets game. And I said, well, that thing happened where the team goes up 3-1. And then they slack on the fourth game on the road. And, the Rockets won. But I said, I'm going to go to sleep because I'll wake up in the morning and I'll see that the Lakers won at home and everybody's rested and waiting for Luka to come back. And I saw the Rockets won by like 6 points, I think it was, 99-93. Trent, I'm kind of there with you. They might have been 4 straight. So.
It might happen. And it's just because they're so young and they're able to outrun them.
100%.
And I actually think the coach may be better. I can't figure Rockets coach's name out.
Udoka.
Yeah. I actually made it.
But the crazy thing was?
Yeah.
The crazy thing was people thought that LeBron just looked tired because he was taking the last game off to get ready for... They thought he was taking game 4 off to rest for game 5. I was like, why y'all assuming that he's not just tired for real? They thought it was like... they thought it was like a passive... What did they say? They was like, it's like an active management. Load management. I was like, no,
I'm gonna be honest with you. You know what I'd have done? You know what I would have done? I would have done load management. If they wanted to do that, they should have just sat him out game 4. If you're up 3-0, think you can win one of the next 4? Because he was even more tired last night, and he's going to be tired tomorrow.
Wait, Durant didn't even play yesterday, right?
Durant hasn't played 3 of the 5 games, if I recall correctly. Is that right?
Yeah.
I think he's missed 3 games. Yeah.
Basically missed.
Yeah, he only played 4 games.
Basically missed all 4 games.
Yeah. And the game he played the full game, they lost, right?
Yeah, because he's still hurt.
I have a hot take on Durant. Y'all not ready for this, so.
I am.
I just got some. All right, well, hold on. I'm not ready yet, so I'm going to sit down. I just got some ice for my Diet Coke because I'm going to stay up and watch the games tonight. Y'all not ready for this. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm going to say it after I open my Coke. My Coke opening will be your trigger warning. There it is.
Are you putting peanuts in your Coke?
If you tell me he's dirty, I'm gonna tell you I already know, but go ahead.
No, it's not that. Durant is just stealing money at this point. There is no world in which a team that Durant is on will get to the finals. He's not clutch anymore. He costs too much money. He requires the ball too much.
I agree.
I get with you on that. Like, nah. he shot. I'm looking. I was like, did what do you have? Yeah. He shot over 50% from the floor, and he's averaging 26. I mean.
Yeah, but they're not gonna win.
I agree with you. He's a numbers guy. I just looked it up. I didn't know. By the way, peanuts and soda. You know, my great-grandmother died about 20 years ago, but next time I pull up the Ouija board, Dr. Library card, I'll ping you in so you have somebody your generation to talk to. I think my great-grandparents used to do that at soda fountains during Jim Crow.
You know, I was eating some peanuts, and I was like, damn, I want to Coke with this.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe they were hitting.
Yeah. My great grandmother I'm thinking about in particular, she will be happy to play Pity Pat with you, and I'm sure you also know what the game of Pity Pat is. So, yeah. Trent, I looked it up. The Rockets are paying him $53 million. Durant is an empty 26 points. It's an empty 26 points. It's a we're down 10. I make a shot. It's an empty 26. 54 million, $53.28 million is how much Durant.
Down, I'm looking at his numbers. They're all basically in line, except his rebounds are down basically. He's down a rebound and a half, which I expect at this point in his career. But his field goal percentage, his three-point percentage, he's shooting over 50% from the field. Three-point percentage, all just about 42, 41%. I mean, and in a half-court set, still ain't too many people that can lock him up.
I agree. I totally agree with you, man. I looked it up too. His PER, his player efficiency rating, is still elite, 21.1. It's just not a winning. I don't know what it is, man. And it's not quantifiable by the data. It's just that he doesn't rise a team. I don't know. This is very pseudo. I apologize.
No, it's not. I will agree with you on that completely. I don't think he ever rose a team.
No, he didn't.
You know, I mean, when he got with Golden State, he just on just a ridiculous ass team. But he just made that ridiculous team more ridiculous. But when he was with Brooklyn, I don't think he made them.
Ain't they do shit? No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he went down.
And
they didn't do
his
anything.
years was in Oklahoma.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And he went to finals that year. Yeah, that thing was fun.
And I would actually say that was a lot of Russell Westbrook. I mean, I'm not going to take it away from KD. He was obviously the man, but the willpower, I think that's what Van is talking about. To command $50 million, does he have the willpower to be the sole person, like the sole focal point of a team, kind of like a LeBron? Nah. I have to agree with Ben on that.
And he's old. He's 36 or 7 for 50 million. I think it's overrated. Is Doncic coming back for playoffs or he's on for the season?
Yeah, he'll be back in round 2.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad KD didn't come take our money.
Let me stop. Look, I'm saying that, but I'm a half Rockets, half well, I'm really a Lakers fan. Rockets are my second favorite team. But I want to see the Rockets kind of win this series. Kind of. I don't know. I'm kind of split, but kind of want to see them win this series. But Durant, if he's on the floor, and it's a game 7, and it's him and LeBron, and it's the fourth quarter, and somebody's got to score, the last 5 minutes, I'm actually putting my money on Durant right now.
At this point, I probably would too. But I don't think it would from that. I probably would too. I saw somebody. Oh, damn! It was this morning in a run. Daryl was crashing out as per usual, and he said that Kobe was the number 2 player. I forgot how he got there. Oh, he was making some link between Michael Jackson and Samuel L. Jackson. I can't even remember why I'm telling this story. Fuck it. It has to do with Kobe and basketball. I can't remember. Anyway, I can't even remember. Anyway, who y'all think coming out of the East? Damn, I forgot why. What the fuck was I telling you? Who y'all think coming out of the East? Y'all like the Celtics or the Cavs?
If the Sixers win tonight, I don't know if I like the Celtics.
It's actually a close game I'm watching. Yeah, it's like
It's 58-49 Philly at half.
I'm watching the other game. Let me switch over to that one. It's on NBC Sports or Peacock. Does that come with NBA TV? Yeah. YouTube TV? Okay.
I think it's on YouTube.
Yeah, I got it. Hey, I long-term deal. What's the point of that?
They said they weren't. I don't know if they. I'm not gonna lie. If I'm being 100% honest, I don't know that they should just yet. But I think he might need to do it again, just because of, you hate to say it, but the players that are not good character guys when they get a deal, like we gonna be Brandon Ayuk, like what I'm saying. It's a lot of risk there. That's what I'm saying. If he'll play on the tag, the $30 million. If he does it again, then give him a deal. But I think the Bengals fucked that up for a lot of wide receivers. Like a lot of teams are not going to get. Yeah, with the T. Higgins thing, I feel like a lot of teams now are like, I'm not doing 2 long-term number 1 wide receiver deals because the Bengals are ass. Like I don't know how they can ever improve their defense with the cap situation they have. What is Burrow get 55? What they got, Dexter Lawrence?
Yeah, they just got Dexter Lawrence. Yeah.
But they don't have. That's what I'm saying. They only have 1 player, so they traded pretty much. The trade-off was we don't have Trey Hendrickson. We got Dexter Lawrence and a bunch of rookies on defense, and that's it.
Well, the problem. Well, clearly they did that because Joe Burrow made them, and while Joe Burrow is my favorite quarterback, and if I was starting the team, and injury concerns weren't a concern, that's who I would pick over everybody. He's not a good GM. He's not like Brady. He's the opposite of Brady. I wouldn't play for a team. If I were a quarterback, I would not want myself. So between him, Higgins, and Chase, aren't they like a third of the salary cap? Something crazy like that, just with 3 of them? That's insane. Although, I actually believe I think the NFL, if I had power, I would call up owners and GMs and Roger Goodell and other executives of the NFL. I think they should do a quarterback exemption. I think that essentially, because quarterbacks are essentially getting what they're going to get when where they're drafted, nobody becomes a free agent. They should just have a number for the quarterback or 1 position. It could be up to this much, and it doesn't go against the cap. I just think the quarterbacks just take it. It's just too much.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
I agree.
That's a big ass cap. And you can't get rid of them. You think the Bengals are going to get rid of Dr. Joe? They can't. They think we're going to we'll get rid of Jaden Daniels in 2 years when his leg falls off. But they would otherwise keep him. So
you just have to be really good at drafting, or you have to do a Sam Darnold thing where you got a mid QB and you build a team around him and you just win.
I'm going to say something, Dr. I don't know, Dr. Lockhart. The tempo is not mid. He never was. I don't know. Sam Darnold.
You think he's lower or higher than mid?
Oh, higher.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
I never thought I thought, which happens to a lot of people, if you just go to the wrong situation. But his pedigree, when you see him stand up and throw, like that boy is dime time. I was going to answer your question, Van, and I was afraid to say it. Pistons. The Pistons are coming out of the East.
Pistons. Are
they
going to come out of this round?
I don't watch enough basketball to know, but I know when a city is having its time, and Detroit is having its renaissance. With Michigan winning twice, the Tigers was decent finally, and now the Pistons and the Lions are coming. You know what I mean? Like Detroit is on that resurgence. So I actually thought they was going to come out.
They actually have a problem with Orlando. I mean, they will win, but doesn't go in queries.
Yeah, what is it, 2-2 or 3-2?
3-2 for Pistons, yeah.
Oh, this is one last night, right?
3-2. And I look, on the quarterbacks, paying these quarterbacks this crazy money doesn't make sense. We gave Captain Kirk $180 fucking million. I don't know what we drafted a number 1 QB, which I get we need a mentor QB. But I actually think Kirk Cousins is going to ball out for the Raiders, and Mendoza's not going to see the field. This is like my fear. This is the only thing that could happen to the Raiders. They make the playoffs, and Mendoza doesn't see the field in his first year.
That would be hard.
But I see it because the team is not bad. The team is not bad, and Kirk Cousins is a good
because y'all traded somebody and got him back. So now y'all are.
That's Crosby. That's right.
Crosby came back. You look around. I'm like, oh shit, we got a squad. Like we need a lead receiver. But the quarterback situation out of hand because you got to luck up and get like a Purdy. You know what I mean? Somebody that can play out of the box and you can get them cheap for the first few years. And that's how load up. But otherwise, drafting these high ass QBs. They eat up too much freaking money. Look at the Browns and their situation. I don't know if extension is the right thing to do, but we got to do something about quarterback pay because it's out of control.
That's what I meant. Sorry, when I was calling Sam Darnold mid, I didn't mean he's mid. I meant like you have to have a quarterback that's perceived as mid so you can get him on a mid contract. Like that's what you have to do to be able to build a good team. I don't know what's wrong with the Bucks. They should be able to build better around Baker because they ain't paying that much. And he's like serving them.
I don't know their cap situation at all, but they should be better. I actually think Todd, what's his name, is. I used to defend him as a head coach. I think he's probably mid at best.
Yeah.
Todd Bowles, that's his name. Yeah.
He's just gonna be a defensive coordinator like the guy in Philly. Fangio.
I don't get Lola. Why are you on talk like that?
They underachieve.
Every year.
Yeah, they underachieve.
Where did they go last year? Did they make it to the conference finals?
No, they lost in the first round, I think.
They lost in the first round?
No, they didn't make it to the playoffs. The Panthers.
Oh, they missed the playoffs?
Yeah, they lost the division to the Panthers at the end. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's not good enough. Baker had an MVP season the season before. That's not good enough.
Now,
that was like his last season.
The Panthers are about to be in trouble because they have to decide if they want to pay Bryce Young or not. That'll be interesting.
It's a very easy question. Mighty Mouse. That boy is like 5'7", 180 pounds. I swear I was his size in 11th grade. I was taller than 5'7", 11th grade. Like that's a small guy.
But if he plays well this year and they win the division again, they're not going to have a good enough pick to draft a replacement. There's no who would they sign? That's what I'm saying. They're gonna be in trouble. They got to decide.
They're gonna have to hope the Raiders give up Kirk Cousins. Because I mean, do a Kirk Cousins, do a Sam Darnold type thing. Because I can't imagine signing Bryce. Could you imagine signing? So Bryce Young obviously wouldn't get a Josh Allen deal. He would get like a. You giving him Baker Mayfield money?
You would have to, like 20, 25.
I think Baker's over 30 now. Let me see. I think Baker. Let me see. Average per year. I put in Baker average per year. They put up Bakers, like actual Bakers. I'm probably the only person that's ever Googled that. Yeah, remember? Yeah, he signed a $33.5 million a year. I don't know, Doctor. $50 million guaranteed. I don't know if I could sign Bryce Young that deal.
That's what I'm saying. They want to find a new quarterback then, or they're gonna. What's the other new? Who could be a new Sam Darnold? What's his name? Zach
Wilson.
What Zach? Yeah, Zach Wilson. Whoever is the backup for the 49ers.
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones.
There you go. There you go from one noodle arm to the next. But he's probably better. Although, what's his name can ball out a little bit. Anyway.
Are you guys watching NFL more or NBA?
Both. Different. This is
Let me tell you, for most Americans, it is NFL.
NFL for most, yeah.
It's NFL, and it's NFL by far, and it's NFL increasing. That's what's crazy. When you look at the numbers for viewership of the NFL, it's the one that is growing. MLB is actually growing. A lot of it has to do with Ohtani. MLB is making a little bit of resurgence. Basketball's actually down in a lot of metrics.
Well, cannot be beaten. I will say that. Something about, like, even NFL playoff games are, the last couple of years, they've been a little mid. But in the NBA playoffs, they're...
I agree.
I mean, my favorite sport is basketball, so.
Have you ever been to the U.S. to an NFL game?
Me? No, I've never been in the United States.
It's an overrated experience.
Don't listen to that man. Don't listen to that man on that. The NFL experience. Now look, I actually grew up watching it on television. I
did too.
But the energy in a stadium, especially if it's an impactful game, it doesn't have to be a playoff game, but if it's an impactful game, the energy in the stadium is unmatched. Anything outside of a major playoff game in the NBA, which can't be great.
Cowboys, Eagles, and Dallas is crazy.
Oh yeah.
Don't go watch it in Philly, but in Dallas.
Okay,
damn, we gotta apologize to the Knicks fan.
Me or?
Hey, this shit crazy, man.
You said me or we? You the main one?
We.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you know, I'm a secret Knicks fan, so if they end up winning the East, I'm gonna act like I was rooting for them the whole time.
Oh, you might want to set those tickets for my boy.
I forgot about that. Oh, shit. Oh, let me put the other game on. Oh, yeah, I got the other game on. Oh, wait, well, hold on. Let me ask Dr. Lambert a trend question. Do you think a rockin' NFL game beats a rockin' college game? So do you think, like, Michigan, Ohio State beats Eagles, Cowboys? Or
Yeah, it's close. If both teams are good, yeah.
Yeah, both teams are good, yeah.
Like a LSU Bama or something like that.
So, most electric I've ever felt inside a game was the Rose Bowl. Was Ohio State, Oregon last year. I mean, it is different.
Mine is Rose Bowl too, by the way. A different Rose Bowl.
Yeah, Rose Bowl. This is different. I would imagine. I've never been to Michigan, Ohio State. Surprisingly, I imagine that's been fantastic as well. But on any given Sunday, Saturday, NFL is going to be better than any college game.
No, I don't know. You ever been to Texas, Oklahoma?
I've been to Texas, Oklahoma. No, I haven't been to a Red River game. I don't know. I have been to Texas something, but I haven't been to Texas, Oklahoma. But I'm just talking about, like, a lot of college games, right? If it's not Texas, Oklahoma, then it's Texas and Trinity Valley. A lot of college games there's very few that are meaningful if you're looking at the totality of the team, right? Every Sunday or every Saturday, there is a good game on. But if, usually these teams ain't playing nobody special. There's a lot of fucking blowouts in college football. And a lot of meaningless games. That's not the case in the NFL.
Can't you just Google Serbian basketball game just to get the idea of what's going on here?
I will.
Like, I'm not even kidding.
When did that start?
Who's the best player?
Jokic.
When that started, it started in 70s, but actually that kind of...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's insane.
I remember Stojakovic. He's Serbian, right?
Yeah.
I remember him. Turkoglu was Turkish. Who was some of the other?
They were Serbian.
sound horrible. It's gonna be a little pseudo. If I had like a glass of wine or a drink, and somebody asked me what race Vlade Divac was, and I wasn't thinking, I would have said black. I don't know why I think Vlade Divac was black. I can't be the only one. I would have said black. I'm sorry, yo. Oh God.
Was Drazen Petrovic, is he Slovene? What?
Croat, not far. Up the sea. A little north, north and west.
Yeah. He and Divac was the best friends. And then the war started and they stopped talking and yeah, he died. And there is a good documentary if you guys want to watch. Divac.
Oh, really? Is it in English?
Yeah. Oh, there is translation. Yeah. So he talking about like their relationship and everything with talking with his mother and brother. You know, that is like his biggest regret. He ever lost connect because like Vlade Divac was chill. He was smoking, like making the mess. Drazen Petrovic was insane worker. So the national team, they were putting them together. So the idea of the coach was like to push Divac to work out and Drazen Petrovic to relax, and they had great relationship and then war started and then everything blew up. But yeah, it's a good documentary actually. Who was?
So I feel like one reason the Serbian players, one reason why we know Divac is because he was on the Lakers, but a lot of the other ones who were good weren't on as good teams.
Yeah, but Stojakovic and Divac made a good run in the Sacramento. That was, I think, a big coup there.
Yeah, they were in the Kings.
Yeah.
I think they might have got to the Western Conference Finals one time.
Yeah, I guess.
Chris Webber was on that team, right?
Yeah, Chris Webber and what was that play? Bold one, the small one. He was good. Bibi is what he said. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
Mike Beebe?
Mike Beebe, yeah, that was Weber, Divac, Stojakovic, Mike Beebe, yeah. Do you remember Jaric? He was playing in the Timberwolves. He was really good for our national team, but I don't think he was married Adriana Lima, the supermodel.
Let me see.
He was like decent in the NBA, but he was like very good in national team.
Yadic? How do you spell it? Tadic or Yadic? How do you spell it in English? I don't remember Yadic. You remember Yadic?
I wrote in the chat. No.
Oh, okay. Oh. I low-key remember him. He was a point guard? No, he was a shooting guard?
He was a playmaker.
Oh, he was a point guard, yeah. Oh, he was a tall point guard. He was 6'7". God damn.
Yeah. Well, Bogdanovic now, he's in Clippers. He's decent. In Miami, they also Jovic. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Bogdanovic was kind of nice, yeah. Man, y'all had a nice run. For a small country, y'all do produce.
I mean, Yugoslavia had like a great school, and we are the second tallest people in the Europe or third. So do you remember Darko Milicic? He was like a second.
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
He's the biggest fraud ever. He was the second pick, and he was just like a little bit.
Was it the Pistons?
Yeah, and he was in the draft with Wade, LeBron,
yeah. Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, and he ended up second pick, yeah. He's not doing kickboxing, he's fighting in the ring. Yeah, he's not alone.
Is he good at kickboxing?
Nah, he's shit.
Oh.
Great talk. We had a great discussion. I'm gonna go in there and get in this gym, so I don't run into Infinity and he kicked my ass. So
how do you guys go to the gym so late at night? Like, where do you get the energy to go to the gym?
It's 8:30 here, man.
That's what I'm saying. Do you take energy chews?
Not
not this late. I'm sensitive to it. I do anything energy wise. Pre-work right now, I'll be up all night. But now I can. All I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna do
12 kids, sir.
Huh?
Me?
No, Trent doesn't have 12 kids.
Oh, yeah, no, but I never could. No, but even when I was in college, like, you know, people would go to the gym at night. I could only, like, play basketball at night, but I couldn't, like, lift weights at night. I don't know how y'all do that. Did y'all lift after football practice, brother, or did you guys do it in the morning?
I could do it in the evening. No, we normally do everything early morning. So we get up at, like, 5 and be at the gym at 5:30.
Yeah, I could do that before night.
Well, I hated that. I can do evening workouts, but I mean, I understand why you do it in the morning. I can't do it myself.
Yeah, let me give you some luck, because we about the same age band. Get on that leg press late at night. Ain't gotta be heavy, okay? Because when it's time to go to bed, you be ready. She'll be ready for you. I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
When you get that lower blood flowing, feel him.
Feels like good idea. That's nice. Anyway,
I'll let you.
I'm gonna move it too. See y'all.
Very good.
God bless.
that too.
2001.
But I'm not really sure what your position.
And for fucking 2 years, and then they fucking spiked to the roof, which was what we're facing now, where we're facing 80% fucking increases across the board on policies, and there's nowhere to run with it. So these long-term effects of Democrats can be laid on there and saying, hey, there's pain coming around. Now, is Trump making moves? He is, and he's optically doing a better job than I would say Biden. There is no centralized figure in the Democrat Party. There is no massive swing. I mean, fuck, these are the same people that were protesting no kings, but then they were saying, oh, we wish King George would rule us. These people have no sense in what they have going on, and so there is no, like, laid out plan. Listen to the congressional hearings today with Hegseth and the war. You've got Warren going, should we stop insider trading? And I'm sitting there going, listen, like, this is a woman who actually profits off of fucking insider trading. She's worried about the betting fucking markets. Like, I mean, nobody is believing this virtue signaling that they have going on because it's not it's not helping them. So I don't think the Democrats have a clear, concise message about a different pathway for America. They're running on anything but Trump.
Yes, no, I agree there.
And to you, I think it's getting to you because you're like, oh my God, we're in a conflict with Iran. Like, yeah, it's about to be over. It's about to be done.
No. That's not it. No, I agree 100%. The only thing the Democrats have at this point, which is absolutely pathetic, is a negative identity. And that is how much Trump sucks. They're going to criticize anything and everything he does.
You missed the room, Scott, an hour ago with Merrill? Morning.
I mean, the California governor's race where they're talking about Trump.
No, so I have a question, though, on Pepe and what you guys are saying.